second round, yeah, she had already won that set, but I'm sure she was hoping to be able to have a full match for herself. And it feels like then coming up against Svitolina, 12th seed, you've got a lot going for yourself, a lot to have to come up against.
6 ball, 7-9 ball change. I call the lead. 25 seconds between points. The shot clock is all around. For your towels, there are the boxes over there and also in front of the coaches. Please use the one with the blue sticker and please use the one with the white, okay? After the coin toss, some photos with Hannah over to that side, please. Okay, Hannah, who's going to choose? Elena or Linda? Linda, would you like AO or Mark Edmondson? Okay, go for it. AO it is. Receive? Okay, some photos please over to that side. I'll give you the coin in a minute.
Feels like there's never any hesitation on players picking if they want to receive, if they want to serve first. So we're going to be seeing Linda that receiving for the first game in this first set. And while they're doing their warm-up, we're going to give you guys some recaps on what you might have missed yesterday, because there is a lot going on. And it's not easy to keep an eye on everything. But one thing, a match that a lot of people had eyes on was two-time defending champion in Sinner coming up against Gaston, and that one also ended in an unfortunate match retirement from Gaston.
Yeah, Gaston's in front. Oh, there's the fast start. Unreal court coverage from Sinner, and that is a brilliant end to the set for the defending champion. 6-2.
And it was the same after the US Open final, wasn't it? If you go and read the comments from his press conference, he spoke about not having enough variety in that match. In the early stages of this sort of test phase, isn't it?
I mean, it's good, Gaston. It's not bad. Against most people living on this planet Earth, it would have been good enough, but it's unfortunately not good enough against the two-time defending champion. Oh, no. I mean, out of nowhere. I don't even think the crowd have realised that it's happened.
Yeah, right there at the end of the second set that Sinner takes for himself. Gaston does have a match retirement, and what then soon followed was an absolute gauntlet for the women's singles. 2.5 hours between Naomi Osaka here and Antonia Ruzic, who eventually did end up losing to Osaka in that third set. So 6-3, 6-3 for both one set each, and then 6 and 4, yeah, going that way of Osaka.
That's classy. 3-all, final set.
3 games on. Just reads the game so well here. Gets the first shorter one. She's right up on the base.
Oh, what a way for Naomi Osaka to wrap it up tonight and move into the second round. really had to produce some of her absolute best when it mattered deep in this third set. And boy, oh boy, will Naomi Osaka enjoy this victory. That was...
What a beautiful match of tennis to get to watch, almost as beautiful as Naomi Osaka's kit there. Her outfit yesterday just looked amazing. And honestly, that's almost as beautiful as Melbourne and what it's delivering on the weather front as well. It feels like every day it's getting a little bit cooler for our players early in the morning, which isn't too unlike Melbourne. In fact, I'm surprised it's even keeping itself consistent there, and we haven't had any sort of rain at the moment, as Melbourne likes to deliver out of nowhere there. But yeah, a nice cool 20 degrees at the moment. That feels like a pretty good temperature to start out day number 4 of the Australian Open Animated, with Svitolina and Linda being able to come out, warm up on the Cain Arena. We already know that Linda herself had chosen to receive after winning the coin toss, and it does leave Svitolina there with the serve in game number 1.
Kick things off.
Play.
That's a pretty impressive opening point.
Well, I think that gives us a very good idea of the game style of Klimovikova. She's going for it, but the ball will keep on coming back to her, so that's going to test her patience for sure.
It's nicely executed.
Yeah, that's also one component, I think, in her game, which has gotten a lot better in the last few years, is the serve. The placement, especially of the serve, not necessarily the speed, where she gets a few more free points, at least is that serve +1.
And if you haven't got the speed, Babsy, it makes it even more imperative that you can hit your spots, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's all about the variety as well. That's what I mean, it's a little bit harder for women to have that kick, to have that slice, but if you never know what you're up for on the return, it's tricky. Well, there's definitely some power behind her shots, that's for sure. But I have a feeling she would also come up with a few unforced errors here.
So how does she strike that balance today? Because, as you say, she's got to be aggressive, but she knows she's going to have to hit maybe 1 or 2 more balls, Babsy. So tactically, how does she find that balance?
Well, you have to be patient against Svitolina. You can't just try to go for your shots early. I think it's different when she serves. She has a good serve, then she has to go for that first shot and try to get her out of balance. But other than that, she needs to make sure she stays in the rally, maybe, you know, 3/4 pace, not going for too much, and once she's in position, she can go for it. So again, this opponent with Svitolina will test her patience.
In terms of her ranking, she's, as we look at the win predictor, which understandably is swung heavily in favour of Svitolina. Yeah, the poll currently 128 in the live rankings. If she wins today, huge prize on offer because she will move up to around 110 in the live rankings. And it certainly feels like the value of being a top 100 player now, Babsy, is greater than ever, given the prize money on offer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the prize money has gone up unbelievable. What is it, 16% here this year at the Australian Open?
Yep.
Yeah, I wish I was still playing, Nick. I thought I was going to be, or I was the king or the queen when I was playing in my days. When you played, when you were in the main draw of a Grand Slam tournament, you got about $10,000, and I thought, wow, this is just incredible. What is it now? I'm sure you have the numbers. It's at 100.
Yeah, total pot 111 million, and it's up 16%, as you say.
But I think first round is like 100 grand, isn't it?
150.
150. Yep. That's incredible.
40.
But also, you know, on the women's tour, it's really important because the women don't have as many opportunities on the WTA tour compared to the guys on the ATP tour, so the prize money is lower. So it's important for the women to be in the main draw. They can finance their year pretty much through.
Cain, one game on.
Looking comfortable out there.
Yeah, I like what I see. Very solid with her serve. Clearly a weapon of hers. Svitolina slightly overplaying a little bit, which is interesting to see. Oh, nice. I love it when she comes to the net. Svitolina, we don't see that very often, but whenever she comes, she's certain about it. At the net.
You wouldn't necessarily have seen that play, would you, 4 or 5 years ago from her?
Not at all. Not at all.
Back with Andy Bettles, who helped her perhaps in her finest hour, really, when she won the Tour Finals in Singapore. Andy was with her initially, actually, as a hitting partner back in the day, many years ago. He then was taken into the coaching department and returned to work with Alina about a year ago.
Ooh, something fell there in the back. I think a little camera. Very precise.
30-15. Weapons.
Once again,
40,
fantastic
15.
placement. That's from Svitolina, both players not having too many problems while serving.
Yeah, serve was a bit of an issue for her in round 1. She made 48% of first serves in her first round victory. Decelerated a little on that one.
40-30.
Christina Buxa in the first round. It's Svitolina. There's Andy Bettles on the left.
Game Svitolina.
So the Ukrainian
Svitolina leads by 2 games to 1.
is able to get a couple of holds early on here. She's got a 2-1 lead.
Time.
Another morning where the queues to get in were substantial. Got off at Flinders Street Station and the queue to get in was virtually back to Flinders Street Station. So many people trying to find a way to get into Melbourne Park again.
She does that well after the serve, really picking her spots and getting Svitolina out of her comfort zone.
She's
got a quick motion, doesn't she, on her serve?
Low ball toss, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wasn't caught by surprise by the wide second serve.
30-15.
Yeah, lovely how she cut the angle. She stepped in there. Svitolina. Important for her to have, I mean, this one was not played with a lot of depth, that return, but she needs definitely depth to make sure that Klimovicova can't be the first one to be in the be the offensive player.
A few
frustrations, aren't there, from her early on? Sure, she wouldn't have known a whole lot about her opponent. Obviously, things have changed. You can do a lot of research, can't you? There's access to that, but this lady has not really been around any of the highest levels so far.
Yeah, it's true. That's changed a lot. You can always go online and then have a few look at some of the matches they've played. In my old days, I had cards where I've written down the strengths and the weaknesses of opponents. And we would just always go and watch, you know, because the more people you knew and the more strength and weaknesses you knew about players, the better it was. It's easy now. Generally, to get information is easy, isn't it?
Absolutely. Too much information
sometimes.
Yeah,
sometimes. Too good.
Game.
Doesn't lack firepower, does she?
No, certainly not. She feels very comfortable. Would love to see her, you know, dealing with a slicer with just a bit of change of pace, but that's probably not the game style from Svitolina, who does hit the ball pretty flat as well.
Love. All.
Return. Serve again, not quite hitting its target.
Now, I think that's where it's very dangerous with Klimovicova. If you don't hit your spots, and she's there, she's got some pretty decent timing there.
30 all.
Just a little bit late on that forehand, and
30-14.
Svitolina is in trouble here on her serve for the first time.
Yeah, she's unsettled, isn't she?
Yeah. Well, it does put pressure on you when you know that you know the returner is going for the shots with a lot of pace, with a lot of power.
Use.
Two good serves in a row.
Svitolina.
That's exactly what she needed, and look how much of a difference it makes.
Cain, Svitolina.
The serve certainly helping her get out of trouble in that game.
Svitolina leads by 3
Pressure
games to 2.
already has been created by the young Polish qualifier.
Svitolina just being able to take a slight game lead there in that opening set. We do have here over on the Margaret Court Arena a reminder of the schedule and what is to come up. The last 2 matches being in the evening, played later tonight. And what we can see, though, is the men's singles will be beginning very soon on Margaret Court Arena between qualifier Faria there and 13th seed Rublev. And then over on Rod Laver Arena, when the games do kick off, we'll be coming over to this arena and watching closer on the schedules of the morning. Is starting off with the women's singles there, where we're seeing first seed Sabalenka up against qualifier Bai there.
Time.
Cain Arena, which is on the far side of the grounds here at Melbourne Park, substantial grounds as well. Just the biggest major in terms of space, I think it is, isn't it?
Oh, it certainly is, and it's become bigger and bigger over the years. It's not only a Grand Slam tennis tournament anymore, it's just it's an event. People come here without even watching tennis, I think. You can just hang out and have a great time.
Yeah, 98,000 came through the gates yesterday, I can tell you. That's a record for first Tuesday. Previous record, 58,000. So that's 40,000 up yesterday.
What? That's incredible. That's unbelievable. It seems like there's record crowds every day.
Yeah.
Where is this going to go in the future, Nick?
Good question.
Great depth here from Svitolina.
15 all.
Numbers on the serve. Pole in good rhythm, it would seem.
Well played, and this is one of those rallies. That's what Svitolina has to do. Just extend the rallies a little bit and open up the court when the pole is out of position. And I think the youngster will go for too much then, and that's what just happened then. Not sure if she likes to playing the defense a lot. Doesn't look like it.
Fifteen 40.
So a couple of chances to get a break here. First serve, just gone off a touch. Return had depth and it had pressure. And the pole simply didn't have the time to recover.
By 4 games to 2.
Well, it seems like she's gotten used to the pace now as well, Svitolina. Again, when you've never played against somebody, you need to suss that person out at the beginning of the match, and Svitolina is doing a great job with that.
The interesting numbers on the +1 shot here. You can see that really speaks to the quality of the return, getting it into the backhand a little more frequently.
Oh, what a shot. That was not a bad approach shot. I was thinking, I like what I see, but then the answer was even better.
He was always moving away from her as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it felt like that was almost a slice. She used her left hand a lot playing that backhand, didn't she?
Always been the play, isn't it, to really take Svitolina's second serve on if you can, because it's not a second serve that's going to strike fear into people.
Yeah, it's sometimes a little bit too short. That's where she has to be careful. This is now important for her percentage serves. Or an ace, but that just missed. Better be ready now. Again, of course,
Love 40.
Mokiwa is going to attack.
It was only 128 Ks, that second serve, and it was down the middle without a whole lot of kick to it, so opportunity was there. Depth on that one.
15-40.
Oh, she's standing very close to the baseline, Klimovicova, and of course then if there's a lot of depth, so she's a bit out of position and it's even harder to get there. Nice one. Stayed down low. Svitolina was not impressed with the pace. I feel like the forehand wing probably is more vulnerable there from Klimovicova than the backhand, which appears very solid. One to go.
Kudermetova.
Good pressure on the forehand.
New balls, please.
Svitolina simply not able to get behind it.
Svitolina leads by 4 games
A
to
couple
3.
of breaks have been shared here midway through this opening set.
Yeah, real tight back and forth for the first set. And over on our other arenas where we can see Rod Laver now and on Margaret Court, with coin tosses either taking place or just about to, with Margaret Court seeing the men's singles round 2 taking place and RLA seeing our women's singles with first seed and world rank #1 Sabalenka there.
And seemingly have no idea whether they're going to serve or return or choose a side.
And foul boxes, Arena, white collar, please, Joshon, blue collar. After the coin toss, picture facing that side. Any questions? Kyrie, who would you like to ask? Arena or Joshon? Okay, Joshon. Ayo or Mark? Ayo, it's gonna be Mark for you. Let's go. It's Mark, Arena. Serve. Perfect. Quick picture facing that side, please. With Kyrie. Awesome.
Arina Sabalenka winning the toss and quick to choose to serve first, looking to get off to a hot start. I tell you what, Marta Brzezinska sounds like she doesn't put up with it.
Well, some words of advice from her corner. Serving 3-4.
She's practiced that to perfection.
15-11.
Serve +1.
$30-11.
A good first serve percentage, and it's important when you look at the points won behind it, because she's won 9 of 11 first serve points, but just 2 of 6 on the second.
Oh, it's amazing how she can accelerate Klimovicova
40-11.
on her ground strokes. Makes it look so easy sometimes. Unleashes that forehand.
$40-15.
As Babsy said, Svitolina looking to crack the top 10 again. She hasn't been able to do so since her return. Been very close. Currently 12 in the world.
$40-13.
Too much there. That was was a topspin volley, even though she was standing right at the net already. That's interesting.
Yeah, that wasn't from the Ash Barty school, was it?
No. Let's have another look there. It was too close to the ball. Yeah, and of course, that's a missed opportunity. Hopefully, that's not going to haunt her in this game. She'll be thinking... Oh, she shouldn't think that way, actually. Yes.
Advantage.
Too much power. Huh? It's either hit or miss a lot of times. That's where she can still work on finding that balance, when to go for it and when to just hold back. You can't hit a winner on every shot.
Harnessing it, isn't it? Find a way to contain it. Chance to break will be a third in succession.
That was the right way to try. Just missed by a little bit, but Svitolina doesn't get too many opportunities to go for winners. Needs to be very alert out there against the pole. Anything can happen.
Yeah, look at the longer rallies, Babsy, and just how that's played out in this match so far. Svitolina's had the best of her over 9. She's now won 4 of the 5.
Yeah. So that has to be the tactic, to involve the pole in the long rallies. That's when she gets impatient and wants to finish quickly.
Let for service. Use.
I feel like Svitolina is also, even though she's missed that one, what's key for her, long rallies, depth, and I feel like she's playing a little bit more through the middle now to not give the opponent the angle, which is smart.
Advantage, Klimovicova.
Pace on the serve. The average first serve speed is almost 10k up in Svitolina. 167k she's averaging.
Use.
Patience, though, again, was lacking there, wasn't it? Just a little rushed. Going to work hard for her holds.
She was out of position there as well. Especially when you change direction, go down the line from cross court, you just have to aim it that little bit higher over the net. Footwork was also not quite there.
tennis from the pole.
Klimavitseva.
What a game to win that was. Under pressure, and she came up with the goods.
4 games all.
Been impressive, isn't it?
There really are a lot of back and forth, and it feels like they're both trying to figure each other out there on the Cain Arena and what is sure to be a great first set. We can say the similar thing on Margaret Arena as our men's singles between qualifier Faria and 13th seed Rublev have just kicked off there. Only one game being taken place there in a Rod Laver Arena. Similar sort of thing. We're in early days of our first set here, and so we're going to go on in and focus on this one as Sabalenka has just won game number 2.
So far by Zhou Xuan. Yet to get a point on the board.
Interesting to see Sabalenka today. In her first match, we saw a little bit of serving volleying. We saw quite a few approaches to the net. And these are the types of matches that she needs to incorporate. Those are things that she's been working on in the off-season just to try and add some variety to the power game that we know she already has.
There's a great quote from her after the first round match. She was being asked about her serve volley tactics. She says the key to being consistent is to always bring something new to the table.
Well, when you're number 1 in the world, you know, you've always got to be looking to improve as well, don't you? It was an attempted serve volley there off that first serve.
Crowd cheering the first point of the match for the Chinese qualifier.
Tercio.
73 kilometers an hour. Fastest serve of the match. The serve speed was up in round 1 as well.
And then right there, you think you have an opportunity. It's a second serve. You've got plenty of time to hit the forehand. And because you're trying to do just a little bit more with it than what you would normally feel comfortable doing, you make the error.
Game. Sabalenka.
Bounce was way up above the shoulders of Bai, and it's a greedy start for the world number 1. How impressive is Sabalenka looking out there, Andrea?
Very impressive, and as Liz rightfully says, it's just the heaviness of shot. It's not even that it goes through the court so quickly. There are players that can hit the ball quicker, but it is how it bounces off the court that makes the difference. It seemingly doesn't lose any energy when it does connect with the floor, and that's just physics usually, right? That the ball loses energy when it connects with the floor. Not so for Aryna Sabalenka, and you can just see by being a little bit overwhelmed by the heaviness of shot right now.
Celebrations outside the Rod Laver Arena for Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley Day. And there are the colours of Indigenous art along the walkway as we come along towards the court. Seven hours and 42 minutes on court so far for Bai Zhou Xuan through qualifying, and then against Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova in round 1. One hour, 16 minutes so far for Aryna Sabalenka, and she looks in no mood to hang around. It's just crushed. Bai served really well in her first round match. 69% of first serve points won. Top 50 average 66 last year, so she was getting a good return. Lots of variety in the different direction she was putting on it as well. She's just being smothered here.
And you can just see the comfort level from Bai. You know, you talk about first serve percentages. It's not even about the first serve percentages. It's about the effectiveness, and just can't generate enough pace to force Sabalenka back from the baseline.
Game. Sabalenka.
A break to love, for love.
Sabalenka leads by 4 games to love.
Too many loves for Bai.
And you two touched on it. She came through qualifying by, had this epic match in the first round against Pavlyuchenkova, saved the match point, and sometimes tiredness. People think tiredness comes on later in the match, but oftentimes I feel like, I don't know how you feel about it, Liz, but oftentimes I feel like tiredness, particularly in the beginning stages of the match, just make the muscles feel very heavy.
And added to the nerves as well. You're exactly right, Andrea. Well, there's the first serve volley. Didn't have to make the volley, but looking to come forward. Really needs to incorporate that into a game. Max Meunier is the gentleman that's been added to the coaching staff around about July of last year. I think he's a great addition.
15 all.
You can just see the reaction there from Aryna, not happy with that volley. It won the point. It was good enough, but, you know, she knows that that's a part of a game that needs to improve. And not too much improving that needs to happen with that serve, is there?
Well, she's put plenty of work in on it, hasn't she, over the years? With Gavin McMillan, who's now working on Coco Gauff's serve, having made the tweaks necessary to Sabalenka's. Oh, yes. First winner of the match for Bai. You know, Bai was a former world number 83 before her injuries. She's got some game.
Cain. Sabalenka.
5-love Sabalenka.
Sabalenka leads by 5 games to none.
Irresistible force.
We talk about the top players adding things to their game, and you know, you mentioned Coco Gauff and you know the difficulty she's had on the serve and particularly the forehand. You know, trying to address technical issues while you're still playing and playing competitively is very difficult, even for athletes who are amazing, like you know these ladies are, and it really is a challenge for them. You know, you look at someone like Gauff and you think, gee, you know, parts of a game are sensational, which they are, but the serve needs addressing, and so does the forehand. And she's, you know, Arena is a little bit the same. You know, she wants to add things to her game, maybe not so technically focused, but tactically focused.
Time.
Just a quarter of an hour on the clock. Bai Zhou is serving to stay in this first set. Not the start to her Australian Open round 2 that she would have hoped for.
Another shot, that slice backhand. You know, it's a shot that can change momentum. You can approach off it. You can hit a drop shot off it.
What can Bai do? She's thinking about where she puts the serve. Went for the body of Sabalenka, but
I was hoping you weren't going to ask me that question, Kat.
Just can't get near.
Well, it's good work from Bai. She didn't panic when Sabalenka came to the net. She just made her come up with a low volley, which, once again, Sabalenka's not going to stop coming forward. She needs to work on that part of her game, and this is the exact match to do it in.
All
right.
Out-acing the world #1. A crowd as delighted as Bai is.
Sabalenka leads by 5 games to 1.
Big forehands here from Bai. And a good hold.
Her first game against the world #1.
And it just seems from courtside as if Bai has gotten used to the pace a little bit, and the footwork is just a bit sharper right now compared to the very beginning of the match.
Couple of errors now from Sabalenka. Not as clinical as she was at the very start of this first set.
Oh, she's having to play a few more balls, isn't she? Credit to her opponent.
Well, well, well. Here's a twist at the end of set one that we weren't expecting.
Game back.
And Sabalenka's vice-like grip on this first set has slackened slightly. Bai takes her chance.
Sabalenka leads by 5 games.
So whilst we're seeing what could potentially be the comeback of Bai here in the first set, Cain Arena has concluded their first set in a match of Svitolina up against Linda there. And it was Svitolina who ended up taking the first set 7-5. So despite how neck and neck it was in the earlier days, yeah, she was able to just close it out there.
Loosen up a bit. You think, okay, well, you know, I can't get any worse on the scoreboard, so I'm just going to give it a bit of a real shot here. And good forehand. You know, she created pace off the forehand by. She moved the ball around, and a couple of errors from Sabalenka, and all of a sudden you're on the board.
Yeah, one of the breaks retrieved by Bai, and that's just given her a foundation. Can she build on the inroad that she's made into this match? She's facing a top 10 player for just the second time in her career. Bai lost to the then world number 6 Ons Jabeur in the round 2 at Wimbledon.
I couldn't get more different players than Ons Jabeur and Aryna Sabalenka, could you?
I mean, aside from the size of the occasion, there's not much you can bring from that match into this match, is there?
15 all.
Targeting Sabalenka. It's right up inside that baseline.
And right at the body, Sabalenka just couldn't get out of the way to give herself room to hit that shot.
Almost see by relaxing, can't you?
Those forehands, she did a good job on them. She creates a good racket head speed and good pace when she's got the time.
No time there.
Advantage, Sabalenka.
So 27 minutes. Bai has extended this first set, but now facing the first set point.
Advantage, Bai.
I don't think she needs the luck. Hits that ball so well, that one up the line, Sabalenka.
I think she'd disagree with you. I think she'd like to get this set done and dusted.
Advantage, Sabalenka.
It's an unfortunate time to throw in her first double fault. Second chance to seal the set for Sabalenka. Denied again. She's just trying to go a bit too big.
This looks like she completely mistimed that forehand, Sabalenka. Wraps around the frame.
Advantage, Sabalenka.
Third go. I just wonder, she was hitting so many winners, wasn't she, in those first 5 games? Because Bai looked all at sea, but now Bai's kind of stepping in, she's getting involved in these rallies. Sabalenka just going for the winners when perhaps the chances aren't there.
Yeah, possibly shot selection. Wouldn't be too happy with that forehand. The first 5 games only took 14 minutes.
Advantage, Sabalenka.
Again. That's 4 break point chances flown off the racket of Sabalenka.
And I wonder if now the time has come for Sabalenka to use a little bit of tactics, because she didn't have to do that in the very beginning. But now Bai, as Liz pointed out, is really strong on the forehand. Her footwork is good. I wonder if Sabalenka has to target the backhand a bit more.
Advantage, Bai.
So far, 25 of 38 break points saved by Bai, coming through qualifying in round 1. She gets away with it. And she squeaks through. She's a survival specialist.
Athletes are stubborn creatures, aren't they? You know, and you come out here and you play a certain way for 5 games and it works perfectly, and then you just sort of think things need to change a little bit. And Sabalenka, just in that last game, she just refused. She absolutely refused to play the shot that needed to be played. She wanted to win that game on her terms, and she eventually didn't. So she does need to make a little bit of an adjustment here, Sabalenka.
Love 15.
Давай, come on. Ali.
from Dubrov, urging Sabalenka to be patient.
Gee, that second serve had some kick, Andrea.
It really did. Really bounced off. And maybe that's another way. If Bai is not very tall, she maybe goes up to Arena's shoulder or chin to play with a bit of heaviness and get it out of the strike zone, because Bai has really found her groove here.
That's her 13th unforced error, Aryna Sabalenka. There weren't too many in the first 5 games. They've all come in the next 3.
Now the set is on the racket of the world number 1. Set point number 5. When the pressure is highest, Bai steps up again.
Really nice touch on that volley. Not afraid to come forward. Did the right thing and was rewarded. And she makes sure of this backhand, Sabalenka. Just takes a little bit of pace off. Knows she's got 3/4 of the court to hit that backhand into.
Again. Sabalenka getting furious with herself.
Or cross court, so she can't change. Well done, Shabbat. Let's go.
Advantage, Sabalenka.
And there we go. Sabalenka batters through the Bai defences eventually.
By 6 games.
But a set that looked like it was going to race away. It's much more competitive than I anticipated. It's turned into a very entertaining first set, Liz, after the beginning. 5 games in a row for the world number 1.
When Arena won that set, she slammed the ball down and she was furious with herself. Started out so well and then just lost her way a little bit, didn't she? Just lost focus. And
what was starting off as 5 easy-looking games to Sabalenka, there was a massive fight back from Bayer, eventually able to close it on the side of Sabalenka for the first set, but there is still that second set to come. And while we were closely watching that one over in Margaret Arena, there was a conclusion to that first set for the men's singles as well, and that is 13th seed Rublev being able to take it 6-4 over his opponent, qualifier Faria there.
Other than that, he was right in the set. Rublev finished strongly though, so you'd expect him to move through the gears in this second.
Early signs that the forehand was in nice working order. As the set went on, you got to see a little bit more of his first serve being directed into the forehand of Ferrer, and then occasionally you would see flashes of that, just couldn't find that type of shot.
Second set.
So Sabalenka, the first set under her belt. Big question for Bai here, whether she can maintain that level she found towards the end of set 1. Whether she can continue to keep this match competitive.
Sabalenka is requesting the replay of the call on the left baseline.
I don't know why players do that. Just want to see how far out it is.
By a bit of time, maybe.
Maybe.
Thinking on her feet.
15-13.
She's going to take it, Sabalenka, but this half volley wasn't filled with a huge amount of confidence, was it? This is the move to the net. When she plays shots like that, the better she's going to get at them, and that's the aim for Sabalenka. Try and encourage some feel into her game.
That's you.
Is feel something you can learn, or is it something instinctive?
Well, it's difficult to learn, very difficult. You know, you've played one way for your whole career, and you know there's parts of your game that you want to improve, and you know that's a difficult thing to incorporate. That's one of the great things, though, about being #1 player in the world and having all this power that Sabalenka has. You know, she has the ability to create opportunities for herself, to create some feel and without sort of being put under pressure. And, you know, does she have to come up with those half volleys a lot? No, she doesn't, because the other parts of her game are so good. She grafted at that point, didn't she, Sabalenka?
Yeah, too good for bye at the start of set 2. It's the early break for the world number 1.
Good test against the Polish qualifier, who's had a very good 10 days in Melbourne. But ultimately, she was undone by an experienced opponent. Svitolina is moving on. 7-5, 6-1. Got tight, and she was able to play extremely well in the second and into lockdown, and the errors just started to flow a little bit more consistently. For this lady, whose ranking will edge closer towards a place in the top 100. She'll be around 120 in the world rankings, so it's been a good week, and especially financially, of course, the boost that'll give her in order to finance her tennis over the next year by making the second round here. Certainly something to be aware of. Could be an Aussie, who knows, in the next round as well, the way things are going. Talia Gibson, the wild card, going along well, set to the good on Diana Schneider. That remains to be seen how that one finishes. Here on John Cain, let's get a chance to hear from the winner.
It's how it builds into your game tactically. It's got to be one of the big challenges, hasn't it, when you're trying to make these adjustments?
As I said, she's going to get opportunities to come forward just because the ground strokes are so big. And she puts her opponents on the defensive so often.
15. That's it.
That was Sabalenka Mark 1, isn't it? Big hitting.
Well, she hits a heavy ball, you know, she has good margins, and, you know, Andrea said it from courtside, you know, the ball hits and it jumps, and that comes from the racket head speed.
Смотрите вперед на ложку, это очень много играет туда вот.
Alexander Slovic, coach of by Joe Schwan.
Advantage, Sabalenka. Advantage, Sabalenka. Game Sabalenka.
Need to work hard to consolidate the break of serve.
Sabalenka leads by 2 games to 0.
She'll certainly take that, given the way that Bai has grown into this match.
And this has become a really fun contest to witness from the sidelines. Great rallies, and it does feel like Sabalenka has now accepted that Bai is a fantastic player, that she's playing a good match and is showing a bit more patience here in the beginning of the second set, but she needs to keep at it because otherwise this young woman will bounce right back.
Great decision-making. Clarity of thought from Bai.
15 minutes.
Executed to perfection.
On the line, Sabalenka was moving that way, anticipating, but the shot was too good.
Hmm.
Third C15.
Wow. What a monster of a backhand.
30 on.
And if all else fails, you can just crash the return.
I don't know if I can. It just must feel so good just to release some of that tension and frustration. Chance for Sabalenka to go 3-love up, just like she did in the opening set.
Game Sabalenka.
Looking dangerous again, the world number 1. Up a double break.
Sabalenka leads by 3 games to 0.
Yeah, Yeah, they were.
Can I, sorry, ice bag also there?
Yeah, he's not got to get too wrapped up when Rublev plays a point like that, feeling as though he should have done something else. That is the perfect point from Rublev's perspective. He's gone great first serve, 200 Ks into the backhand side, ripped to forehand, and then gone back in behind him. But you can see here, he's kind of berating himself.
Yeah, nothing more he could do there.
There was a lot more he could have done there, and that's where he's got to drop the guardrails. The backhand was perfect. I love that play from him, and it looked very comfortable, but that mid-court forehand just has to, that's green light. He's got to just pull the trigger on it.
Heading towards a place in round 3.
That's such a difficult serve to return. Just see how far by is just pushed out of the court. You know, she gets the width and the jump on that Sabalenka, and that's hard for anyone to return that serve.
But you have to remember, although they are just numbers, ranked 701 places below Arena Sabalenka. Trying to work back up towards her career high ranking of 83 after a long injury layoff.
Qualifying and winning around here will certainly help those numbers.
She moves up 110 places.
Well, and the sun has moved just around enough to be in Sabalenka's eye when she's serving off the ad side. That's why you see a few more kick serves there. A bit more safety for Sabalenka serving into the sun.
Yeah, it's just a matter of adjusting your toss, isn't it, from that southern end, and you know, you are just blinded for a split second.
See what Sabalenka thinks of that scoreline.
Advantage. Sabalenka. Game. Sabalenka.
4-love. Mirror image so far of set 1. see, though, that she's not happy totally.
Well, champions, they're perfectionists, aren't they? You know, they like to do things just how they plan for them to go. And she lost away just for a couple of games, but as Andrea said, you know, she's playing against someone today who, you know, given the opportunity, can maybe just make things a little bit more difficult. So you have to pay attention to that, don't you?
Ball was clearing the net by centimetres.
Yeah, that slice from Sabalenka.
Dangerous position this by Zhou Xuan.
15.
Fight back efforts in the first set. Could do with holding off Sabalenka here, getting herself on the board in set 2. It's almost as though it needs to be very edge of the precipice stuff for Bai Xuan. And she's staring down the barrel of a gun.
Produces her best.
Yeah. Spot on. Oh,
That's just a huge return, isn't it?
Rocket.
Advantage, Sabalenka.
Breakpoint number 3.
Sabalenka's not going to let you get away with that pace of serve.
Breakpoint number 3 saved.
Advantage, Cain.
A feather has just drifted down onto the court in front of Bai Zhou Xuan. on by Jo Schwan. Big shout.
Sabalenka Litve, 4-1.
She holds off Arena Sabalenka for now.
By definitely being able to perform when the pressure is on there. And over at John Cain Arena, having concluded our women's singles match earlier, does mean we're looking towards seeing our men's singles player coming out. So Medvedev playing a couple of days ago, 11th seed. Here he is again coming up against Frenchman Hales there.
So spin of the coin out of the way, and we'll look forward to a closer look at these two players.
Sense that Sabalenka was getting a little bit annoyed there, wasn't she? She had a whole bunch of break points and couldn't convert.
Sabalenka would have been hoping to be serving for the match here. But that survival instinct of Bai Jo Schwan means it's 4-1.
This is such a deadly pattern from Arena, even if you know it's going wide the serve and then into the open corner. It's just so hard to defend, particularly for somebody that doesn't have as long of a wingspan in Bai compared to other players out there.
We've seen it a few times in this match, haven't we? The touch from Bai, and she doesn't panic on that shot. She knows that Sabalenka's going to be probably looking for it, and so it has to be absolutely spot on, which it is.
She hit some sweet shots during that rally. That's how it was finished. She's fighting again.
Well, gee, there's a bit of a let-off. Second serve at 15 all. Opportunities, they're few and far between, aren't they? And that was one there. I'm not saying that she would have won the point, but you've got to make that return.
Votes 15. Let.
left touch. And Sabalenka a game away now.
Sabalenka leads by 5-1.
Result that looked almost inevitable at the very start of this match by fighting her way back into contention, back in to compete. But now she needs to hold off Aryna Sabalenka for one last time. And then ask Sabalenka to serve for it. It's the Sabalenka team.
Love 30.
Charging now towards the third round.
Love 40.
But this is where Bai tends to hit back against the wall. 3 match points to save.
Let. Listen.
Of urgency for Aryna Sabalenka. Bustling through to the third round. I think right at the beginning, she thought it was going to be easy.
The aim for the very top players in the world at these major championships is to get a little bit better every match. You know, Sabalenka, she won in Brisbane a couple of weeks ago, beating Kostyuk in the final. She got her matches there. She came to Melbourne Park. And was this match a little bit better than her first round? Absolutely was. But, you know, full credit to her opponent today. Won through qualifying and has battled all sorts of injuries the last couple of years. And it's nice to see her back playing again. But Sabalenka, just too much firepower, too much variety, and just, in the end, just too good.
By Georgian leaving with her 110 ranking points.
Sabalenka, we already knew was going to be a tough opponent, but Bai really making her work for it in that first set, not able to tie up the set scores in that second one there. But Sabalenka playing like she had somewhere else to be, and I mean, now she does. It's the third round of the Australian Open she'll be advancing to. Good on her, great work there. And over at Margaret Arena, we do have more matches continuing men's singles, where both set number 1 and set number 2 have now been won by 13th seed Rublev there, and qualifier Faria going to have to put in some work in this third set.
Holding that comfortably, you just feel like it's inevitable that you'll hold serve, you'll get the break eventually, and the job will be done. So you're right, Faria needs to find a way to create some kind of doubt in the Rublev mindset.
Had an interesting way into tennis, and his brother Vicente actually went to art museums. That's what his dad was. He was an art professor, museum curator. They actually traveled around a number of different cities in Portugal when he was younger. As I said earlier, it was that Champions Tour event that came a couple of times to Portugal with the legends, and kind of just got him inspired. Local tennis club, those are always important as well and need to be supported. Helped him continue his tennis career, even though things weren't exploding for him until the age of 16.
He kind of has that look of somebody that's pretty creative.
Yeah.
But he's not been that creative today. It's been a bit monochrome.
No, his tennis isn't necessarily. You're right. It's sort of big serving, looking for power. I think he could add a little bit of creativity as he develops.
Couple of sets in the bag for the 13th seed.
It's a missed forehand for Rublev, but he's not going to miss many of those. It looks like we're going to get more of the same from Faria on return. Just chipping the ball pretty short in the court.
Bravo. 30-15.
More of the same for Rublev's side of the court. Different approach needed for the 22-year-old. Do you know the winner, or who the winner would play? Whoever gets through here. At the moment, it's certainly looking like Andre. Cisco Cerundolo dominating Emir Jumeur in their match. Won 18 out of the last 22 games. A couple of big forehands on the court. Yeah. That one, if we get there with a Rublev-Cerundolo meeting.
Yeah, they've played 4 times before, and the Argentines actually won 3 of them. Last meeting was indoors in Paris in 2024. The way this is looking, it's looking very much like it'll be a Rublev-Cerundolo matchup, and as you say, you sort of fear for the tennis balls in that one, don't you, with the 2 forehands on show. Big hits from Faria. You know, in this situation, if I'm Pedro Sousa's coach, I'd really want to see him dig in here. You know, yes, he's 2 sets down, and he, you know, is probably feeling what everyone inside this Margaret Court Arena is feeling, that Rublev's on his way. But there's so much to potentially gain, even if he were to lose this 3rd set, by digging in, by trying a few different things, by seeing how far he can push his game, to then take that into, you know, his upcoming tournaments and indeed the rest of his career. There's also always the chance in a best-of-5 set match that, you know, the player that's 2 sets up maybe loses a little bit of focus, or, you know, just has enough of a dip, and if you can just win the 3rd, you never know where it might take you.
No, you're never sure. Oh, you're absolutely right. And everyone's mileage in the draw is a little bit different, whether is feeling any effects from coming through qualies to get to this stage is potentially another factor, but that is an encouraging start to the 3rd set. Once again, just a little too short with the return. Try and find a way to fade that down the line into the backhand side of Rublev. At least you then know that that one's going to go cross-court and you can get into the rally. Go cross-court with that shot and you've got an awful lot of baseline that you have to protect.
Yeah, that's a really good point. You know, if he is going to persist with the chip return, I think he has to raise the standard on it, raise the ambition with it. He's got to be looking to chip it deep to the backhand corner, not just onto the tee in the middle of the court. You know, set the bar higher for himself in this set.
Obviously a lot easier to do on the second serve than it is on the first, although he hasn't had huge success on that second serve of Rublev's today. 13 out of 20 won by Rublev. Couple of sweet strikes though off the two-hander. And he grabs a toe hold in this 3rd game.
Brilliant from Faria, and something completely new in this match. The slice approach, rushing the net, and it paid off for him. He's a big guy, covered the net well there.
took the gamble from 30 love. That was a special game from the 22-year-old. Who's class. And grabs his first break.
Fair play, Jean Faria. It's exactly what you want to see from him. Having a go, and he's got his first break of serve of the match now. Something to really work with in this third. Was the chip return again?
Medvedev has generally liked the quicker conditions, hasn't he?
Well, I think so. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the Grand Slam results, the clay, the slower surface, is his worst results.
Yep.
Has to generate more of your own power there against natural clay courts that can do that, you know, subconsciously.
30 Dean.
So I think the courts like the US Open and here, where he's won at the US Open and been in the final 3 times here, this is the surface that suits him best. Not a great record either at Wimbledon, which semi-final he's been at Wimbledon. Forgive me. But he's won the US Open. He's been in the final of the Australian Open. So I think he likes the ball coming onto the racket more. Well, I like the play. At least he's been thinking about how to approach this match and what sort of tactics to incorporate.
15.
And use the pace.
15.
Because there is power there. We saw it on the final point of the last game.
Oh.
What's this been?
That's even better forehand. Yeah, you're right. He looks more comfortable hitting open stance, as he did on these 2 forehands. Getting the right foot out wide behind the ball there. Can't believe that. I think he got a little carried away maybe, but anywhere in the service box would have done.
Yeah, Rublev actually stopped running.
Missed an open goal there.
Yeah, it's been unfortunate for Portugal. They haven't created any good soccer players. Easy to miss open goals.
Although I was there last year when Scotland got a 0-0 win against them.
Not only attacking well, defending effectively. And an irresistible combination that is just denting the progress of Rublev for the time being.
It just feels to me like Faria has found a bit of freedom. You know, now that he's 2 sets down, almost sort of just let go of any tension and going for his shots now.
I'm not quite sure why he has suffered a bit of undertow mentally there. Why has he dragged himself back down?
Yeah, you can't win every point. Especially not against a player of this level.
And also wants to project an image to Rublev that he feels incredibly comfortable and can continue to play like this and dominate.
Great speech that the great Roger Federer did. You know, correct me if I'm wrong, was it Princeton or it was one of the sort of Ivy League? Dartmouth. Yeah, thank you. But he spoke of, you know, the percentage of points won in his career being just over 50%. And, you know, and that's one of the greatest players to ever do it. You know, you can't let a good point that your opponent plays sort of affect your mindset negatively. You're always on to the next point and, you know, just trying to play that to the best of your ability.
Heard the call of Buona. That was very good for Rublev, although he is in the deficit in this third set.
Interesting juncture in this.
40-15.
To forget, of course, Rohan Gertzke's role, because he is working alongside Thomas Johansson, is Rohan. So it's not a one-man team. Rohan, who has been around the tour, not so much of late, but in previous years.
Richard Krajicek, he coached. Coach
Richard
when Rohan Gertzke was a very young man. And he's got a mountain of tennis knowledge.
Yep.
2 games all.
Here's the forehand swing, which is, as we said, a little unorthodox. Here's the difference in pace, which is interesting between the two players. Fitzy mentioned how much more is on the Alice ball. It's a lot. Oh, yes. Giving him the run around.
That's where I would like to see him kind of go parallel, get his left foot up the court rather than just waiting for the ball. Because by the time you set up for the open stance at times, you actually have to let the ball come down because you're waiting for it to arrive at you rather than going to collect it.
Yeah, I'm no biomechanist, but you know, the studies will show that if you can get that left foot down the court, then you know, the power produced is increased, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can do more damage with it. Got himself a little more side on there, but of course it's a runaround forehand where you have to give yourself the option to play that inside out forehand as he did. It's that one through the middle, isn't it, on the forehand, rather than waiting for an open stance. Step in with the left and crunch it.
He's found a really nice rhythm on serve. Just within touching distance of 70% of his first serves have gone in this third set. The swinger out wide on the deuce is starting to cause Rublev a few problems. But it's been that shot that has been the great separator between these two.
Yeah, we see his coach there, Pedro Sousa, who in the warm-up told us his big weapons are the serve and the backhand. And that has been the case. His backhand down the line has been sensational at times. But the reason he's ahead in this third is starting to really attack that forehand down the line. And that's a big, convincing hold of serve. Sends a message to Rublev. He's not going anywhere.
Ball change. Let's
see if he can keep his mindset in the positive gear after holding on effectively to go up 3-1. He just got a little bit negative quickly. You made the point about Roger's speech at Dartmouth at university. Of course, Tony Godsett went to Dartmouth, which is why he made that particular speech. The year that Roger won 81 matches and lost just 4, that season he won 55 points. Percentage of the points that he played that season.
It's incredible,
and he only
it?
lost 4 matches.
Yeah, you know, when you think of that record, matches won, you would think he'd be at least in the 60s percentage of points won, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Oh, he has really turned the tables, and it's been courtesy of some real quality.
Yeah, again, I just come back to the fact that he's 2 sets down and he's playing with, I think, more freedom as a result. You know, he's moving better, he's hitting bigger.
Oh, that's a great serve. That has handcuffed him.
15 on.
New balls in play, so quicker through the air and skidding a little off the line, perhaps. Brilliant serve.
30-15.
Done a good job here, Rublev, mentally. You've got to expect all players to light it up for a period of a match. And he's found another one this time. It kisses the top of the tape. And your job at that moment as the high-ranked player is to try and stay with him. He hasn't been able to do that because it has been just breathtakingly good from Federer. But the reality is that Rublev hasn't got down on himself.
Where he might have done in the past. That is for sure.
Just to see where he goes here. So I feel like it's got to be body forehand, but yeah, that's a good serve. The backhand did the damage when he finally unlocked the door to the first break in the match. Federer.
I don't mind the return though. You know, it's going big and hitting and attacking down that line. That's the reason he's ahead in this set. He's just got the wrong trajectory on it. Excellent. Skipping around this court now. He's light on his feet, swinging freely. And it's the Faria forehand dominating this set now.
Got great lag, hasn't he? I mean, that's the one thing when you watch him play prior to this match. You can see why he does well on clay at times. I mean, he really does generate some racket head acceleration. Still feel that there's a lot of upside in that swing as well.
First outburst we've heard from Rublev today. He started to become a little frustrated with how well Faria's hitting the ball.
Advantage, Rublev.
any brittleness on the other side of the court. Rublev has kept himself in a location where he can take advantage of it. Ferrer 4-3 though, with the break.
Sorry, you can check where's the racket? Thank you.
Lev must have a racket back at the stringers. He's asking to Miriam Blade to have a check, get it back as soon as he can.
Time.
Once again, a little drift around the grounds. Kia Arena there. That was the site of a very emotional win for Stan Wawrinka the other day. Interested to see how long Federer can keep this tennis going.
Yeah, it's intriguing. You know, he's been the better player the first 7 games of this set. He deserves to be 4-3 a break ahead, but he's now into the territory where he's thinking,
what's something to lose?
I'm close to winning this set now. And will he keep playing with freedom, or will he tighten up as a result? Well, nothing he could do about that. That is just brilliant.
It's difficult to put a time span on it, but when you watch enough tennis over the course of your life, this kind of increase in tempo that a player suddenly has at these sort of junctures in matches, it tends to last around 20-25 minutes, and then you get a bit of a drop. Because if they could do it consistently, they would have done it from the start. That is a big let-off.
15-30.
Rublev thinks that was long, but in fact both players seem to think it may have been, but technology confirms it. It's clipped the back of the line. But the psychology is intriguing, isn't it? Because, you know, the common sense way of thinking for me would be the pressure's on Rublev here. Because if he doesn't get the break back, he's lost the set. So the pressure's on him to perform. But that's not the way it works out. The way it works out is Faria potentially thinks, well, I could win this set, so I've got something to lose, so you try and protect. And they tend to be the ones that tighten up.
Excellent overhead. Suboptimal start to the game.
40-30.
Yeah, that was missable, particularly at that end of the court. The sun could have been an issue. It's right above him. Deep in the court as well. He got great snap on that.
Unlucky.
Use.
Lovely strike. Good resistance being shown here by Rublev.
Huge delivery there, 213 kilometers an hour down the tee. The evidence of today, that's his favorite serve, isn't it? Hammering it. Oh.
Couple of special deliveries to finish off the game. And a huge step forward to claiming this third set. Not his quickest. He has dropped one in at 2:18, but 2:15 that last one, located in the corner of the corner. Oh. He went full Bill Tilden there with the grip.
It was an incredible shot. Actually, a great hustle from Rublev to come out on top.
A couple of times on his volleys, he almost kind of keeps running away sort of along the net rather than to the net, and then tries to play it on the short angle the other way. It's a really hard volley to go. When you're having to chase that hard to get to it, you've almost got to punch it down the line and pick your poison.
14.
Yeah, if he can move a little more diagonally and just get some natural momentum into the shot, you got to do less work with the racket, don't you?
Yeah. Rublev going full Riley Opelka there. 5-4. Ferrer, he'll serve for the third.
Well, there's no real sign of any tightening up from Ferrer in his previous service game. You know, yes, he was in trouble, but came out of it impressively. See if he can continue to go for his shot, serve big, play big, as he looks to close out this third set.
Time.
Ferrer with a chance to grab all the marbles in this third set. It's been well attended, well watched, and it has been a very interesting turn of events here in the third set. It has been aggressive, consistent play. And given the way that he finished his last service game, going to be interesting to see here whether he changes it up. He has liked to go with the angled serve to the Rublev forehand on the due side on the first point of the game. But a couple of fast deliveries in the last one got the desired result. He has options. Stayed true to a strategy that has borne out good results for him.
And a game like this, it's so nice for Ferrer, the underdog, to have that big serve, doesn't it? Get a few cheap points if he can. Surprised at that play. 155 kilometer an hour kick serve for the first serve. I don't know why he wouldn't just be dropping the hammer here as he tries to serve this out.
Doesn't need to overthink it.
No.
Hits his spots with his serve, the set's his.
30-15.
It's more like it. Expect something.
40-15.
Exactly what Rublev received. 213 Ks. Red hot, and then a nice shuffled backhand down the line, and we've seen a number of those. Well, that was the shot that turned the entire tide of the match, and it is fitting that it is a forehand down the line that secures the third for the Portuguese player. That was special.
Absolutely right, finishing it with the shot that didn't just win him the last point of the set, it won him the set. Some of the forehands down the line he was able to produce. It was his biggest serve of the match there on set point, 219. Really impressive from João Faria to just keep going for his shots all the way across the finish line in the third set. And well, what was looking like a potential straight sets convincing win for Rublev. We now have a match on our hands here on Margaret Court Arena.
I mean, it was impressive how he managed to insert himself into the conversation, Flembo, but it was probably even more impressive the last kind of segment of that third set for me. The two big serves to get himself to 5-3, and then the way that, obviously, as you highlighted, the second point of the game wasn't the correct way to go, and he just dictated.
Yeah, 16 winners to 10 against one of the most powerful, one of the most attacking players in the game. That's how big a set Faria played. Can he do it again in the fourth? We'll find out very soon.
Anyway, he might hold on here, Medvedev.
Well, he blew it a bit, didn't he, Daniel, there?
Well, it was the first ball after the serve, wasn't it? Because he effectively left himself in trouble.
Yeah, the backhand that he gets set here really early and just goes the wrong way. Alice was good. He faked and stayed and opened the corner.
It's unfortunate.
Hey, this is a big forehand.
Medvedev.
A dangerous one.
Juice.
Ball toss too low, got too far in front of him, couldn't get on the back of it. That was the problem. And that's a first double, excuse me, for Medvedev today. Counter. So he wants a bit of love here, this Medvedev.
Well, I think this crowd owes him some love.
Medvedev.
This stadium was very harsh on him a few years ago in the second round here.
Yep.
It was tough to watch. I mean, he's a player that deserves respect, and I don't think they gave him enough. And maybe it's payback time.
Medvedev.
Big hold, a lengthy game, one of the longest of the sets so far. At least I can tell you. is yet to be broken this tournament so far. I've just been informed, so been a tough out.
Hitting love. Dirty love. A request of a replay on the service line.
Where the ball landed.
Love.
Lower. It's a little tougher to attack that one when the ball's around the shins. A little more careful, especially going with the higher part of the net.
T13.
What a well-played point from Quentin Alice. If he can continue to play like this, he's going to make life very uncomfortable for the former world number one.
6 games to 5.
And the one thing that I've learned in my time when I have been coaching is how hypersensitive players are to the words that you use. And you have to be so careful about using words that sort of re-emphasize or amplify what they either think are weaknesses or potentially strengths. And sometimes you have to kind of bluff them in terms of what went wrong in the day before, because they're so focused myopically on the weakness that they kind of think it's always that contributed to the loss. And I wonder if he's heard so many times that your forehand's not as good as your backhand that he's just been a little reticent to unleash it. And miss it like that, and it's, oh, your shot is... It's like, well, I agree with you. You said it a few times today. You know, it's a good miss.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in exactly that. I think the narrative, your own self-narrative and that of your close-knit team is so important. And if I was working for Ian, the narrative I would have for him are that, he's got a great serve, great backhand, but the forehand is the difference maker. He's got a big forehand, it's a difference maker. It's the one that's going to win in big matches and big moments. And it won him the third set.
Yeah, it won the third set by a mile. I do think that he can do a few things around that forehand a little bit better. I do think footwork patterns would help him with his forehand cross-court. I do think that he could take time away from his opponent a little bit more with the forehand. But I would be emphasizing to him that he could potentially get that forehand to being one of the best in the world. It is not an Achilles heel. because the bigger he hits his forehand and the more threat that comes from that side, the more often Rublev is actually going to have to take the ball into what, in his own mind, is his favoured wing.
Third Silla.
Starting to wear the paint out on that line. He's been so accurate with that serve.
It's a brilliant technique, isn't it? Quite a simple technique, but he's just a big, strong guy and loads up and explodes into the ball.
You can see why he wasn't one of the better juniors in Portugal, because he grew late. He said his dad's tall. But he's one of those players and one of those people who just grew late, simply. And that's one of the things that I dislike about talent ID in countries and federations. The one thing that talent ID does 100% of the time is tell people they're not going to make it. But a guy like Jimmy, you're not going to necessarily see him at 8, 9, 10 years old when he hasn't hit that many balls with the way that he moves and go, this kid's got X factor.
His height and his size now are, you know, fundamental to his game. It's that change-up serve again.
30 on.
You know, maybe 40 love to show something different. 30-15, still quite a big point for me. Early stages of the fourth, big period in the match for Faria in particular. It's now at 30 all. Pressure moment. Not sure what the delay was. Something catching the eye of Faria before the second serve, but it maybe just broke the rhythm of Rublev.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't really understand why he feels that that's going to be a good play against Rublev, who has a very high take back on his back. He can just angle that cross court so comfortably.
Yeah. And as well as Faria's played in the last sort of 45 minutes, Rublev's still the favourite in the rally. That's a big second there, really strong, gutsy second serve. Surely this time to the ad court he rocks back and sends down a rocket.
He's made it. And creates a little bit of a bridgehead early on in this fourth set to try and mount some sort of assault against the Rublev serve early. Yeah, I don't know how much data he needs to tell him that big first serves are definitely the way to go.
Well, I can tell you he's tried it 3 times in his last 2 service games and lost all 3 of the points. So that should be all the data he needs. 0 from 3 is not getting it done. He's in this match though, isn't he? This isn't a case of Rublev winning the first 2 sets and losing a bit of focus. This is a case of Faria finding another gear. And if he can maintain it, then he is right in this second round match.
15 love.
The only pressure in this particular rally was for the spectator to make the catch.
Hi.
Andre just trying to inject a little pace into that, didn't need to, just could have just caressed it over the net into the space. He was still going to be odds-on favourite to win the rally, didn't need to hit a clean winner. Here he comes.
Forehand again.
30 all.
Big hits, giving him control of the point. And really nice movement this time to the volley. Diagonally, just smothering that ball. Got it above the height of the net and made no mistake.
Really fun match. Barrage of forehands there from Rublev, and he goes up 2-1 in the fourth. His forehand has been solid all the way through. Bit more fluctuations with his opponents, Flembo.
Yeah, certainly has been. We can look at his forehand rally placement in set 2. 39% of his forehands he hit down the line into that white zone in the court. But look at the adjustment he made in set 3, the set that he won. All of a sudden, 65% of his forehands going down the line, and they weren't just placed there, they were hit big. He hit 1 forehand winner in set 2, he hit 7 forehand winners in set 3.
Into the fourth set for these two players, just a little bit of a break as 3 games are done there. But on their first set over at Cain Arena is Medvedev up against Ali's there. And it feels like Ali's, just taking the lead 4-2 right now. See if he's able to win the tiebreak and therefore win the set.
Oh, by a whisker. Oh, it's a game of centimetres.
Played a great point up till then, didn't he?
Alice.
Just wonder if he needed to run around the ball there. Felt like he was just a little cramped for time, wasn't he? Not much, but...
Well, exactly, he was, but gee, it's his weapon, isn't it? It's dangerous, that forehand. He can really thump it. Mini break. Medvedev still hanging on in this set. Oh, that was a big one to get back on an even keel.
Yeah, not won too many points against the first serve Medvedev, but that was a very important one. Only the 6th time he's won a point, in fact, against the first. The move, took it out of the air and dealt with it very well.
5-4, Alice.
He's been a bit of a master in this first set of hitting a high, deep return with no pace on it. And if it lands just inside the baseline, it really gives Medvedev some trouble. Just missed that one.
So well.
Well, this set's been on a knife edge right until this point. Either player could have won that point. They both, to me, seem like they got the upper hand at different stages in that rally. That slice, I thought then of Elise's was going to win the point. But what a dig from Medvedev there to save it.
That's where his long levers really come in handy, isn't it? Set point then for the former world number one. Kept him guessing, wasn't he, with the direction of that serve. There's been a good spread. Served very accurately. We have a screen in front of us in terms of looking at where that ball's landing. He's kept that ball very tight to the lines off that first serve, off all four corners. It really has been valuable for him today.
Medvedev being able to have that tiebreaker for himself. Well, 6-6. You know, they're doing the bring it back a little bit after we checked in. I thought Alice was gonna take that one in there for this set, but going from former world number one in Medvedev, looking towards what is going to be happening in Rod Laver Arena with current world number one Alcaraz there up against Hanfmann. They're going to be playing on Rod Laver, like I've just said there, and we're going to see just how Hanfmann's going to fare up against Alcaraz, knowing that his previous match in round one went all the way to 4 sets. Tiebreak is needed in that 4th set for him to win it as well. And you're going to be on your game because Alcaraz winning his first round against Aussie Adam Walton in 3 straight sets there. So we're going to jump back to JCAC, exactly how the tiebreakers are going to wrap up for that first set.
For him to knock the ball off, to win the point outright with it, just as he did there. Wow, what a weapon. Oh, my goodness, what nerve. That's why it's good. Well, among other reasons, Nick, but wow, what a shot to play right then. Redirected a couple of times. I thought for sure he'd play a bit safe there, go back across court to give himself a better opportunity. But he has no fear on that. Just awesome, that backhand down the line in those circumstances. Well, I'll tell you one thing. If Medvedev wins this set, surely it has a very negative impact on Elise in the outcome of this whole match, because he's been really, really good in this first set. In some ways deserves to get over the line in it, but if he doesn't, it'll be a knock to his, not his ego, but just his confidence, you would think, and his state of mind.
Hold that thought, because he's still very much alive.
Well, I think Elise needs to win this set. If you look at them on paper and their history, if Medvedev loses this set, you can see him still coming back and being well and truly capable of winning the match. If Elise loses his first set, that will be a blow. you'd think logic says that it'd be harder for him to come back and win in 4 or 5.
The let cord just slightly disrupted him, I think.
9-8. Medvedev.
Just threw the timing off. Medvedev apologising because of that.
You could hear the frame wrapping around the ball there, couldn't you?
Back he comes again.
Well, I knew his forehand was good. I didn't think it was this good.
9-all.
This is timing at its best. I mean, he mishit the one before on an interesting bounce over with a let cord, but when he's got time, gee, the timing out of the middle of his racket is super impressive.
It's going to be one of the longest sets of the week. We're at 67 minutes and counting now.
Presence of mind. On this surface, it is fraught with danger. And it wasn't quite fine enough, that drop shot. It gave Elise too much time to get to the ball and have the presence of mind and the touch in that right hand to do this. Magnificent.
Frenchman with a set point of his own. Oh, he's missed it.
Game and first set.
Quentin Alice has taken an absorbing opening set here on Cain Arena. The informed Daniel Medvedev in a bit of trouble.
I'm actually so shocked that we even saw an end to this set one there with how closely these two men are matched up against each other. Tiebreak is 11 and 9, finally going the way of Frenchman Ali's there. But it just begs the question, what else is going to happen in set 2? Is there still going to be the same level of energy from both of them? Different forms of attack going to be coming out from them there, but that's over in JCA. We're seeing some walkouts right now happening in our other arenas. Most namely, what we're seeing now is Rod Laver, where it's Alcaraz, seed number 1, up against Humphrey there. A little bit of extra info down there, if you guys caught that down there in the bottom left there about our players. Yeah, it's a nice description about Alcaraz, how he plays, trying to force some errors, uncomfortable positions, trying to be very explosive where he can, apply some pressure, and try and create break chances throughout the match. So we'll see exactly if Alcaraz is able to bring that sort of form again for himself. And we briefly talked about their round 1 matches, how they were able to make it to round number 2, but we want to have a look at what is happening in Margaret Court Arena, as I believe set number 4 is still taking place for them and potentially nearing the end.
Faria has discovered his true potential. Yep. He's hitting the ball. He is playing at such a high level here.
To see it, undiluted passion, and no one does that better than Rublev. Firecracker of a forehand just when he needed it, and that forces the issue in his favour.
Yeah, it's an elite forehand, isn't it? Cut the corner, took it early, ripped it, and look at that reaction.
And that was the release, not just of joy, but of patience. He has been so patient and been willing to take great shot after great shot, and respect that his opponent had found a different gear for a while.
AO, your turn.
Double D.
Perfect. It's okay,
Damien
it's okay,
Dumassois is the chair umpire.
Mark Anderson. I receive. You receive. Stay. Picture, please.
Mark Edmondson, of course, the last
look at the photographer over there.
Australian man to win the title here at the Australian Open 1970.
And in many ways, Faria needs to look at that point and go, that's how I need to play in the future. A ball that sits there, it's a point ender. Win or lose it, miss it as Rublev has, that has to be the right mindset.
Yeah. There's always the risk as well for Rublev. You know, we saw the reaction, we love to see it, but of a slight sort of come down afterwards. He let out so much emotion there.
And the ball toss would suggest that he's feeling just a little bit anxious about consolidating that break.
Oh.
I like this from Rublev. He's one of the quickest players in the games between points, as well as in the point, but between points. And sometimes that can be to his, disadvantage. When things get away from him, he rushes. Go to the towel, little word with the team, reset.
First serve's disappeared just when he wanted it. I wonder if that's his final chance. He did such a good job on the return, exactly what you'd love to see, and then the next shot just didn't put Rublev in any trouble at all.
Yeah, he didn't quite level up with it, did he? It's all or nothing now for Faria.
That's all. That's everything.
30-14.
Does that deter Rublev from taking the serve out wide. Does he go into that forehand? We've seen Farid block the forehand, return off a quick first serve down the tee. He went body.
And for me, that's another sign that he's controlling his emotions. He's thinking clearly under pressure. Again, taking his time here. This is good stuff from Rublev. Wasn't going to serve to the backhand again, was he, after the previous return on the juice court? Nice change up there.
Interesting from Rublev. He went big targets. He had lost his rhythm on his first serve, and he went big targets on the last three, and that has allowed him to move to within one game of the third round.
Concerns for you about at least keeping this level going, Fitzy?
Well, I think there always is, you know, from the lesser ranked player. I mean, he's played, I would think, about as well as he could play there, and it was very impressive. Can he maintain it is always the question, always.
It's an easy winner, isn't it? Medvedev didn't even offer a chase there.
30-15.
Well, it's just beautiful timing. You can't get the ball from A to B like that without the ball coming off the middle of the strings. This is just beautiful. And he generates his own power with it. Because there was very little to work with there in terms of his opposition's speed.
Complicated hole to serve for Rublev in the previous game. It'll be interesting to see how much he invests here on the return. The physical toll hasn't taken anything out of the Portuguese serve. Last couple of serves at 2:15, his fastest of the match 2:19. He missed one on the second point at 2:20. Go big or go home. He's about to find out. In terms of average speeds, that might well be the quickest there is dropped in this match. Virtually every serve at 2:15 or higher. He's given himself one last chance to salvage this full set.
It was a season of building and improving for Hanfmann. Of course, in September, he was down as far as 159 in the rankings. Got it back up to 102 by the end of the season. Some good results. Nicely done.
He was looking a little on the edge in the last service game, managed to find a way through it, but his first double fault, another strong indicator that he is feeling the pressure at the moment to see off Faria. And out of absolute nowhere, with the finishing line right in front of him, Rublev with 2 double faults that hands Faria 2 break-back points. First one saved with some vintage Rublev play, serve and forehand. First ace of the set, his 5th overall. And back to the relative safety of Deuce. Great discipline from Rublev. It would have been easy to try and torch that one down the line. He's got the firepower to do so. But he offered up the opportunity for his opponent to miss. Faria did. Rublev with match point.
Let second serve. Advantage, Faria.
The absence of alternatives allowed him to narrow the focus. He had to make a winner. He did. What a response by Rublev to the pressure that has been somewhat self-inflicted in this game. Just how will Rublev respond to that? The architect of his own demise in that service game, and Faria rises from the rubble, courtesy of Rublev.
Well, we were holding on to see what could have been the end of this match here, but just like Faria, he's holding on even more against his battle against Rublev. So we're going to switch on over to Rod Laver Arena. The match we've been talking about in their lead up with the players arriving and the coin toss and everything. It is seed number 1, Alcaraz, up against
opportunities slip against Carlos, where you get a second serve chance on a break point. That doesn't come very often. It's so difficult to create the break point chance, and then when you get the one on your racket like that, to try and make him have to earn it, at the very least suffer through and endure a physical rally.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
This is some good ground stroking from Hanfmann. Settled into this match beautifully. On the right is Alvaro, oldest brother of Carlos. Just to the left, Sam Lopez. Of course, traveling on his own now as head coach of Team Alcaraz. Oof. We were talking about perhaps these top players have to be off for something not quite right. And I'm just wondering, for the first time in his career, I think Alcaraz will have a different kind of tennis stress, gentlemen. He handles the playing so well, but no Juan Carlos Ferrero. And I'm just wondering how you guys see that playing out this fortnight.
That's a beautiful volley there. Well, Robbie, I'll start. I don't love it. I think it's an interesting move. You don't know all the things that happen behind the scenes, but when you've had such consistency within the team for so long, and let's take a look here at this point first. Great deep approach shot, and then the drop volley. Look at the variance between the depth on these two balls. One of them's right next to the baseline, and then this drop volley, the backspin, taking the pace off the ball. I think that sometimes players maybe don't realize the importance of consistency and those voices around you that have helped you for so long. So for me, you know, I think that he comes in here 2026 without that presence in the box, and it's going to be very interesting to see if he can maintain the same sort of structure and the same sort of cool composure under pressure that he's had throughout his career. Reading into the statements, it to me seemed as if Juan Carlos Ferrero did not want to step away. It seemed like he was very keen to keep going. So I think that there's a lot to be paying attention to here early on.
Game, Alcaraz.
Tell you what, he's had to go to work here in that opening service game. Team's happy, so are the Spanish fans. They've got this guy to cheer for the next 15, 20 years. Who knows how long. He can stay fit and healthy. And he's a pretty chilled guy as well. He was out playing some golf on Monday with Roger Federer at Kingston Heath. One of my favorite courses in the world. Not too far from here.
That's a good course and great company to keep out there too. So I'm sure that you'd love to be a fly on the wall or a fly in the cart in that grouping. Wally, what's your thoughts on the coaching situation? You've been on both sides of that, so what do you think?
It's interesting, isn't it? Because someone like Juan Carlos Ferreira, who's been a great player himself, Grand Slam winner, every morning he wakes up on tour with a guy like Carlos. He kind of knows what's coming. He can look down the track 3 or 6 months. He knows the pressure he'll be under, the expectation, the media attention, agents wanting a little bit more of his charge. That's a little wild, and maybe he can act as a bit of a shield. Carlos may not even know some of the moves that Juan Carlos has made behind the scenes just to protect his player, and it could even be training load, just understanding the emotional toll of a big Grand Slam win, just little things like that. So yeah, I'll be curious to see how it plays out. Sometimes I think for some coaches on tour, every day they wake up, it's a new day. They haven't been through that cycle.
Well, that's exactly my thought. I've been in the position myself where at a young age you break through and had some good trajectory early on, and you don't really understand all of the things that come with that pressure and all the things that come with the sort of magnitude and the scale and the expectations that you're under. And it's so important, the team around you, your close friends, family, team, to help put you in that sort of bubble.
Perez has won the points, but one of my favorite parts about his game, his soft skills. It all started right there. Right there. The ability just to improvise, hit that chip return, get into the rally.
He has the best variation of spin of anyone on tour. And that's one of the things that allows him to make some disruption for Sinner, is his ability to shape the ball.
And we talk about playing these very best players in the world, and what do you need? Well, you need to hold your serve. So you need a bit of heat on that first serve, and so far, Hanfman has shown us he can do that, but he'll have to sustain that good serving for a long, long period of time.
Yeah, 7 out of 10 first serves, mate. A lot of talk about Alcaraz obviously early on, but Jannik Hanfman is operating beautifully. He's got a 2-1 lead in the opening set.
Resilience.
Love your team.
Come on, hang on here, come on.
Rowan Gertzke there, Melbourne born. Good mate of Pat Cash's when they were young. Lovely guy, Rowan. He'll bring a really measured presence to this group.
15 all.
Such a long partnership with Gilles Savara as well. It was sort of 7, 8 years, wasn't it, that he had? He was very tight with Gilles.
Yeah, I'm sure that relationship will stay special to them both for the rest of their lives. What a group of years they went through together.
Yeah, it took him all the way to the world #1 spot. That's pretty... It's nice on the CV, isn't it? As
Sure
a coach.
is. Yeah. Pretty good on the players' CV too.
Absolutely. He's now coaching Nishesh Basava Reddy, Gilles Savara.
Is there a slight title change?
40.
Ryan, a question of a technical nature. With the change at the start of the serve for Carlos, does he get in a different position when he strikes the ball?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I think that the most important thing when you get to the top is having that good trophy position. So many players get there in a different way. Hanfman again putting some pressure on Carlos.
Love 30.
Just a little tied up here. This wasn't a plan between the leg shot. This was a product of him trying to cover that angle cross court. The ball being right down the middle. Carlos just mistimes this a little bit.
Can he land the final dagger? Rublev reaches the third round in Melbourne once again. He was firmly the best player on court in the opening couple of sets. And then Jimmy Faria dropped the guardrails. And he posed a significant threat to the chances.
Rublev being pushed to his absolute limits, it feels like, in that fourth set, whether mentally, physically. 20 shots in the very final point there to win game, to win set #4, and this match here to advance on to round #3 of the Australian Open. Just a little bit better in every sense when we look at these match summary here and the way that he was able to convert so many serves into wins for himself, into matches and into points. But we're going to head on back to RLA and see the continuation of our first seed Alcaraz up against Humph.
Bigger margin here.
Wow. Cain, Hanfmann.
Jannik Hanfmann has looked like a really cool customer here under the scrutiny of centre court at Rod Laver Arena. They've played on 2 occasions. If you're joining us for the first time today, he played Alcaraz as a 16-year-old at the Seville Challenger. He lost to him 7-6, 7-6, and he came off the court and said to his girlfriend at the time that this kid is something special. He was obviously a lot smaller than what he is now, but the ball striking was incredible, he said. Intimidation factor is not there like it would be for somebody who's playing Alcaraz for the first time.
very loose game there previously in the service game for Carlos, and we talked a little bit about in the opener that Carlos has never made it past the quarterfinals here at Melbourne Park. It's the only major he hasn't won. If he were to win it, he'd be the youngest ever to achieve the career Grand Slam.
Why do you think that is the case? I'd like to hear from both of you about that.
Well, for all the things he does well, sometimes that creativity and the shot selection, especially early on in tournaments, it can be a little bit too much. And we saw that in the previous game where he tried to play the between the legs half volley, ultimately ended up missing an easy ball trying to go for the fake drop shot and push the slice deep. And you saw there in transition this good, easy, smooth approach shot. It's not tricky. It's not going to make a highlight reel, but it's so effective. Here in Melbourne Park, the conditions, it's not as easy to break serve and to recover from a couple mental lapses as it is in other places. Slower surfaces like the clay, other places where he can maybe have a couple mistakes and then turn around and just up the physicality and the consistency level a bit. Here, you create these chances, and because it's faster conditions, especially a guy like Hanfmann, he can take the racket out of your hands, even for a guy like Carlos, and hit a couple big serves and serve his way through trouble. Whereas it's more difficult on the slower surfaces to do that.
So impressed by the opening 4 games from the German. Came through a tough first round match against Zach Schweider. What a ball striker Schweider is. So Hanfmann getting a lot of reps in that match. That is the slightly weaker side of Jannik. Forehand. Already Alcaraz just giving him a steady diet of forehands. Boomerang break, as we like to call it down under. You get broken, you break right back. Well, Alcaraz is better than most. He's able to do it 1 in 4. See if he can do it here.
Oh.
Good night. Alcaraz at his explosive best does indeed break right back. And we're back on serve. So good at getting in position to hit this inside-in forehand. When you're going over the highest part of the net, you've got to put all kinds of spin on that in order to keep it in, especially when you hit it as hard as he does, and you can see the revolutions on the ball there. Wonderful camera work. As good as the clarity of his shot selection there.
Time.
In the first round, Alcaraz got the better of an Aussie, Adam Walton. And again, that was a good contest. Walton gave a heck of an account of himself, I thought. Put a lot of balls in play. So in the end, Alcaraz with just too much firepower. But I think a lot of good feedback would have been received by Walton. I think it'll tee him up nicely for the next couple of months.
Love.
Oh, that is scandalous feel.
30 love.
It's the disguise here. He holds it to the very last second. That ball is already bouncing by the time he changes from that top spin load up to getting in the backswing. He gets to that slice grip, which he can play the drop shot with, and the disguise there. It's incredible.
Net. First service.
Boys, there's not much breeze here, but it definitely is coming from behind Jannik Sinner, just down the court slowly. So the idea, if you're going to chisel a slice or play a drop shot, Carlos is at the right end for that.
Oh.
And I think conversely, from where Carlos is, don't worry too much about the heavy kick serve, because it's just going to hold up just that fraction. And I actually would have liked him on that break point in the previous service game to go heavy kick as a first serve with that breeze behind him. He would have got some value out of it. So just got to think your way through this slight breeze.
$14-15.
Well, that's a great point. Of course, when you're into the breeze, the reason why that drop shot's more effective, when you play the drop shot and the ball's going slow through the air, the wind will hold it up and it gets further and further away from your opponent who's running. The ball gets held up and doesn't travel out as much.
Game, Alcaraz.
Well, it's been a highly competitive opening 6 games.
3 games all.
Break each.
This is a very important moment for Hanfman. After having the early break and a couple break chances in both the opening 2 service games.
Over on the Cain Arena, whilst our current match has, hit a bit of a 3-all in their set 1. Set number 2 has concluded. Medvedev being able to take that one 6-3. No tiebreak is necessary this time around compared to how it was in the first set, where it went all the way to a second set of tiebreakers where Ali's ended up winning it 11-9 there. And so we can just see that despite Ali's being able to have, the first serve points win percentage in his favor, it's just not enough. Medvedev still being able to win the majority of games and therefore the set there.
His second serve as well. The winner's dropping like a stone. Medvedev turning the screw. That was that backhand on the right-hand side there, the one that really...
Robbie, Hanfman does something that's quite unique, because he's got quite a wide stance, then he steps up, and then he serves from a platform stance. So he's got a step up prior to actually starting the serve. most unique.
Oh, that is wunderbar.
40-11.
Just given Alcaraz a taste of his own medicine there. How often do you see Alcaraz left flat-footed?
A
good observation, Wally. Even for his step up, he doesn't bring it right up. Still a bit of separation between the 2 feet.
Yeah, it's a half step and then platform. I think if I was teaching the serve these days, I'd teach platform.
Game, Hunter.
That's a good hold with
New balls, please.
the old boss. And we're still on serve. 4-3 first set. Early he takes that inside in forehand. So
yeah, that was the point to break. And I love the discipline here. He doesn't go with anything creative or crazy. He just sees the open, and when he does, he transitions the body weight through it. Nice wrist action, turning the racket head over, getting that shape on the ball, allowing for great margin. Watch the way he turns his hand over at contact, over and out. Ball has so much whip on it.
Time.
Well, the last 8 majors have been won by Alcaraz and Sinner. They've been pretty miserly when it comes to sharing those. And I want to keep that trend going in 2026. And the big question is who's going to be the challengers for them. Well, I can tell you, Antman has started his challenge beautifully here. New balls. Yep, here we go. I can tell you that is the first point that Alcaraz has won on the first serve when he served to the backhand of Hanfmann. That's how good the return has been from that side for the German. Beaten for pace on that occasion.
Guys, I'm pleased to say Shuzo Matsuoka caught that beautifully in the stands.
Looked like Hampton thought he'd hit the winner. He's just staring it down. Carlos, with that incredible reach, puts one extra ball back in play, as he does so often.
A good German penalty taker going straight down the middle. They don't miss too many of those. This guy's got some serious talk.
To me, that comes down to what Ryan just said. What the great players do, that moment of impact, they do much more on the ball than the rank and file player. So the outcomes, the angles, the spin, it's far greater. It's a talent, not something you teach.
read it correctly.
Unusual coin. AO.
High ball is a lot easier to take
AO
inside
or
out
Mark
than inside
Edmondson.
in.
AO. Thanks. AO call. Thanks, Jackson.
Yeah, well, the
Yep.
weight of shot, right? The combination of speed
That's a good one.
and spin oftentimes is what
Oof, I might
leads
need
rugby.
a...
It's not just the amount of
AO.
firepower you put behind it, but also the
Okay, thank you very
rotation
much.
of the ball.
That's his serving and a quick photo. Thanks, ladies. Both ways.
Well, it can
Ball
seem
against
from
all.
here like Carlos has got a different level of focus and engagement here in the last 15 minutes or so, ever since he got broken.
Yeah, that's right. We know Carlos is an entertainer. We know he's got a lot of shots. We saw him get broken. You called it when he went to hit a deep, a drop shot, faked the drop shot, went the deep slice, got it wrong. He sometimes he's got so many tricks in his bag and he's prone to using them at the wrong time. But once that happened, he went up a gear, and you can see engaging with his team and just pumping himself up here. This is the business end of the set. Full credit, though, to Humphrey. I mean, he backed up there, Carlos. He was returning in the shade. Humphrey, of course, used the angle that was available to him. He's done a lot right, the German.
There's not that many players out there that can hit the inside in forehand as well as Alcaraz. Steph Tsitsipas springs to mind. His is one of the best in the business. Jannik's got that one too. But you've got to go there with pace and spin. Speaking of spin control.
Well, the experience right now from Hanfman is showing. A lot of times you get up the early break, especially against a top opponent, and you're not able to consolidate it. It can be easy to let that set get away from you. I love the composure here, just getting back to business.
Let. First service.
It's just breathtakingly brutal.
30-all.
Check out the margin on this ball. This is a devastating finish, but that ball has shape, has rotation, and there's not much that can go wrong with that. That's shaping over the net 2, 3, 4 feet, and there's just so much margin for error.
That's it.
Brilliant second serve that's teed up that comfortable forehand. That's right where the coach would put the cone when he's feeding you easy balls. Tight to the corner.
Use.
You talk about defending aggressively. That last point was the epitome of that. That's what the modern day tennis players do so well. Phenomenal athletes. Of course, the racket and string technology certainly helps in that department.
Advantage, unplanned.
First real signs of frustration from Alcaraz. It's a good move here, taking this ball out of the air, recognizing that ball was going to land pretty deep and taking the step forward rather than letting it come down and having the point reset.
Don't see that too often from Alcaraz.
That's the ball I actually like. He floated it, got it up high. It's a different look. Humphrey had to create his own pace. And I also think, too, you just go back to a couple of the little chisel backhands every now and then. I think it's the variety that's going to unsettle Humphrey. He's quite enjoying the pace at present.
Here is coach just talking about his legs and shoulders on the serve. Just got more of a coil with his upper body as well. Try and introduce a bit of rotation when you get good coil with the upper body. A little bit more easy power. Standing really deep for the second serve return. I mean, it's a joke how hard he's hit that. He's hit that from about a metre in front of our commentary booth. And I'm thinking that's a decent second serve, Ryan.
Yeah, and the thing about the ball there is how much it shapes as well. He rips it, but watch the rotation, how it gets down low, below the level of the net. So it's not just about the power. This ball is actually rotating at a spin rate that is really hard to control.
Advantage, unplanned.
I'm all good, all good.
Let. First service. Use.
The longest game of the match, proving to be a real arm wrestle.
He's making the first serve here.
Advantage.
Every time he's gotten level in the score at a 30-all deuce, Hanfman's had the answer with the first serve, and Carlos is still frustrated. He's not able to break through here. First serve percentage for Hanfman on 54%, but he's making the crucial ones.
Oh.
That's a hard hat hold for Hanfman. Well done. And he applies a bit of scoreboard pressure to Alcaraz by leading 5-4.
Hanfman leads 5 games to 4.
Definitely an impressive game for Hanfman to win there against Alcaraz. Maybe hopefully he can keep that lead for himself in that first set. But we got another first set happening over on Margaret Arena in the women's single. We have a third seed Goff coming up against Danilovic right now, who has already had a bit of a tough run. Her first round was against Venus Williams on date number 1, and now she's going to come up against third seed Coco Goff, who has already won game number 1 this set.
Keep you in a match for a long period. So when she's in good form, she relies heavily on this serve.
Duke.
And Chandra, there's so much to like about this motion.
Yeah, it's nice and smooth. It's got good rhythm, and she gets pretty good extension. You want to be at full height when you contact the ball. She's close to 6 foot tall, so getting every inch of that frame involved is a big advantage. You can see that's the play Danilovic has to challenge herself to do. Backhand to then open up space to the forehand, but that isn't always comfortable for a player. Changing direction, trying to go down the short side of the court. And it's a break point for Goff.
So it's the perfect start for the world number 3. Coco Goff breaks and leads 2 games to love.
Goff leads 2 games to love.
Need him to be slightly off or not in the greatest mood, or the conditions not favouring him. But the other thing is you need power, genuine power. And Hanfman, he showed us a bit of that off the serve and certainly off that forehand wing. And guys, that's why I would suggest not flipping the ball up high from this end, because you're just not going to get the kick off the court. It's actually going to say sit there. It's going to sit there and say hit me.
Well, you talked about that firepower. How much firepower was that? The ball penetrating through the court. Even Carlos can't pick it up.
It's a half chance that's gone begging. Hasn't missed too many second serve returns.
That's it.
That's a great response. Open the door ever so slightly. Got the second serve return error, and this serve right here, perfectly placed on the tee. Look at the shape on the ball there. You can tell it is outside the line until the very last minute. That shape on the ball, beautifully struck there from Alcaraz.
That's how you spread a court. Just shows you how important that 15-30 point was for Alcaraz to get the freebie. What a missed opportunity it was for the German. Magnificent linear strike, postage stamp backhand, right in the top corner.
It's an interesting shot, isn't it, right there? He's actually hitting a cross-court backhand. He was outside the doubles alley, hitting it cross-court, threading the line. Takes a bit of nerve.
Love 15.
Guys, probably one thing I would say if I was in Carlos's camp to him, just your depth, You're hitting the ball well, but he has dropped quite a lot of balls around the service line in that particular rally. One forehand was deep, one backhand was a little deeper, and that depth just denies Hampton the time that he kind of enjoys. So I think that's something Carlos just wants to think about as this match progresses. Just a bit more depth, particularly off that forehand.
Case in point there, Wally, right? That ball's a little shorter. I know it's off the return, but then when it is shorter, Hampman, when he steps into the ball, he can create so much firepower with the forehand wing. And as you said earlier, you need firepower in order to be disruptive. To a guy like Carlos, you've got to be able to make him feel uncomfortable.
Push-up percentage has just been getting incrementally better for Hanfman. It was right around 50%. It's up to 57 now. Got a decent return when he makes that first delivery, winning 70% of the points.
He needs that first serve. Carlos has been growing in confidence in the rallies and getting more and more comfortable.
Not a great time for your first double fault.
No, that's the pressure that Carlos puts you under, the fear that you have for what he might do with the return. Just forces your hand a bit.
What a response. It's big-time tennis on a big-time point. And I guess all that work that he's done, tinkering with the serve, when it comes to fruition in a moment like that, it's got to feel good. It was worth the effort.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
Well, he's let me down there when I'm bigging him up for the changes he was prepared to make. Wasn't even when players make small changes, they feel like big changes to the player.
Nope, Carlos with a mishandling of the racket flip. That's a loose mistake there from Carlos. He doesn't miss that one too often.
Yes.
Wow. Well, a lot of players might be 2 sets down after an hour going toe-to-toe with Alcaraz. Close, but no cigar.
Yes. Advantage, Hanfman.
Well, Hanfman's done really well to hang in there, but he's definitely getting some help. A couple unusual mistakes there. First, that backhand down the line, and then a second serve return that was, by his standards, pretty routine.
Well, there was a benefit there. That ball actually skipped off the service line, just came on really quickly from Alcaraz. But once again, I go back to the fact that Hanfman is kind of winning the real estate battle in a lot of these rallies. He's on or around the baseline. There's that ball that just shoots through a little quicker, and it's Carlos that's actually getting pushed back. So I think if Carlos is getting pushed back, he's got to flight that ball. He's got to give it a bit more depth. Try to win that arm wrestle, get closer to the baseline when he wants to pull trigger line with that backhand, for example.
Very deep for the second serve return again.
But it's like he's not marrying the trajectory of
yes.
his shots from where he is in the court. Like that has to be Casper Ruud-like when you're that deep in the court. He's got to flip that up pretty high and deep, and I guarantee you, if he does that, if he gets it right once, he will win the point, and that will be the way forward.
Alchemy of Alcaraz on full display.
Yes.
In the words of Mick Jagger, he was practiced in the art of deception. And he got what he wanted.
Advantage. Hanfman.
Wunderbar from Hanfman. Applause all round. Everybody in the Rod Laver Arena appreciating the quality of his shot making and the fact that he's going toe-to-toe with the #1 seed.
Hanfman leads 6 games to 5.
Beautifully done there by Hanfman, just fighting off a couple opportunities there for Carlos. Was aided by a few uncharacteristic mistakes there, but as he needed to, he stepped up, executed, and as Wally's been saying, this forehand he hits there at the end, he can inject so much power into this. Watch when he steps in, he transfers the body weight forward, gets going into the shot, and that is a massive forehand.
A big win for Hanfman there, even though it is just the beginning of what feels like the first set for him, because over at the Jannik Sinner Arena, where there has been a set win, is Medvedev here taking it. Now he leads 2-1 in set ones against Frenchman Ali's.
Time.
"66 minutes. The on-court scoreboard says 64 on our graphic. That's how long this opening set has been ongoing. And we're still no closer to finding a winner in it. Alcaraz is serving to take us into a tiebreak.
50 love.
Well, he might have borrowed Djokovic's service motion at the start of it. He's also borrowed that quick second serve down the middle on the ad side. Novak certainly has made that serve in particular his own last couple of seasons.
174 on the gun there for a second serve. That's very big for a second serve.
$14 left.
Creativity. Thy name is Jannik.
14-15.
When you try to take something away from the best of the best, and Carlos has been making this one of his best shots, and Hanfman saying, hey, I see your drop shot and raise you a drop shot.
That's the second time. Alcaraz has not seen it coming. Hasn't even been able to get a racket on ball. It's Good defense of a second serve. I tell you, Hanford's done a good job of putting some pressure on the Alcaraz serve. You have a look. 20-25 season.
Venga, Pedro, va a seguir, va a seguir. Venga, vamos ahí, venga, vamos. Esa la línea, vamos.
Voice of the new head coach, Sam Lopez. He's got plenty of coaching pedigree before joining up with Juan Carlos Ferrero. And Carlos, Coach Nika Almagro, Pablo Carreño Busta for a long time. What a great career he had.
Beautiful.
And just see the slower slice from Carlos. All of a sudden, Jannik, who is a little bit of a manufactured player, he had to create his own pace there. He's not nearly as dangerous creating his own pace as enjoying pace coming onto his racket. So if Carlos wants to stand toe-to-toe with him, he's got to play with more depth or incorporate a bit of variety.
It's top-tier tennis.
Beautiful angles here, opening up the court, and then knowing how well the instincts play into it for Carlos, going behind him with the drop shot. Carlos expecting that ball to go back to the open court. Beautifully touched.
I mean, how good have some of his drop shots been in this opening set? Showing us some good firepower and some good feel, the German.
We talk about the conditions there with the wind, the activity of it. Nearly every single drop shot that's been played and hit for a winner has been struck from both guys on the side that Hanfman is on now. Wally there courtside saying that is the side that's into the wind, so both guys using it effectively.
All.
Third ace.
Three, two. Hanfman.
Easily holding 4 balls in his hand.
That was a great snag there, right here in front of us.
Yeah. Just choosing from the quad squad, which are the 2 best. Staggering, just staggering how good that was.
Hanfman can't play a better point than that.
3-0.
Just everything he's got into all of these ball strikes, and Carlos just continues to match him pound for pound until finally he sees just a little opening And that's the world number 1 right there, stepping up, knowing that he just endured the best that Hampman has and still came out on top.
Such an important point. I always used to feel, I don't know about you, but when you were 3-2 up, the chance to change ends with a 4-2 lead. Suddenly I've got double the amount of points as my opponent, but if I lose it, it's 3-all. Always felt like it was a big mental shift.
That's where the creativity, it can be his biggest asset, and also at times just too many options in the bag. Plays this slice with so much whip on it, tries to really work it from left to right.
It was the right idea, wasn't it? Just played a little too extravagantly.
Yeah, most definitely.
Now this is interesting. Talk about big points. Losing that 3-4, 2 serves for Hanfmann. He's playing the set of his life. So there was a deep ball there in the middle of that rally from Carlos, and it just pushed Jannik back just that fraction. He is such a different player when he's hitting the ball on the rise as opposed to the ball dropping, and then he's got to create his own pace. But it's not been an easy dynamic for Carlos to create.
And those last 2 points are a product of what happened on that 3-2 point where Hampman played so aggressively and was stepping in. Carlos endured all those strikes, and now Hampman gets into another rally. He tries to change it up a bit, tries to play a little bit heavier and gets away from that dictating tennis.
He's just an awesome force of nature, this young man.
And guys, how brave is that to play that shot at this stage of the match?
Well, he's wrong-footing Hampman, understanding that Hampman, not the best mover on tour, moves pretty well for his size, but has to anticipate, and Carlos with the vision sets up 2 set points here. Remarkable raise in level here, the world number 1.
Alcaraz. 78 minutes of highly entertaining fare, but the world number 1 has managed to win the opener, just 7 games to 6.
That's what the best do. It wasn't his favorite set by any means, under a lot of pressure throughout. Hampman playing about as well as he could play.
Oh, like they're talking about maybe it wasn't Alcaraz's favorite set, but I think it was for everyone watching that. I can't believe it. First set going over an hour there, just in the tiebreak is going the way of Alcaraz. And Hanfmann, there's still a lot to take away from this one. The fact that you're able to force it to tiebreak, and the fact that there are still many sets on the table for him, and seeing that Alcaraz doing a lot to be able to take that set, hoping to bring a lot of that into set number 2 for them as well. But we do have a lot of other arenas going on, not just the ones that we're looking at here, but I do want to give you guys the updates of what's happening over at Margaret Court with the women's singles, how it feels like Coco Gauff was set to pretty much win this without giving Denlovic a win at all, a game win at all, but she's able to claw it back. It's 5-2 at the moment. Potentially, this will be the set point.
This one. Come on this point. Come on this point.
So good.
Well, this is when she's at her best, when she's a lot more aggressive off that forehand side, just spreading the court beautifully and just forcing Danilovic just to have to chase. Set point number 2. Unfortunately, that is just long. So that is the first set to Coco Gauff here on Margaret Court Arena.
It's a clean first set of tennis from Coco Gauff. A little bit of a hiccup trying to close it out on serve, but got right back to it on returns. Fantastic start, and it was just what she would have been looking for. Danilovic getting a little attention from the physio, looks like.
Robbie, that was a great set, because I'm sitting here watching the play and I'm thinking, well, we know Carlos can play better.
Yeah.
But he wasn't being allowed to play better. It was actually Hanfman that was taking it to him. It was really interesting to watch. He was not winning the arm wrestle. He wasn't winning the real estate battle. And of course, Hanfman was serving awfully well when it mattered most and playing with that little bit of variety. So credit to the 34-year-old German. He just about played the perfect set of tennis, still not good enough.
Oh, this guy is something else.
15-all.
And he's jumped just to make sure he flushes it right out the middle. But again, huge props to Hanfman with the feel that he's had on the drop shots today.
Third seed is in. Jannik. Fourteen, 15.
That is a little bit naughty, but oh so nice.
Goes game, second set.
Just the wherewithal not to panic. Not trying to overplay the volley, just go for a bit of placement here when you get caught in no man's land.
Well, the feet are moving fast, but the hands and the upper body stays relaxed, and that's what you want to do. That's what he's so good at. He's so explosive, and he's moving quickly, but he's under control. And that, you know, you talk about the similarities on serve with Novak, and that's what Novak does so well and has for so long, is moving quickly, but with incredible balance and vision. Carlos has been able to do that.
That was outrageous, wasn't it? That pick up off the return, because you don't practice that. There's no drills that you do for that sort of scenario. Maybe if you serve and volley a few times, you have to jag a few low volleys. But he was mid-court. He had the wrong grip. He was not ready, and somehow he made it happen.
These guys are good, very good.
So he's the great challenge now for Jannik. He can't think of this match, that was a set. He's got to think in terms of time. He's got to think this next 15 minutes is incredibly important. I've got to stay close. I've got to keep scoreboard pressure. Don't think that the set has just gone. Just think of it in terms of time. 10 more minutes.
Well, Ollie, for me in these situations, I always thought very specific objectives. You're trying to shake off a little bit of disappointment at the end, and it's easy to just get in the flow and feel like, okay, Carlos, he's rolling now. So I think that if you can try and think about, okay, what's the game plan? Let's get back to the basics of it. How do we start the match? What are we focusing on? And really slow things down a bit.
Yep, the disappointment of the set has to disappear, the lost set.
Yeah, I think that that's where you play those little mind games with yourself. As you said, 10 minutes, you know, don't put it in the perspective of what the score is or wherever you're at in the match. You've got to try and give yourself something to shake off. It was early stage of the opening set where Carlos was being very creative. He tried the between the legs half volley. He ultimately ended up getting broken in that game. I would expect to see, just given how physical and long that opening set was, that Carlos will do his very best not to put himself in a position. I think that he's going to try and keep that momentum dialed up.
That's it.
And conversely, that's why I didn't like that drop shot that Carlos played when he had a mid-court forehand. I think this is the time to go to work now, sort of Rafa style. Get that mid-court forehand and just make Jannik work. If it's another 2 or 3 balls that he's got to fight for, just take a little bit more out of him.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think if he rips that ball and keeps him moving, that Jannik, you know, the physicality of the set. Obviously, he's 34 years of age. He's a big frame. Hasn't played the number of 5-set battles that Carlos has. You've got to think about, you know, taking the legs out from under him as well. Make him force the initiative. This is really well done here, taking that forehand swing volley. He's played that swing volley on the forehand side a few different occasions. I like that play from him rather than letting the ball reset and drop.
Speaking about the good vibes this week for Hanfman. Good first round win. Never been to the third round of a major before. Of course, when he snuck into the draw, one of the last to get into the main draw, he had an extra week here in Melbourne. Of course, got engaged to his long-time girlfriend, Sophie. Took a drive down to Red Bluff Lookout and made the proposal there. The good news was, she said yes. From Germany, but makes Belgium his home now, Antwerp particularly. That's where Sophie hails from. Played some good tennis in Brussels at the end of the year. Bit of a hometown feel for him now.
13.
Any spare time this guy's got, he's out on the golf course. Had a round with Roger Federer on Monday at Kingston Heath. Still trying to get some intel as to who came out on top there.
I'm not sure how Fed's golf game has developed over the years, but I know Carlos loves to play and plays a lot.
Oh yeah. In fact, to tell you how much he plays, the evening before the Wimbledon final this year, I was playing at Royal Wimbledon, and who did I see playing in front of me?
No way.
Oh yeah, 18 holes.
Wow.
On Saturday night.
And just see where both men finished that point. Humphrey, he's on the baseline, and Carlos probably 2 to 3 meters behind the baseline, and that has played out time and time again. Humphrey has done so well to hold his ground, and if Alcaraz doesn't play with depth, he's doing the retrieving.
This is about as animated as you'll see Carlos get. He's so difficult to rattle.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
Well watched.
Yes. Advantage, Alcaraz.
This has been a physical match. Over 5 minutes in this game, an hour and 34 minutes on the clock, and we're only a set in 2 games in.
Finally runs out the third game of the second set. Alcaraz with a 2-1 lead.
2 games to 1.
Well, it wasn't easy. He's had to fight hard for everything he's earned in this entire match, and Hampman's done a really good job mentally staying with him here. Let's take a look at where Carlos is attacking throughout this match. You can see him picking on the Hampman forehand. When he plays aggressively through that forehand side, the red dot
hasn't put him away. So, while there's belief, there's hope.
Saved 2 break points in his previous service game.
Not too good. Well, he was due, I think, with that one.
And that is the Medvedev we saw 3 or 4 years ago. Serving his way out of trouble, Fitzy, wasn't it? So often did that when he got himself to the top of the world rankings. Saved 10 of 12 break points today with a lot of good first serves as well.
Advantage, Medvedev.
Successive holds from Medvedev from a position of being on the back foot.
Medvedev leads by 4 games to 2.
Takes another step to
what you do, and you get an opportunity to play with a bit of flight. You've got the wind at your back now. You'll get a bit of help through the air and off the court. A bit of height and a bit of depth.
New balls here.
Lovely team.
Wally, I love your network, just being such a tennis enthusiast myself. The guys that you are in close contact with, your close friends, of course, you yourself. As a tennis enthusiast, I love it.
Yeah, same generation as those guys as Wally.
Well, we do have a fairly, Robbie, quite a long and rich history of the sport in this country. And John Newcombe, Tony Roach, Frank Sedgman is still here in Melbourne, 98 years of age, I believe, going strong. Incredible generation of players that we did have in the halcyon days of Australian tennis.
Well said. And Wally, I'd like to give a shout out to one of my very good friends who passed away this year. Warren Jakes. You know Jakesy oh so well. What a great servant he was to tennis in this country and in the UK. We send all our best to Helen, his wife. What a great man Jakesy was. What a skill set this guy possesses. Perhaps one of the most complete at such a young age.
It's so good sitting courtside watching Carlos in action because everybody's fast to the ball. You have to be, otherwise you wouldn't be here playing the Australian Open. But the way he powers out of contact and is ready for the next ball is just incredible. The little steps he took there to turn that into a forehand.
that's a great rally. That is proper ball striking from Jannik.
30-40.
Guys, I'm sitting at the side of the court. You're at the back of the court, so you get that sort of look down the court. I'm like a magpie, left to right, right to left. But is Carlos overplaying the forehand just that little bit? I mean, maybe the book says go there, you'll get more errors, but been pretty solid on those cross-court rallies, hasn't it, today, Hanfman? Would you direct a bit more traffic to the backhand when you have that 50-50 ball?
I think that Carlos, when he hits enough power on it through the forehand side, he can get the mistakes. That's a big moment there, that breakthrough. Now he's got the newer balls after just one game played with them, and he's got that set and a break lead. This is where he's so good at putting the foot down and just making this a long, long day on the other side of the net. But Wally, to answer your question, I love the power through the forehand side for Hampton. Historically speaking, that is the side that gives you a lot more mistakes. He can definitely pop it more, and he will hide the fact that there's more mistakes by scaring you with it. It's kind of his strategy and one of the ways he's deceptive with it. But if you can go aggressive through the forehand side, the unforced errors count can start to pile up.
Yeah, I guess I've seen him stand toe-to-toe cross-court forehand pretty well. It's when Hanfman is on the run on that forehand side, to me, that he doesn't seem to have quite the feel or the creativity or able to generate power when it's not in the strike zone. But yeah, it's been hard, I guess, for Carlos to dictate, because that ball is coming through very flat, very hard, very low, and he's kind of reacting to that pace as opposed to completely dictating all the time, although the tide is turning here.
Can you imagine if he had pulled that off?
I still can't believe he got that return in the air off the volley. Another good drop shot there from Hanfman, and Carlos trying to give him a taste of his own medicine.
He wasn't far away. Pulled out the 60-degree there, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. That looked like one of my 60 degrees, though. A little short in the bunker. Try again. Beautifully done there from Carlos.
That is a 13th ace for his afternoon. He has arrived at match point.
Game, set match.
Daniel Medvedev books his ticket to round 3 at the Australian Open.
6-2.
High quality match. Quentin Alice was outstanding in set 1, just couldn't quite keep it going. This man comes from a set and a breakdown though, finishing with a flourish. Team are happy. We'll take on Fabien Maragin in the next round after a 4-set win.
Massive congratulations to Medvedev after what we saw in set number 1. The fact that it went the distance in tiebreakers twice. I thought we were going to be seeing a little bit more out of Ali's there, but either way, he put up a massive fight against former world number 1 and now 11th seed in Medvedev, who is advancing to the 3rd round of the Australian Open. And yeah, there's still about another hour until we're going to be seeing any more matches on the Cain Arena, which means that we're going to duck back over and check out what is happening live in our other two.
Still some work to be done. Some
Lucky there, Hanfman on the smash.
Carlos smiling over here. That reminds me of that Ben Stiller quote when he said his favorite player was Carlos. Someone said why. He said even when he plays an epic point and loses it, it seems like he enjoyed it. You can see the smile there.
I love the serve. The previous joker in the crowd. Previous serve to this side, he just went heavy kick. He hit his spot as a first serve. Love to see a bit more from that, of that. Well, that'll do.
It's not a bad alternative. Dropping the hammer. 203 kilometers an hour to shut the gates on the 5th game.
Alcaraz leads 4-2.
Well, hopefully we'll get a replay of that spectacular get. Here we go.
Oh, this is so beautiful to watch. There's that versatility there.
That's a really good service hold. Had to fight off break points there, Olga Danilovic. And that just keeps her in touch.
Golf leads 3-1, second set. $15. $30.
Coco Gauff has served very well in this match, and it hasn't been a lot that
directly for too long.
And it's funny you mentioned that, Wally, because I think he's gone away from using that heavy kicker. I remember distinctly.
But I don't think it was a legitimate heavy kicker, Robbie. This looks better. It's coming off higher and faster off his racket. You know, it's one thing to say a kick out wide. No, I'm talking about a legitimate kick out wide that hits and bites. You know, it's got genuine flight, genuine kick. This is an improved serve.
When he won the US Open in 2020, he had a lot of his matches throughout duration of the event, right through to the finals, and I thought he exploited that pattern of play so well. He was hitting it aggressively. He was getting opponents so wide when they were returning on the ad side, and he was just opening up the court magnificently, and I think he's gone away from using that last couple of years. I don't know if it's because of the increased pace he's got. Going with the Kenny Powers fastball a little more often.
Hey, how about the point just prior to that where, you know, it was my case in point where he went back to the Hampton forehand when he had a 50-50 ball. We just watched this serve in slow motion. He gets that beautiful arc under the ball. Nice tall player, comes down from a great height.
Game,
but Carlos, once again, in the middle of that game, he had a 50-50 ball on his forehand, and he went hard and fast into the Hampton forehand. He didn't see another shot. You know, that's where I think, yes, his forehand can break down, but you've got to get him on the run. So, you know, go to his backhand first, spread the court, then get him on the run on the forehand. I'm asking a lot, aren't I, for the #1 player in the world? He's doing all right. Don't listen to me, Carlos.
beautifully done with the chip there. Gets that opening shot off the court. Has the space there. Carlos again trying to use his speed. Well, it's an epic point here. Hanfman again moving around, and this has been a physical match. We're an hour and 50 minutes in, and you can tell Hanfman giving it everything he's got. Looked to be a little bit weary after that.
First service. Stop.
He's beautifully struck. Fighting back here in set number 2. Unforced errors count by shot. Alcaraz at 7, Hanfman up at 16, doubling him up on the unforced errors on that side. So that forehand cross-court rally, you can definitely see Hanfman's got to be a little bit more steady with. Hanfman, the backhand unforced errors at 13, Alcaraz at 9. So far more on level playing fields with the backhands than the forehands.
Oh.
Peter Popovich, coach of Hanfman. Since they got together after Roland Garros last year, Jannik has very much been trending in the right direction. It's been a good partnership. We talk about using the full dimensions of the court.
14, that's it.
Oh, wow. Just on the outside of the line.
99% out. There's 100% in. Starting to assert his authority now as Alcaraz. 5-2, second set. Such good preparation. All of his shots. The legs are the engine room of any player.
Serve looks good in slow motion, doesn't it? Ball arm up first, racket trails, catches up fast in that trophy position. His left hip pointing up and out into the court. Perfect.
Well, into day 4 of a live coverage of the 2026 Australian Open. The #1 player in the world is in action. Going in search of his 7th major title. Bagged 2 in 2025 at the French Open and the US Open. Shared the spoils with Jannik Sinner. Still hasn't got his hands on the Norman Brooks Challenge Cup here in Oz. It's the one missing from his trophy cabinet. Of course, were he to win the Australian Open this year, become the youngest player in the Open era to win 7 major men's singles titles. He'd also be the youngest to complete the career Grand Slam in men's singles. So plenty to play for Carlos.
As the fatigue starts to set in a little bit, Hanfmann will become even more reliant on the free point with the serve. That'll cause a few more mistakes. The serve percentage will drop a bit. Carlos has established himself as the better player here off the baseline rallies. Hanfmann's going to need that serve to really play a factor here.
You won, young man. Das ist gut. Das ist feel good.
13-15.
It was a beautiful lob there. Carlos with great technique up there at the net. Hanfmann with a great push of the volley behind him, and Carlos couldn't play the tweener over him. So creative.
I tell you, there's not many players that I have seen work over Alcaraz on the drop shot as well as Hanfmann has done today, consistently. Can hardly think of a point that he's lost when he's played the dropper. That's good stuff. See if Alcaraz can put this second set to bed. Something we so often look at is the opening point, how important that is. And you can see Alcaraz, when he wins the first point on serve, he wins the game 100% of the time. But huge differential when he loses the first point on serve. There's a big drop down there in percentages. Just shows you how often, how important that first point is on serve, Ryan.
So important, getting out to a good start, especially serving out the set. You want to try and build out that lead.
And of course, when you compare that to the tour average, that's so important, right? Tournament average is 90% when they win the first point. But similarly, when losing the first point, the rest of the field is at 66%. So always nice to compare one player to the rest of the field.
13-11.
I'm actually really surprised at the drop-off. I just thought serve would be so dominant, there wouldn't be such a great margin between winning and losing that first point.
Yep, it certainly is, Wally. I've got a great little graphic from the US Open a couple of years ago. The numbers are almost identical. At 15 love, it's 90%. At love 15, back in 2023, it was at 63%. So not a huge differential. Still a good chance of holding.
This is getting a little bit trickier here for Carlos. Serving out sets can always present its own challenge. Doing as you should, taking his time.
Just been touching his right knee, as Hanfman might see the physio at the end of the set or the end of this game. That is pure deliverance at full volume right there.
14-13.
And it's all about the disguise and the base. You can't read it. You don't know where it's going to go. He can create all the openings, and Hanfman forced to guess.
Nice way to bring up set point. How good is this guy? That's more like it. The backhand has melted into his strings to give him a 2-sets-to-love lead. Large and very much in charge now.
You can see the fire. He knows how important that is once you get the momentum rolling. And for Carlos, after that opening set was so vital there in the tiebreaker, set number 2 a lot more dominant for Carlos. Wins 76% of points behind the first serve, 50% on the second serve. 12 winners, only 5 unforced errors. Unforced errors count way down. You can see the 11 winners, excuse me, the 11 unforced errors for Hanfman. Didn't face a break point throughout the set, was dominant on serve. We saw him getting out for the lead and holding on to it throughout the majority of that set. And he is 1 set away from round 3.
So here we have the physio out, just taking a look at what's going on. So while we wait for Jannik to get assessed, let's feast on some highlights from set number 2.
Well, there was a lot of highlights for Carlos, and making his way in transition. We've talked about his touch around the net. He has great volley technique. The movement, incredible. Even these points that he lost, you can see just always putting that extra ball back in the court.
Yeah, a massive set win for Alcaraz, everything that the commentators were talking about. But whilst he was finishing off his set, Coco Gauff, seed number 3, was finishing off her entire match. She took that second set, in fact, both sets, 6-2, 6-2, with the whole match being just over an hour, at an hour 17 there. So she came in, she showed up, and that's what's going to secure her to round number 3 of the Australian Open.
Rib cage is what we're being told from the chair. It's something that he's struggling with. At times you can get a bit of a side stitch as the heat and physicality ramps up. I mean, look, they've been going at this for a long time. Hopefully it's nothing serious.
Jannik is now receiving a medical timeout.
Missed in the psoas area. So there's always in this initial assessment period, once the physio's had a chat to the player, they decide on if treatment's going to be needed or not. If it's just going to be some medication, or if it's going to be a full medical timeout. That's when he announces it to the chair, and the 3 minutes begins.
Well, you have as much time as you need if you're the physio to assess the problem. There's no limit there. They talk to the player. The clock doesn't start until treatment begins, and then you have ample time to get yourself ready to go. So if there is any equipment needed to try and, if it's an ankle and you have to take off your socks and shoes, that doesn't account into the time.
There you go.
Yeah, more in the upper rib cage. Kind of looks like oblique area.
Such a physical sport. I tell you what, it tests every ounce of your being. Wally, I've often got into some good arguments and debates online with people suggesting that their sport, whatever that might be, is the one that requires you to be the greatest athlete. And I'm always quick to jump in there and say, no, yours is down the pecking order. Tennis is #1. And so starts the chat, Ryan.
I'll help you make the case, Fitzy. I don't think that there's anything in tennis that it doesn't require. You've got hand-eye coordination, physicality, foot speed, strength, endurance. You've got to have very good mental toughness as it's an individual sport. You have all across the board to test you.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I mean, you look at Carlos, you look at Rafa, our very best players are superb athletes, but Mike Tyson once said, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. And I think there's a little something in a physical sport where you can get hurt that takes you to another place. Yep. And, you know, boxing and football are certainly is a case in point. But look, our sport requires a lot of you. People think it's a speed sport. It's an endurance sport. Like you have to perform dynamic movements over and over and over again, year after year, and you have to do that in training. There's a massive pyramid of training to play the sort of tennis that we're seeing from these guys. But yeah, I just think, you know, there's just that lack of physical confrontation. So maybe we should be allowed to whack our opponents as we walk around.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to say, you know, pre-social media days in your day, whenever you'd play against a guy, you had to endure a punch in the face. I didn't know how intense you guys would take it.
No, but yeah, look, it's an awesome sport. It's only getting more athletic as we go on. There's no question about it. But Robbie, it's a good argument to have.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't even mentioned the fact that you play on different surfaces as well. You're not playing indoors in an air-conditioned venue like basketball, which often gets thrown out there as the best athletes. You've got teammates. You've got to travel all over the world. You're not playing half your games at home either. You've got to deal with differences in time zones,
jet lag.
It's a tough game to learn too, isn't it? It takes a long time.
Yes.
As a kid, when you first pick up a racket, it takes a long time to be proficient, and kids like to have fun pretty instantaneously, and tennis won't always provide you with that sort of level of fun for quite a while.
I'll tell you what, it sure is fun watching Alcaraz play. Hanfmann has had his medical timeout. He's good to go.
Hanfmann to serve.
Just over 7 minutes since the last point. Set number 3.
Was that deliberate, boys, 1-7-3, or is that a consequence with this timeout?
Yeah, I think that's something that he's managing. I would expect him to kind of test it out slowly and see how it feels. Something to watch out for sure. It's a good catch, Wally. As if he wasn't already dealing with enough. Hanfmann has to deal with the fact that Carlos, when he wins the first 2 sets at a major, is 51-0.
The challenge, of course, now for Carlos is not to play the injury, just to continue on as usual. Sometimes when a player is injured, you tend to ease up a little bit. You think, I've just got to make balls. They start freewheeling because they've got nothing to lose. So he's just got to stay in the moment. But Hampton definitely more ginger on serve there. Obviously the ball toss arm, when that goes up, you create all sorts of tension down the left side of the body there, and that seems to be what's bothering him on the serve.
Concerned look on the face of coach Peter Popovich. Of course, every minute that you can stay out here against a player like Alcaraz, it's just incredible feedback about your own game.
Well, while we've got him out here, I want to focus a little bit on what this ranking bump means for Hanfman after being outside the 150 mark in the world, getting back top 100, getting in the main draws of the majors again. At 34 years of age, if you're outside of 150 and you're not at tour level and you've been playing for a long time, you start to have those conversations in your own mind pop out. How long can I do? How much do I want to keep after this? You're not able to start making a lot of money out there, obviously just getting engaged. You've got so much going on, but then you get back inside of 100 as he's done in the last few marks, and now he's in the main draw at all the majors, which is guaranteed money.
Even if he were to lose today, 225,000 Australian dollars is what he would take home, Ryan.
That's a massive uptick, and they've done a great job pumping up the prize money. But you know, for a guy like Hanfman, right, you're thinking about your career overall from the numbers, and when you start bringing home that kind of money and you're inside 100, it really is a weight off the shoulders. You have the ability to stay out there, to have your coach with you.
14.
When you start dropping, you weigh those decisions. How much do I pay a coach? Can I afford to bring him with me? Can I get a physio on board? And at 34 years of age, it doesn't get any easier on the body. So there's many factors for what this does to change his year and the outlook of the next couple of years for him. So hard fought.
And he was only going to travel with a fitness trainer last year. It's just a quick conversation that he had with Peter Popovich in Stuttgart that changed his mind. But it's impressive for me that he's prepared to make that investment when his ranking is dropping, when he's well outside the top 100, to believe in that man right there.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, you've weighed that decision. Obviously, when you get to a certain stage, you start thinking about the real life stuff: house, family, car. How am I going to support everything? You know, it's not just about, you know, do I enjoy it? Do I love it? Everybody loves it at this stage. It's the most fun time to be out there and competing as a professional athlete. But then you think about the business side of it, and you know, these are the moments he's worked for. If you'd have told him 4 months ago, outside of 150 in the world, that he'd be back inside the main draw, inside of 100, playing against Carlos on Rod Laver Arena, I think that he would have taken that every day of the week. The serve speed is way down. I'm not sure if Hampton's going to be able to finish this thing out.
Love, that's it.
And he's a young man that's used to dealing with adversity. Because a lot of people might not know, but he is hearing impaired in both his ears. He was born that way. It's something else he's had to deal with, of course, in a sport where listening to the ball coming off your opponent's strings. Such an important ingredient. He's been handicapped in that department.
15-30.
So obviously the visual aspect is so important, and to have the tennis career that he's had, I think it's so admirable. Of course, a college standout at USC, won the NCAA championships with the team there twice. Made a seamless transition into the pro game. On it.
And he's definitely struggling a bit with the serve. He's got a couple break points to face. Carlos has taken 2 from 5 already. Let's look at the serve speed by set way down here. Started at 197 from the start of the match. Now at 185, you can tell he's very aware of what's going on.
Thirteen, 14.
The raw, unfiltered athleticism being showcased beautifully on a big point by Alcaraz. He's got the early break in the third.
2 games to 1.
He's got the physio back out.
I guess the question for Jannik is, or the question for the physio is, can I do more damage? If it's a little tear, how does that look? It's a long way home from here, obviously, against Carlos, but he's got to think about the rest of the season. Don't want to do yourself an injury that costs you, 2 to 3 months out of the sport.
That's so often a point that's overlooked by the average tennis fan. They'll often say, oh, why don't they just keep playing till the end?
Time.
Well, I can tell you the winner of this match will take on either Michael Cain or Corentin Moutet. They're currently doing battle on court number 6. And the American qualifier was from Columbia University as the NCAA singles champion. Currently is Cain. He's got 2 set points, 5-3 up in the opening set against the tricky lefty from France.
Well, for Hanfmann, 34 years of age, having dealt with so many things throughout his career. He has only retired 1 time in his entire career. That was back in 2022. He's a guy that, he'll push through. He's tough. He's a tough customer. Carlos making him move.
15-all. Touch it.
Seven and 4 errors from Alcaraz in this match so far. 6 more winners.
That's young.
It's a well-practiced 1-2 combination, serve out wide. And then options with the forehand. Just the power fade there.
Alcaraz.
No question the air has gone out of this match to a degree. But Carlos, he just has to stay in the moment. That was the drop shot there. He's played a couple in this game that maybe he shouldn't have got away with. He had plenty of time there to play a running forehand. But yeah, for Carlos, I mean, he would look up and he would think, my opponent's injured, the scoreboard's in my favour. But yeah, as I said before, don't play the injury. Just stick to task. One more break and it's over.
What would be your performance rating for Alcaraz in this match, gentlemen? Out of 10, decimal points always encouraged.
I'm going to go with low 7, 7.2, 7.3, somewhere around there.
I went 5.8 the other night, Robbie. I'm going 6.8.
13-11.
And what's been lacking for both of you in this match? That number's not in the high 8s. Ryan, you go.
Well, the first set, there was a few concentration lapses, got down the early break. Had a few too many chances there in the later stages of the opening set in that 5-all game where Yepin was struggling a little bit on serve and Carlos is missing second serve returns, missing some short balls where he had the opportunities to try and send the message and he wasn't able to. Obviously his level overall is so high, so he's able to build out this lead regardless.
Yepin doing a decent job of sticking around here, considering the injury, but he's down a break in the third. These great players are held to the highest of standards. And if you're watching at home, you think, well, that's a bit tough. That's what they would expect of us. They're the ones who want to be held accountable to the highest of standards. And I almost think we're disrespecting them if we were giving them too much love. It's like, come on.
No, not Carlos. Carlos, I mean, he's a guy who he won the U.S. Open semifinals against Novak in straight sets, and in the on-court interview said he didn't play well. He's not a guy who is selective with his performance. He knows when he's got more in the tank, and I think that if we said 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10 for him today, he would look at us a little bit confused.
Yeah, what match were you watching?
Time.
We've had record crowds the opening few days here at Melbourne Park. It's day 4. A site that's ever evolving. Even more shaded areas this year. So many great outlets for food. There's been a big uptick in the merch as well. Go and check out the online store if you haven't. So much cool kit to get your hands on. Trending nicely in the ace department.
Pretty amazing that at this stage of his career he can change that service motion, particularly the start of the motion, and just replicate it, just keep doing it. You'd think in a match some old habits would sneak in, but one of the hardest things to do, just the same motion time and time again, and he's doing it with a changed motion. Quite a talent.
Let. First service.
You touched on such an important point there, and I've had that discussion a lot, and that is what is talent. And I think the greatest talent you can have, Wally, is your ability to take information and implement it immediately, because I think your rate of improvement then becomes so exponential because you're doing the right thing on top of the right thing on top of the right thing all the time. Don't have to be reminded.
Game, Alcaraz.
Yeah, I would agree, and you know, muscle memory is so important because you hit a shot a certain way time and time again since you're a kid, and it evolves, and then mid-career, well, early career, you make a change. So yeah, I'm just pretty blown away. You know, he hasn't been pushed to the tightest of situations yet here at the Australian Open, but to me it looks like this serve is already moulded and will hold up under any circumstance.
And you've got to give that man front and centre, Sam Lopez, a lot of credit. Of course, there's been a lot of pressure on him since Juan Carlos is no longer in the team. He was the one who was doing all the technical changes anyway, even when Ferrero was the main coach, if you want to call him that.
Well, there's a lot of pressure that's going to go on Lopez now, and Carlos for that matter, with so much talk. We're talking about it, everyone's talking about it, and they have that responsibility of blocking out the noise.
There were 4 events last year that Alcaraz did when only Sam Lopez was with him, and of course he won 3 of them. He won Monte Carlo, Cincinnati, and Tokyo, so it's not like they didn't light it up together when it was just the 2 of them, right? Got to keep that in mind. And Lopez has been around for a long time. He's coached a lot of good players. I think it's important that he gets the credit that he deserves.
Well, they don't make the decision to get rid of Juan Carlos if there's not a lot of trust there.
That's world class in anyone's books.
13.
Beautiful touch. coming in, taking it to him. He's been successful when he's approached the net. Hanfman's had a really good conversion percentage at the net. 20 from 28, 71% for the match.
We think of Carlos as the one who likes to come in a lot and play offensive tennis, but in fact it's Hanfman who's been to the net 10 times more. And with a slightly better winning percentage when he does come in, so impressive. It's been a decent all-round performance from the German.
It's a topspin volley, Robbie. That's Hanfman in isolation. We didn't quite catch it, but he hit that with topspin.
Did you have that one, Wally? Did you have the topspin forehand volley?
No, I did not.
I just remember as John Fitzgerald being the inventor of that one. You might know better than me.
Well, he was so slow, Robbie. He always had to lunge. So don't tell Fitzy I said that. Please.
Can we pick on him when he's not here? I thought he had to be here to defend himself.
It's the best time to pick on him.
I tell you what, Pat Rafter did it pretty well, but Alcaraz was just about perfect there. That's not an easy shot to play, to control.
Andy's brother, Jamie Murray, hits it a ton. He's been doing it at the highest level of the doubles game for a long time. There's a few guys that pull it out. Carlos keeping it going here at the top of the singles ranks.
That should do it. The added insurance of 2 breaks in a set should be enough to get Carlos Alcaraz safely into the 3rd round now. Check this out. Oh, yes, please.
That's ridiculous. I mean, most players aren't even touching this ball. He puts it in the corner.
Actually, I'm not sure if there's a much topspin on that one. Just having a look at the revolutions coming off the racket there, Wally. I want to give Fitzy the benefit of the doubt as being the inventor of that shot. I think Rafter perfected it, but Fitzy invented it.
Johnny Mack hit it a few times.
He did. Good shout. Very good shot.
Time.
Alcaraz has been rocking the house, as he always does. It's just one decent service hold away from a place in the 3rd round on his quest to win the Australian Open for the very first time. Best he's ever done here, quarterfinals. Saving for the match against Hanfman.
Robbie, what do you give him out of 10 overall? You got me and Wally in there. What's your number?
Go for a 7.2.
Oh, right there with me. I think, what was I, 7.3?
Yep.
Longest rally of the match here, Hanfman.
Beautiful variety of shots.
Did you see the contact point of all those shots? Right around waist height. That's exactly where he loves it. So that's when he's at his best. Jannik Hanfman, ball coming through, doesn't mind the pace, but as long as it's around waist height, takes it on the rise, he's good.
He's not done yet.
Love 13. Foul. Foul. Love 14.
This is why that insurance break means so much. This would feel a lot different if he hadn't secured that second break.
Oh. Okay.
Lovely multi-combo special.
30-14.
Beautiful approach shot. Watch him open the racket face here just to get that touch on the ball.
Third opportunity for Hanfman.
Expect to see him give it a big crack.
Well, it's the age-old question, isn't it? At Love 40, how to play those points. You get to 30-40. Do you go for it, that one glorious shot, or do you make Alcaraz play? I think when you're playing your very best tennis, you don't think, you just do. Just almost play those points at a subconscious level. Don't overthink them.
Okay, some point there. It gets back to deuce. And you just let it rip.
I think you got to ask, what would my opponent want most? And he'd probably say an unforced error, so I won't give him that for a start.
Yes. Ball. Advantage. Alcaraz.
Two hours and 41 minutes. They've been going at it, hammer and tongs. And Alcaraz has finally arrived at match point.
Ball.
Given his all today, and we saw plenty of that in the opening set.
Yes.
Did such a good job of going toe-to-toe with Alcaraz, with shot making and all-court tennis just like that. And as we know, it's so hard to maintain against the very best tennis player in the world, but Hanfman's given it a good go. Big props to him for that. Appreciated by all here in the Rod Laver Arena. It's a shot for the chosen few there. Does help if you've got a Spanish passport, though. He's got a second match point.
Wow.
Is that all you got?
Look at the smile. I love it. I absolutely love it right here. And Carlos can't help but smile as well.
Yes.
Do we have a speed gun on that forehand, Robbie?
I think he broke it. 147 Ks.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
Alcaraz's quest to get his hands on the Norman Brooks Challenge Cup for the very first time is alive and well. We saw the artistry, we saw the beautiful brutality of his ground strokes, and that raw, unfiltered athleticism is always so easy on the eye. The good news for Carlos is that he's won in straight sets against the German. 7-6, 6-3, 6-2.
Well, really good second and third set there from Carlos. He made his way into that match. The opening set had its challenges. Nearly an hour and 20 minutes elapsed in the opening set. And after that, he got better and better. You could see his relaxation start as he played some of these more fun shots. He started to appreciate and enjoy the battle. Hanfman played really well. He's coming in with a lot of confidence, having won a lot of matches in the last few months. He comes away from Melbourne Park having now cracked into the top 100 in the world again, and it's well-deserved. He's fought so hard for it, and you can see the level he can produce there all the way to the very end, Hampton.
Yeah, well said. Very well said, Ryan.
Alcaraz there winning it in straight sets, but definitely not easy. We're seeing that last game, so many back and forth advantages, and props to Hampton there for giving it his all, but it did feel like an inevitable win was on the cards for Alcaraz, world seed #1 there. We're going to be looking at the draw, seeing exactly who is to match up, because round 3 is sort of where we're looking at now, and you can see it, Alcaraz there moving forward to it. Other people secured right now is Paul as well as Echeverry there. And we can see the potential matchups that each one of them could be coming up against in that third round there.
Showing his appreciation.
to me now. Drop that.
It's already been such a fun day here, day number 4 at the Australian Open Animated. Getting to see round number 2 matches, how much closer they are, pushing it further in sets, pushing it further in tiebreakers as well. Everyone giving it all that they can. And we're going to be giving a lot more to you guys in terms of tennis, because what Rod Laver has on the cards for the rest of the day is a back-to-back Australian showing with the men's singles. Alex de Minaur, they're up against Medvedev there. Women's singles going to be seeing Priscilla Hahn up against Eva Jovic on the side of Margaret Arena. It's a similar sort of story. However, they're going to be starting off with the women's singles, seeing how 8th seed is going to fare there for herself, as well as the men's singles 29th seed TFO, who we got to see just a couple of days ago do well in his round 1 matches there. And Cain Arena, which likes to start a little bit earlier than the others, is going to end in the men's singles with 3rd seed Zverev there. But right now, it's women's singles approaching the court, getting ready for their coin toss and warm-up in Australian. Tomljanovic and Ruse there as well. So they'll be walking out into the Cain Arena, getting everything that they need set up, and what is sure to be a very close match, because Ruse in her previous round number 1 matchup was able to win it 6-4, 7, and 5. And Tomljanovic, well, it was a little bit more of a difficult one for her. It went all 3 sets, where she eventually won set 2 and set number 3, 7-6 in tiebreakers and 6-1 respectively.
Stadia prefer Margaret Court or Kia.
Maya with us for coin toss.
Hi Maya, I'm Gabby, nice to meet you.
Ayla, Maya with us for coin toss. See, told you. Ladies, before we start, serve clocks at the side. Tower X on that side, they're incorporated in your boxes, all right? Yeah. Ayla, blue one, white one, all right? Electronic alarm calling is live, system calls on lines, you can always ask for a replay. And with VR is in use on this court, everything is reviewable at the end of the point, all right? Yeah. And I think that's about it. If you need anything or something's wrong, let me know. Questions? You want to ask Gabby if she wants AO or Mark?
AO, please.
Go for it. Go, go. Good job. Ayla. I serve. Serve?
Yeah, I stay.
And please, couple of photos that way with Maya.
Young Maya doing the honours, and it's a great thrill for the young tennis enthusiast to get involved. Maria Cizak of Croatia is the chair umpire for this.
I don't think I've done a match yet where Mark Edmondson has been picked. Everyone's picking AO, so I'm waiting for the first one, of course. Mark, last Australian man to win here 50 years ago. Beat Muscles in the semis and Uke in the final, and remembers it like yesterday.
Okay, Kalia, what do we have here? We've got player or AO? Anyone to call? AO. AO, fantastic. Player.
I serve.
Serve?
I stay.
Okay, good match.
Oh, brilliant.
Play. 40 love down on the opponent's serve. He was gesticulating and commenting to his box. He was frustrated. Produces 5 points and topped it off with the best point of his of the match.
Oh, yes. We saw another. Ellis thought the ball was going wide. He has arrived at match point.
Game, set match.
Daniel Medvedev books his ticket to
Three sets to
round
1,
3
6-7,
at the
6-3,
Australian
6-4,
Open.
6-2.
High quality match. Quentin Alice was outstanding in set 1, just couldn't quite keep it going. This man comes from a set and a breakdown though.
Unreal rally, unreal. Well, that was the shot that turned the entire tide of the match, and it is fitting that it is a forehand down the line that secures the third for the Portuguese player. That was special. Something a little out of the ordinary, and it comes from Rublev's racket. He's stolen it.
The highlights of all of the morning matches that you may have missed, all the key moments of people being able to make it to round number 3 for themselves at the Australian Open, and weather conditions looking pretty similar to how the morning started off. So it's going to be a nice cool 21 for everyone that's in Jannik Arena, both for spectators and the players as well. And for the players, the thing that's going to be hardest for them is trying to keep a level head. Both of these women, Ruse and Tomjanovic, in their previous Australian Opens, the furthest they've ever gone is right now, round number 2. So for one of them, they're going to be doing their deepest run that they've ever had at an Australian Open.
Tomjanovic serving to start this match.
Play. Lights, first. Fifteen. That's it.
Frustratingly, Isla Tomjanovic has 5 times been a finalist at WTA level, yet to break through. Most recent in Birmingham in 2024.
30.
There's Praddy in the towel on the right, our Billie Jean King Cup coach. Does a great job with all the girls. Very well respected and well liked.
Thirty, 40.
Break point for the Romanian.
Yes. Let's first.
Good defensive tennis by Tomljanovic.
It was early in that point. Did a good job of just staying in the point and then turned defence into attack.
Quick forehand. Tomljanovic, after a test, holds in the opening game.
First game.
I suppose when you come out of an injury in the lead up to a Grand Slam, there's always that anxiety that your body's not doing what your mind wants it to do.
Well, it's interesting, you know, everyone has an off-season, but the off-season's pretty short these days. So, you know, you come to Australia and everyone has expectations. You know, you've got lots of varieties. You've got Brisbane, you've got Adelaide, you've got Hobart, you've got Auckland, and you need to get out to a quick start. So you don't want too many matches, just the right amount of matches coming into here. And certainly it's good to see that Tomljanovic seems to have recovered from the shoulder issues that she had in Adelaide.
Simona Halep has been the standard bearer for Romanian tennis. Runner-up here in 2018. Lost to Caroline Wozniacki in that final.
See the shadow just moving its way across John Cain Arena. Very shortly, the court will be all in shade.
Pity. Let's first. Forty, 50.
Yeah, just pushing around really well in that rally. The movement looks good, Tomljanovic.
30. Game, Rusa.
She'll need that serve working well, because Tomljanovic will look to exploit anything short off the second delivery.
Yeah.
1-1 first set.
Good serve from Gabby there. And she came into this Australian Open, so she qualified in Brisbane. So that's a couple of matches there, and lost to Cain in first round. Qualified again in Adelaide. Lost to Callan Skyer first round. So included with that first round win here, that's 5 singles matches.
Hello.
It's more than 5, isn't it? This is her 7th. Good to get matches under your belt before the AO. Oh, that's nice hitting.
15.
Just controlled aggression here from the 26th seed. Tomljanovic pushed a long way behind the baseline.
Fifteen, 13. Fifteen, 14.
Couple of break points here for Rusa. Been able to apply some early pressure on Tomljanovic. Double fault on the deuce court, and that's a disappointing end to a pretty listless service game from Ajla Tomljanovic. Rusa with a break and a 2-1 advantage.
Time.
How about that? 50-50. Even the break of serve didn't swing it Roos's way. Maybe a little bit of hometown bias, perhaps, with Isla Tomljanovic. Is the computer Australian, perhaps? I don't know. Maybe the person putting the data is.
Light. 6. Fifteen.
Oh, that's a well-played point.
15.
Well done from Tomljanovic. That ball that just clips the tape gave her the opportunity to move forward. It was a swinging volley to win the point. Back in behind Rusa.
Both have a pretty similar game, Liz, don't they? They want to get on top early in the rallies and dominate the baseline.
Well, very often in women's tennis now, that's the best opportunity you have for a short ball, or to, a ball that's just got a little bit more pace on it. Once the girls get into rallies, they just hit so big from the back of the court that, it's harder to get in and make an impression. She'd be disappointed with that. Tomljanovic, she was peppering the forehand side and then thought she'd opened up the court well to the backhand. Just made the error.
That's the first body serve she's executed in the match. She's favoured that wide one on the deuce court. Now you've got a slice of luck. And I think the look says it all. Russo with a 3-1 lead.
3-2.
So complete mishit, but the defensive prod did the business. She knows it was more frame than string. You got to take those, don't you, Liz?
Yeah, take always. And
No.
never apologise for them.
I was about to say, I didn't see you apologise too often.
No, I didn't.
Kick. 15.
Two different types of backhands there, the big flat one and then this one just rolling it cross court, taking the pace off.
Made a couple of steps on the baseline for that return of serve, taking a bit of time away, and another error off the racket of Tomljanovic. She's under stress once more on her serve.
Third.
Clean and precise, just what she needed, just to steady the ship. Russo still with a service break and a 3-2 advantage in the opening set.
3-2.
Okay, let's get you up on the big screen, shall we? We've got our camera roaming around.
Time.
And we're looking at your beautiful faces up on Cain Arena. Hello there.
Interesting start to the match. Tomljanovic not being well served by a few misplaced, unforced errors.
She started a little bit slowly in a previous match and ended up sort of working her way into the match and heading her way into the match, Tomljanovic, in fact. And I don't know whether she's going to be able to achieve the same result today, but similar as to what her previous match was here in John Cain Arena.
Fifteen. That's it.
Miscue backhand.
30-15.
There's Andrea Kokiyasu, the coach of Rusa. Back right. Formerly guided Sorana Cristea, a number of other Romanian tour players. Wasn't prepared for the rally ball. Wanted to end the point early. It's a low percentage shot, that one. Struggling to get a read in some of Rusa's service games here. So a deal of comfort on serve for
Rusa leads 4-2.
Elena Gabriela Rusa.
Best result at a major was the third round at the US Open back in 2024, where she lost to Paula Badoza. Rusa, so looking to better that.
Love it.
Third double. Serving at 65%, converting 62% of those points. Tends to suggest that Rusa's got a fairly good read on the Tomljanovic serve.
Love it.
She thought it dropped in for a second. Rusa. Just taking a little bit off that first serve, Tomljanovic, and really paying the price. You see there in the background, 143 Ks. Trouble here at love 30. Well, this winner will help the cause. All or nothing. She was pulled so far wide of the return.
That's the best backhand she's hit. After Rusa rifled the return to her feet. It was just self-defense there for Tomljanovic. Already up to 12 unforced errors, and we're midway through the set potentially anyway. That's far too many. And a break point.
Yes. Advantage, Tomljanovic.
Well, the crowd loves an Australian fighter on this court. The first stirrings of getting the fans involved. Game point to Tomljanovic.
Yes. Advantage, Tomljanovic. Yes.
Most games have been just a real struggle on serve, haven't they, Tomljanovic, right from the first game. Being put under pressure with the return from Rusa.
Lights, first.
Forehand has done more of the damage for Rusa, but that time the backhand into the body and another break point. So danger signs for Tomljanovic in this opening set.
Lights, first. Yes. Advantage, Tomljanovic.
Second serve ace. Well, that's taking a risk reward for
New balls, please.
Maybe that sparks her in the opening set. Rusa still with a break and a 4-3 lead.
Rusa leads 4 games to 3. Time.
Rusa had a good chance for a double break in the previous game. We'll have to reset now.
The fact that Tomljanovic went for that big serve off the second serve, it goes to show you that she's really being put under pressure, isn't she, with the return from Rusa, who will now serve with new balls.
She's been very interactive with her coaching box, serving at 4-3.
Long hitting.
Once again, returns terrific depth. How many returns have we seen like that? Just centimetres from the baseline.
Fifteen, 30.
Thought he missed, caught the outside edge of the line. That's a big moment there potentially in the first set.
40-13.
Yeah, clean. Reacted to a pressure moment really well there, Russa.
Russa leads 5-3.
Excellent game there from Russa. After being down love 30, really just did step it up a little bit. We saw a backhand where she stepped into the court, took time away and hit the winner, and then another one there to win the game. The order of the day here for Tomljanovic, of course, is to do everything she can to hold and then just make sure that her opponent has to serve for this set. And then she can start serving first game of the second set. Big game, this one. If, in fact, her opponent does hold to win the set.
Clean service game to love. And asks the question now of Elena Gabriela Russa, who will serve for the opening set.
Time.
We get some magnificent drone shots around the Melbourne Park precinct. There is Swan Street to the right of John Cain Arena, named after the 43rd Premier of Victoria, who was synonymous with the development of Melbourne Park and the precinct in the late 80s that switched the Australian Open focus from Kooyong to the present venue. Russa serving for the opening set at 5-4.
Well, that's an error, but it's a forced error. thought she had it.
Again, into the body, and that's smart tennis. She's got that type of effusive personality, Rusa, that wants to impose herself on the match.
She's looking to really close out this first set.
She's hit her spots well in this game. And a triple set point scenario for Rusa.
Oh, how's that for a return? Didn't give out any call at all there, Tomljanovic. Just stood her ground on the baseline and used the power of the serve to direct it beautifully up the line. Just a nod from her opponent in recognition of a good shot.
Had her where she wanted her, but couldn't come up with a forehand cross court. And that's the opening set to Rusa. Job done. 6 games to 4 to the Romanian on John Cain Arena in 45 minutes.
Here's the numbers from the first set. Look at that. Just jumps at you. The second serve points 1 from Tomljanovic as compared to her opponent. Just 36%. We said that throughout the course of that first set. Serve really was being put under the pump. And we also talked about the unforced errors, 15 of them, of the Tomljanovic racket. Also doing a good job in the first serve point, 73% won. And that's what a 6-4 set looks like. Some big hitting from both ladies. Good court coverage. And also using the court well. Gabby Rusa, she'll be pretty happy with that first set. Won the first round against Yastremska in straight sets, who was the seed in this section. And really was the player that was just more able to impose themselves. Particularly off the return of serve.
Second set, Tomljanovic, 2-7.
On the line. Wow. We're seeing a match-hardened Rusa. You mentioned that the sort of game she's got under her belt, or matches under her belt before the tournament.
Yeah, the 2 qualifying matches in Adelaide and then 2 qualifying matches in Brisbane stood her in good stead, even though she lost first round in both those events. To get those early matches is just so important. It's almost like it's a sprint to the AO.
Sometimes a sprint with the unknown attached to it because of the first event of the year. And the men obviously go 5 sets, but the women have to play sometimes 3 Players are qualifying to get to the main draw, so a lot of unpredictability with a Grand Slam.
Oh, that's the point of the match. Both ladies having to cover a lot of court. It was Rusa that comes out on top. Tomljanovic pushed a long way behind the baseline. There's the half volley. Tomljanovic runs that one down, but just too much court for the third one.
She's hit the backhand return particularly well.
She takes it early, Rusa, and that automatically just puts pressure on the server. They just have less time to react. Has earned herself another break point.
Yes. Advantage, Rusa.
She's stretched the elastic band of movement of Tomljanovic. Been a good tactic. Push her around. Now another break point.
Yes.
She just had that one service game that she held to love, and all the rest have just been a real struggle for Tomljanovic. And another one here.
Well, the defence had to be breached with shot making like that, and in there it was a cross-court forehand that did the damage. That is supreme hitting by Rusa. It's just brought a smile onto the face of Tomljanovic, not of joy, I can tell you.
Well, she's trying to weather the storm here a little bit, Tomljanovic. You know, you've got to think that your opponent just still can't keep hitting centimetres from the line like she has throughout the entirety of the first set.
Another punishing rally, and this time Tomljanovic comes out on top. Little release of pressure there too.
Well, she knows how important this game is, Tomljanovic. Just to do a bit of a reset after losing the first set.
Has survived the scare, saving 3 break points and eventually holding for 1-love in the second set.
First game, second set.
Good hold there from Tomljanovic. Really, once again, put under pressure. And this time, just coming out on top. You know, last match that she played out here, she also lost the first set 6-4 and then had a cracker of a second set. It really came down to just 1 or 2 points in the second set where she pulled it out in the tie-break and then ended up playing just exceptionally well in the third and won at 6-1. She really did just fight her way back and hit her way back into that match.
It's going to be an interesting game for Rusa. A long one in the previous. She had those chances just emotionally, mentally, how she's going to follow up.
Oh, that's good disguise off the backhand side. She shaped like she was going to hit just a normal sort of full-fledged backhand. Then as she got the racket back, she just opened the racket face and came underneath it with the drop shot.
For a player who loves clay, I'm surprised it's taken this long to execute a drop shot. I haven't seen too much variety in this match.
That was the element of surprise, certainly.
And held to love, so very solid start to the service in the second set for Rusa.
Lovely team. Fifteen.
She was ready for that one, Tomljanovic.
30-15.
And to make sure the drop shot's perfect on this hard court, because it really will get eaten up. A little bit too high, wasn't it?
Fifteen.
She served at a pretty impressive 75% of first serves into play, Tomljanovic, but the numbers suggest that Rusa consistently has a good read on that serve.
Yeah, sometimes it's not all about the high percentage, is it? It's the effectiveness.
Game,
Tomljanovic. That this time in the positive for Ayla Tomljanovic, who holds with some comfort games on serve in the second set.
leads 2 games to 1.
Okay, we beat this summer. The Australian Tennis Foundation lottery is back with your chance to win the Ultimate AO Finals experience. Now, each ticket sold supports the ATF and their work inspiring brighter futures for disadvantaged kids. To enter, jump on the website on the big screen or scan the QR code.
Time.
See the numbers there, 53% of first serves into play, but it doesn't tell the full story. Rusa serving at 1-2, up a set after claiming the opener 6-4.
Lovely too. Fifteen.
Has to be perfect when you've pulled that wide. Fortunately, it was back into the hitting zone of Rusa.
Yeah, it wasn't all about the pace, more about the placement on the serve, which just opened up 3/4 of the court. Controlled aggression once again from Rusa, didn't overplay it. Knew that she had plenty of court to work with. She gave that return a bit of a ride, didn't she, Tomljanovic? It was just about as hard as she could hit it, that forehand. Big point here at 30-all.
It's a little bit more secure on the backhand. Does Rusa.
Yeah, the other thing we've sort of highlighted in this match is the court positioning. I mean, Rusa is on the baseline or inside the baseline at every opportunity, and Tomljanovic has been pushed back.
Let's 6. Yes.
Let's see if Tomljanovic can apply some scoreboard pressure on Russo in the second set.
Yeah, she's done to Russo in the last couple of points what Russo's been doing to her for a set. Tomljanovic really taking charge off the return. Earns herself a break point.
Oh, she's overcooked the drive. And the first break point of the match for Ajla Tomljanovic converted. Sadly, the first signs of momentum to the Australian in this match, 3-1.
Tomljanovic leads 3-1.
Oh, she took charge there, didn't she? And Dad's pretty happy. Doesn't always say the right thing at the right time, according to Ajla after her last match. Sometimes Dad just gets a little bit too excited. He just has to learn to sit there, but gee, it's hard when you're sitting courtside. It's a good break there for Tomljanovic. Positive play and being rewarded.
Lovely. 30.
Prepared to be aggressive off the return of serve. And she's rewarded with a couple of break points. Double fault and the immediate break back. So she's shown good fight in this match and self-belief too. Tomljanovic with a 3-2 lead, but game's back on serve in the second.
Time.
Plenty to look at Grand Slam Oval. In fact, it changes every year. Better food, more for the kids, and sometimes for us who are working, Liz, it's a good place to avoid because there's far too much activity, but it's good activity.
Everything gets better every year at the AO.
That's a bit early for the Mexican wave.
Thank you. Thank you.
Marissa serving at 2-3 second set.
She's
always on her toes, just willing to show Tomljanovic that she's in the fight every point.
Yeah, even when she was break point, when she lost her serve the last time, the body language was still positive.
13. Right. 5. That's it.
This time Rusa doing some strong defensive work from the back court to stay in that point.
Can't help you out with the translation there, but I'm sure they're words of encouragement, positivity.
My Croatian friends would be very useful at this point.
New balls.
Sliding ace and a couple of games converted. One break,
3 games.
one hold, and it's back with momentum to Rusa in this second set. New racket. Elena Rusa's been pretty communicative with Andre Kokiyasu, her coach, in the box. Crowds build up at John Cain Arena as day turns tonight on the 4th day of competition at AO 2026.
Love it. Love it.
That's officially wafer thin. That's an incredible rally. There was no width at all It was set a channel,
15.
testing the nerve. Been that sort of match, isn't it? Hard hitting from the baseline, not too much variety. Well, that's missed. And on that count, Liz, does either Tomljanovic need to give Rusa a different type of look in the second set?
Yeah, look at that number from Rus. 77% of first serve returns made. That just goes to show you how under pressure Tomljanovic has been right from the beginning of this match. Oh, she made it. She maybe caught this forehand just a fraction late, but she'll take it. She's hit lines just all over the place today, Gabby Rusa.
Yes.
6 double fault.
But that double fault is a direct result how Rusa has been returning the Tomljanovic serve. You're just going for a little bit more because you know it's coming back with depth and with a little bit of heat.
Advantage.
That's better. Takes the pressure off. Momentarily.
Of relief, I think. She's got the scoreboard pressure potentially. Now 4-3 games on serve, second set.
4 games to 3. Time.
Interesting stage. 8th game, second set. Rusa with a set advantage, serving at 3-4.
Love 50.
Shot was rather more cautious from Rusa, wasn't it?
15.
When she's landed the first serve in this set, she's won all but 1 point. And that was the first of this game. Another slugfest. And that's been the pattern of this match. Roos's had the slight advantage in that respect. I asked you in the previous game, could Tomljanovic do anything differently? Well, has she got the tools to just change the tempo of this match?
Yeah, not really with the slice, Tomljanovic. You know, that's a shot that she only plays when she really has to. It's not a go-to shot for her.
Clean ace. She's had the disadvantage of serving second, but has handled the pressure really well in this set, Rusa.
4 games over.
Hasn't allowed the crowd, the parochial Australian crowd, to get behind Tomljanovic fully anyway. Had that early break, got it back straight away, and it's on parity at 4-all.
Love it. Fifteen.
Well, she picked the right way, but
15,
it's all started from a cannon of a return of serve from Rusa. Physically, she's really imposed herself on this match. Well, on
Yeah,
the
she
danger
took the
levels.
pace. She took the pace off the first serve. Tomljanovic, and Rusa was not fooled. Took the pace off because she didn't want to have to face a second serve, Tomljanovic. So that was just a huge return from Rusa. Gives her a couple of break points.
30-14. Let's pass.
Uber aggressive, and a 10th break point has converted 3 of those. Have been successful, and she's got the break and the 5-4 advantage in the second.
Time.
Well, it's the player in electric orange. Stands facing a 3rd round berth at the Australian Open.
Which would be equal to her best result at a major anywhere back in 2024 of the 3rd round of the US Open.
Tough shot to make.
Love 15.
At the end range. Up the line and missing clearly. 14-shot rally, but some penetration from both players. She's converting nearly 80% of her first serves into winning points, only serving at 56%, a lot lower than Tomljanovic, but getting more of the first serve delivery. Interesting.
And Tomljanovic, she was completely handcuffed with the serve right at the body, and then Rusa, she came charging in. She didn't panic though, did she? She didn't try and go for the big shot. She just pushed it into the open court, knew she had good net position.
The backhand's worked the treat under pressure. And with that winner up the line, a couple of match points for Elena Gabriela Rusa. High part of the net, no problem. And that is her equal best Grand Slam showing. A thoroughly professional performance by the Romanian. And the run of Ina Tomljanovic after an injury-peppered preparation for this Australian Open comes to an end. It's Rusa in straight sets.
Yeah, you can see the delight there from Gabby Rusa. She did a terrific job, didn't she? Particularly on the return of serve off the Tomljanovic serve. And she's just going to celebrate, and rightly so. Stuck to the game plan. She moved well. And in the crunch moments, when she lost her serve in that second set, she broke back immediately. Just put Ajla Tomljanovic under all sorts of pressure as we see Ajla leave the court.
Whilst it is heartbreak for Aussie Tomljanovic here, massive, massive emotions coming out of Rusa. This is going to be the furthest she's ever gotten in an Australian Open, making it now to the third round. And just look at everything she was able to do in this match for her, forcing a lot of errors out of Tomljanovic. So, yeah, really well deserved there for herself indeed, and getting it in straight sets in an hour and a half for herself. The evening tennis, though, for day number 4 at the Australian Open, there is still plenty more to come. This is just the first of many.
And that is exactly why she's got there in straight sets.
Can hardly believe it.
Give it to me now. Drop that.
Can you believe that we're already moving into the night session here on day number 4 at the Australian Open Animated? It's going to be a lot of fun. We had the unfortunate loss of Aussie Tomljanovic earlier over on the Cain Arena, but there's still some more Aussie hopefuls coming up later today on Rod Laver Arena, over on Margaret Arena as well. That's going to be seeing their women's singles with 8th seed Andreeva out there coming up against Sakari, and later they're going to see the men's singles 29th seed Tiafoe there. So a lot of action for them potentially on the cards, and you guys will be seeing right now on Rod Laver 2 people standing by ready to do their walkouts and get out on court. And that is what I was referring to before. Australian Alex de Minaur there, 6th seed, doing really well in his round number 1 to get here in round 2, coming up against Medvedev here. And we'll see what he's able to pull out for himself, as this is the first time we're seeing him in the main seed at an Australian Open. He's been absent for a number of years, tried to qualify in 2024, but now in 2026, already making it to round number 2, and I'm sure he's eager to try and prove himself and make it to that 3rd round.
Living up to his nickname, Rod the Rocket.
The names are John Newcomb and Jimmy Connors.
And that's Fernando wins it. Gams at Marchländer. Sampras has won the title, his 9th Grand Slam.
Agassi is the champion.
A sensational 6 for Federer down under.
Novak Djokovic.
Champion of Australia for a 10th time. It's a 2nd for Sinner down under.
Singles 2nd round action. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena from Serbia, Hamad Medvedev, and his opponent from Australia, Alex de Minaur.
Two players that would have seen themselves around on the tour, but have not locked horns ever before. A first meeting between these two, and a debut in the main draw for Medvedev to come down here in 2024 in the qualifying, lost in the 2nd round. He has had some ups and downs with injuries, with some illnesses, but he is starting as the 22-year-old to move through the gears. He's had a couple of finals on tour, but his trophy cabinet's still empty, not like this man's. 10 singles titles for Alex de Minaur. And the man next to me also has a very full trophy cabinet. John Fitzgerald, welcome.
Thank you, Mark. Great to be with you. You're always over generous with me. Look,
not always, Fitzy.
Well, you have your moments, but it is always great to be with you, and you do this better than anyone. So I'm looking forward to this.
If you can be blue for the towel box. Questions? Questions? Do you have anyone to ask you, Alex? Ayo. Ayo. Receive. Stay. Photo, please.
Two players that have had serious mentors over the years. Alex has had the advice and the ear of Leighton Hewitt over the years that he's been out there on tour. Of course, Leighton, the Australian Davis Cup captain. As for Hamid Medjedovic, Novak Djokovic has been a big part of his story. Medjedovic moving up to Belgrade to further his tennis career. Met Novak on exactly his 10th birthday. Yeah, Novak after a while taking a keen interest in Medjedovic and not only wanting the best for him, but doing everything within his considerable power to allow Medjedovic to become the best player that he can be, and that included putting his hand in his pocket to pay for expenses for Medjedovic, also allowing him to practice at his tennis center while it was there in Belgrade. But the protege, Fitzy, not better than the prototype yet out of Serbia.
That would be difficult. I'm not saying it's impossible, but maybe I am.
Yeah, that is a big, big shadow. One glittering career that Novak has had. As for this man, he hasn't maximised yet. I still think he's got a deeper run than he's made at any major yet. He has been to the quarterfinals of all 4 majors, of course, slotted that nice little milestone in last year here in Australia. But is that rose-colored glasses for me?
I don't think so, but it's a bit of a long discussion for me. He's a wonderful player, one heck of an athlete, maybe the quickest guy out there. Is he a little underpowered to beat the top 2? Maybe, but he's working on it.
Well, there's a warm-up happening right now on Rod Laver Arena. We've talked about John Cain Arena, the matches that they've had earlier, and they're already on to their 4th and final matchup for tonight. It's men's singles, 3rd seed Zverev here up against Frenchman Mueller, who we're personally yet to see at the Australian Open animated.
That will help with any pre-match nerves. Very confident start there for Muller. As I say, he was born west of Paris. Grew up playing a lot of football or soccer, depending where you're from in the world, as well as tennis. But now resides in Dubai, so well used to hardcourt tennis, a bit of heat. I think probably hard to argue with that win predictor. We'll keep an eye on it throughout, but there's no doubt Zverev starts this match as big favourite. The head-to-head though, 2-1. Muller will know that he can mix it with Zverev. He's certainly mixing it there, quite literally. Bringing Zverev into the net on his own terms with the drop shot. And I have to say that is an intelligent play. Zverev much more comfortable on the baseline. And he had the composure to pick him off with the pass as well.
15.
First point on the board. Was not overly impressed with his own level. Alexander Zverev in the first set of his win over Gabriel Diallo. Forehand looked a little shaky towards the end of that set, but really settled into his performance in sets 2 and 3 and 4. The match was played on Sunday, of course, for the second year here at the Australian Open, a 15-day event. So Zverev's had 2 days off. Plenty of time to iron out any creases in his game, get on the practice court. You would expect a strong performance this evening. Shot returning from Müller.
30-40.
And a chance here.
We are going to be leaving Jannik Cain Arena and their matchup in the men's singles to focus on the matchup between the men on Rod Laver Arena. We've already talked about it, just how far can debutant in Medvedev here make compared to Aussie Alex de Minaur, as I'm sure a win and a round 3 advancement would feel pretty good on home soil.
And when he couples that with a bit of discipline, as he's just shown there, it makes him a pretty hard man to dislodge from a draw.
He's a young bull. Strong. Built like a front rower.
Started sparring with Novak when he was around 16. As I said, though, he met him on his 10th birthday. Worked with Viktor Troicki for a while. Well, he got there, as he often does, but just couldn't thread the needle with that particular forehand as Medvedev gets up and running here on Rod Laver, one of the great icons of the world. And there's another one, Cathy Freeman.
Speaking, yes, icons with capital letters there on the right of screen. Cathy Freeman, 2000 Olympics, 400 metres. I don't think any Australian will ever forget. Beautiful. It's a sweetheart. Good friend of Yvonne's.
Yeah, the greats never really retire, do they, Fitzy? You've always got those memories, those visual reminders of just how great they were.
Speaking of handling pressure, Cathy Freeman, I've never seen pressure like that on a sporting field.
How is it for Alex here?
In terms of pressure?
Yeah, intensity, media.
I don't think it worries him at all. You know, I don't know him like Leighton knows him, and some of the other younger Aussie boys know him. Really good kid, modest, takes it in his stride. I think he knows how good he is, but he wouldn't be the first to tell you.
15.
And I think he handles the pressure really well. I think because I haven't seen it really affect him here in Australia. He plays well in Sydney.
You could see from that stat that he's picked up more wins than virtually everybody else in recent times.
Yeah. No, he feels like coming home here. tell you what, though, Medjedovic has some serious clout.
He's a proper player.
Oh, my goodness. He looks like a rugby player. He's just out in front of us. He's built like a tank. And he's got sweet timing that produces incredible power.
Spends a bit of time. He's been with Jorge now, as I say, for just over a year. He's worked with a friend called Antonio, who's a sports psychologist. He feels as though it is the biggest area that he needs to improve, is just trying to stay calm. He's talked about the fact that there are moments in matches where he goes completely blank. He doesn't take in information. He doesn't process information.
Well, he needs to learn that, and probably reasonably quickly. There's Leighton Hewitt there on the right.
40-30.
Alex is a long-time coach there, Adolfo Gutierrez. Pretty good team.
And a lot of stability. It's always nice to see that. There's also a lot of good knowledge there when you stay with your kind of development coach. A really good understanding of where a stroke has come from. I think sometimes when you take over a player, it's actually really worthwhile, if you think there's a stroke that needs to improve, is to go and ask why that stroke has become the way that it is, how it has been produced, because there's usually a backstory there if it looks a little unusual, and sometimes it's better not to tamper with it. But he has worked hard, hasn't he, Fitzy, on his serve?
He's trying to make it bigger. He's just rolling his arm over here. 211 Ks. That serve looks like it's in third gear. Didn't like that execution too much. He totally mistimed that, didn't he? And it was like a last-second thought just to change his decision-making there into a drop shot. He never got his head around it.
First meeting against the top 10er at a major. As you can see them, a little win over Medvedev in Marseille last year. As I say, that was off the back of going and playing the Challenger Tour and picking up a number of wins. Had a lot of confidence. Started the season, then had an illness, picked up a big virus, really couldn't practice prior to coming down here, then had to take a lot of time off, went over to Indian Wells, played the Phoenix Challenger, didn't feel great, got injured again, and then took time off until Madrid of that year. So he's had a couple of seasons where it's been very stop-start. We have definitely not seen the best of him yet.
Let's first serve.
You'd think a player, though, with his body type, it's not...
You're obsessed.
Well, mate, he's strong. I'm so impressed with his athleticism, how big he is. You think he'd develop later, wouldn't you? I mean, he's 22, but you could see him playing his best tennis in 4 years. So you think there'd be a big improvement curve waiting for him at some stage?
Game.
Well, there's a part of the world where they produce some of the tallest men in the world, and he is standing tall to start with on serve. 2-1.
Time.
I was thinking there's been so many changes in tennis, Fitzy, since your time. I mean, nutrition being a big one. The fact that when you step onto a plane these days, most of the players turn left. In your day, you would have turned right because the money wasn't there. So that would have been another big thing. I was thinking sports psychologist. That must have been niche back in your day.
Very niche. And by the way, turning right hasn't changed.
Yeah, but that's because you fly private.
They tell me if you turn left in an aeroplane, it's very difficult to change and go back to the right. That's what they say. He stood over that second serve, didn't he? Just smothered it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I'm going to be very interested to see how fast Alex hits his second serve tonight. I would think that he's going to be pinging it in comfortably at about 160. That one is at 147, and I would expect him to kind of try and tuck him up, not use the kicker too much. But it's early days, first meeting. And talking about his serve, it's not just about pace. I know he has added some pace, but obviously it's about his +1 shot, how aggressive he's been. But, you know, credit to the Australian #1. Back in 2021, his whole percentage on tour, 76% of his service games he held. You want to talk about improvement. Last year, 84% service games held. For somebody that isn't notoriously known as a big server, he has improved this motion out of sight. And that number sounds really good when I put it like that, because that is a massive jump, but it was kind of a really good, solid progression from 76 to 78 to 79 to 80. I don't know how much you've seen of Majanovic, but he's a baller, as you can see here, Fitzy. If you don't mix the blends, you give him the kind of same ball, he is going to be somebody that is going to be able to move it around very nicely.
Yeah, the ball certainly comes off the middle of his racket, doesn't it? Always a good sign.
Yeah, that slice might be very effective down the line tonight.
And he's got that latent Hewitt cunning too. He knows as soon as he sees something like that, it'll be in the memory bank. There's Leighton. You know, I sat on the court. I had the privilege of sitting on the court with him in Davis Cup for 10 years. He could work out a player within 10 minutes of a warm-up if he'd never seen him before. So how much do you think I told him? Nothing. Not quite, but he didn't need, he just worked it out. Very clever, and Alex is a little bit the same, and he's got that in his corner tonight, so they'd have that in the memory bank, that slice down the line there.
Just got Craig Tiley on the phone here. He's asking for his money back.
And why is that?
Because you didn't do anything as Davis Cup captain.
Craig, I was kidding. Too late now. On a doubles court, I had Todd Woodbridge in that team too. Didn't have to tell Todd anything.
Oh my goodness, one of the easiest weekends of all time. That's like, did you tell your wife you're going to work or on vacation?
I tell you, I still broke out into a hive quite a few times.
Broke out as a sweat mowing the lawn.
Got shingles once.
13-15.
What,
it was imaginary stress.
You forgot to book the wrong restaurant.
Just imaginary stress.
Let's first one.
Actually, to be fair, having Todd on your team would have been pretty stressful.
Oh, that's below the belt. I'm going to tell Todd you said that. Oof, that one got a bit late on him.
Don't you love these opening, I mean, we call them games, but they're kind of rounds like boxing, and you just
feeling each other out.
And it's like, oh, that works.
Yeah.
He's suddenly just seen, hasn't it, the slice has suddenly become far more frequent.
Yeah.
That was a very interesting pass. Having watched Alex play for so many years, that almost felt like he had been told prior to the match that this guy doesn't volley particularly well.
Make him volley at all costs type of pass.
Yeah. Usually you'd just flat line it straight down the line and be break point up.
Gee, twice he's done that, and neither attempted drop shot has looked like going over the net. So he needs to play that with more intent if he's going to do it. That was just a last second, didn't come off the middle of the racket. It's also a sign for me that he's a little concerned about staying in long rallies with de Minaur. That is a big first serve.
Advantage, Medjedovic.
It's a quick, fast attack off what wasn't a bad return there. Medjedovic has stood up to his first real challenge on serve very emphatically, 3-2.
Time.
Oh.
Talk me through it, Fitzy.
Oh, with Chris Harrop there on the left of screen, one of the greats, Petch. AFL footy, you follow that? That's Eddie Betts.
I know it, but I don't say I follow it. Yeah.
He played for the Adelaide Crows. He also played for Carlton. Okay, yes, he did. But he played for the Adelaide Crows, my team. He gave me so much pleasure. Skillful.
Has he seen some of your black and white tapes?
No, he had X Factor. He doesn't remember me. He's a bit younger than that, but he had X Factor. You know, in all sports, the great ones.
Yeah,
he had it.
It is an amazing thing, that, isn't it? It's just, you can't see it, but you can feel it, and it is absolutely real.
And you have the ability to defy physics, I'm trying to say. He could defy physics with the way he kicked a goal. I feel so much better now I know he's at the tennis. Not far away. He's got a big lunge, hasn't he?
Yeah, I'm just thinking that Alex has he's delivered a lot of serves out wide on that backhand side, on the ad side already, hasn't he? He's clearly seen that he doesn't really cut the angle and drive it back, and if he can get it wide enough, it is just a very defensive kind of stab return, and Alex can go straight to work.
There's Eddie. And he's with the new president. Have you met Chris Harrop yet?
I haven't, no.
Taken over from Jane Herdlicker. And he's the new chairman and president of Tennis Australia. I get the feeling there that he tried to fake Alex a little bit. He took a bit of a goose step there when he went in to play that, as if to try to bluff Alex a little bit here, and lost his step, lost his balance. So he should win it from here, and he just sort of delayed his step, I think, there to try and put it, I think. There you go. A ball he should have made.
Oh.
He's built like a rugby player. He had a few great rugby players, league and union. They had that goose step. They'd fake you with the goose step.
Did you grow up playing other sports? Did you play
Australian football?
You played Australian football, did you?
Yeah.
Vucetovic getting into tennis via the television. He was watching it back home in Serbia, and supposedly was kind of mimicking some of the shots that the players he was watching on TV with a wooden spoon. And then there was a local club next to his, and well, his dad and he went and hit balls, and he got very good at it very quickly. Then obviously had to, as most tennis players do, make the jump to a bigger city, better practice. Up to Belgrade. He spends most of the time, I think, now in southern Spain. He was certainly practicing with Hubie Hurkacz at the end of last year in pre-season.
tell you, no wonder Novak liked practicing with him with that backhand. They would have gone for, I don't know, I was going to say hours. That's an exaggeration. They would have gone a long time without missing one, I think.
Yeah. I always laugh when I see people talk about tennis. It's played between 0 and 4 shots, which it is. If you look at the numbers, it's 70% of points in tennis is played between 0 and 4 shots, the shorter version of it. But every single one of these players here, as you say, could go quarter of an hour without missing if they put their mind to it. Just catching a little bit, potentially a little thermal there from de Minaur. He was a bit surprised that it travelled over the baseline. Some pretty skillful tennis. Gave him the bluff with the potential drop shot, knocked it long, and those balls have come and gone, and nobody has had a look at a break point. 4-3. Let's just take a look at what Alex is trying to do here. As we've been saying, this is kind of a feeling out process for both players, not just for Alex, but so far a lot of the traffic has been directed through the two-hander of Medjedovic off the forehand side from de Minaur. So taking quite a few Fitzy kind of down the line, but the inside out, he's trying to go to the side that doesn't produce as much pace, is a flatter hit, may catch the net on the way over. So far though, Medjedovic has worked his magic from his side in defending it.
Look, part of the reason there's such a high number there is that when he does go in, which hasn't been often so far tonight, he will go off. He'll hit the off forehand down the line to the double hander and go in. That's his play. It was a Leighton Hewitt specialty, and he during the rally he's likely, that one looked like it went across court. He's more likely to go across court during the rally. So, or he'll mix it up at least. And this backhand, though, of Medjedovic doesn't look like it's going to break down. Neither did Novak, come to think of it. What a defensive backhand he had. The best we've ever seen, surely.
Yep. Milestone season for last year for Alex Fitzy. First time that he actually managed to get to raise his bat with 50 match wins on the season. The last 3 seasons prior to that, as successful as they had been, he hadn't quite managed to get through what is a fairly magic number. Fiancée Katie Bolter, unfortunately going out in the opener. A tough draw for Katie. Her rankings outside the world's top 100 at the moment. Lost to Belinda Bencic. Very in form.
I was going to say, very much in form. Good to see her back, you know, like young mother. Here's Katie.
Belinda being the young mum.
Did you misunderstand me?
Yeah, no. I just wanted to clarify it for my own sake because I suddenly thought that I hadn't done my homework.
No. No, it's great. What a achievement to have a baby and come back like Belinda has done. Yvonne Goolagong did that. Won Wimbledon for the second time. Yeah. Now he took the pace off that, so that's a little tactical move from de Minaur. He didn't just hit a regular slice deep. He took the pace off it. He feathered that one a little bit short. Guess what? Got a mistake.
John Morris to the left of Katie. Alex's agent. Clijsters, of course, coming back after giving birth and winning that dramatic US Open in 2009. And at 4 apiece, this Rod Laver Arena crowd getting very much into it, and that is something that really does inspire and lift Alex. Can he respond? Just can't quite get the depth to get neutral off the return at the moment.
Yeah, he's dropping that a bit short because I think short and low to the backhand might, or to either side might, short, if it's low, might be a good play, but not if it's just dropping in the middle of the court like that.
Then trying to nudge it to a good length and just got it wrong. Hasn't quite found the range. Some of that due to this man's nice serving and potential threat that Alex is definitely feeling out there at the moment. Yeah, he's aware of it, and that's why he's just overcooked that one. Just the 6th point that de Minaur's picked up against the Serb serve in this opening set.
Game. Medjedovic.
Cleans things up very nicely. More for the Australian to ponder at this change of ends.
Time.
Tennis is the main event, but there is so much to enjoy as you wander around the grounds here at Melbourne Park. There is a little bit of something for everyone. But all eyes on the Australian. That's Sam Groth, isn't it?
That is Sam.
Sam sitting with Beck Hewitt.
Leighton's wife.
Oh.
That's kind of the pace I was expecting to see from Alex mostly. That one in at 159. He's done a decent job. 50% of his second serves being protected at the moment.
That's a pretty big second serve, by the way, from him. 159?
I mean, he sits around that number now. It's impressive.
Gee, great pass. Wonderful touch and feel there on the pass. He took the speed off that Medjedovic to make it dip. And that's the forehand I talk about with that one there. Alex normally uses that, but Medjedovic up to the task. That was the easy one. The first one was the beautiful shot. Yeah, move the big fella around there. Made him move.
40 for 10.
Leighton discussing tactics.
Head down, total focus.
How quick do you think he is? Compare him to the man in the box, sitting in his corner. Leighton Hewitt.
Whoa, that's a pretty high bar to start with. I think he and Leighton would have been very similar. Very similar.
Fair call.
Yeah. I think Leighton probably balanced maybe a touch better. It was a little harder to get back in behind Leighton. For some of the bigger hitters out there, I think that maybe Jannik and Carlos can get in behind Alex a bit easier, but straight line speed.
Straight line speed, you got an answer?
15.
I mean, that's a dead heat for me.
Okay.
And you?
I'm tempted to say straight line speed. I'm tempted to say Alex. With Leighton, I think better anticipation, probably. But that's a very high bar. I've never asked Leighton, actually. I might.
Well, you think
what do you think?
Well, you think he's going to say he's slower than Alex?
Well, he is about 20 years older.
Oh, now maybe. Yeah.
15 all.
But I do love watching this young man move. He's a wonderful, quick athlete. And that wasn't a bad drop. It was the best drop shot Medjedovic has hit. He got there relatively in comfort.
Yeah, and I'm not entirely sure that the drop shot itself is for him a shot that he thinks he's going to win that many points with if you just take it in isolation. I think what he's doing here is going to play a high frequency of them at times to force Alex to be up closer to the baseline so that when he hits a ball like that, he gets an error. or he gets a softer reply.
First little bit of emotion that De Minaur showed can have an effect too on a young player. Business end of the first set. It gets the attention of the server here.
Yeah, I don't think that was entirely spontaneous.
Can't drop that ball short there.
40-30.
Showed his promise at the back end of 23 in Saudi Arabia when he won the next gen. He beat Arafith in the final of that particular tournament. And you can see why.
Yeah.
It's a heavyweight shot, but it's also disciplined. And Jorge will love that. 6-5. Medjedovic, the first to 6. Just take a little look at some of where the ball lands. Good first serve. You can see here, there's Alex, gets his head down. Some of the great movers out there, they all do something a little bit different. I remember watching Murray run for it. That racket would have been tapped twice on the ground, almost like using it to kind of dig into the ground to get a little bit more forward momentum as he's running forward. Alex didn't need that assist.
What are you inferring, Andy? Had a crutch? Maybe.
I knew you were going to come with that.
Cut it out.
His walking stick.
One of the great players of all time, and yeah.
But it was his trademark.
No, he did do that.
Yeah, but it also made total sense because he got so low, Murray, into the sprint with his head forward, that when he moved his arm, he was so close to the ground anyway that he almost had to tap it with the racket. But it was always like a sound when you heard it, you thought he's there.
He's going to make it.
Yeah. Is this opening set destined to be won in a tiebreak? First time, and not at an opportune time, that Medjedovic has just frayed a little bit at the edges emotionally after losing that point. Cooler night tonight, and I just wonder whether Alex is having to force it a little bit more than he has done up till now.
It's good if you can lift it up like this. Fantastic.
There you go. That's got to be the plan.
30-15.
Yeah, it's a very flat backhand, isn't it? Look how open the face is, you know, at times on the contact. Look at where the strings end up on the follow-through, almost to the sky. If he can get it down there, Medjedovic has got to kind of massage it over.
Yeah, and remember out there that if someone slices a ball, the opponent needs to aim a little higher. The spin will take that ball down off the racket face. Wow. So he's hit the drop shot eventually, the one that
30.
actually beats the speedster.
That is absolutely brilliant, because not only is the pass is so good, but he delayed the drop shot until the very last second. It's impossible to see it coming.
Gee, that must have missed by a whisker. We're down on the court surface, right below the height of where Alex de Minaur is, right in front of us, and it's tough for us to tell through the air whether how close that was, but it must have been close. In one behind those windows.
That's outrageously good from Medjedovic. Tell you what, Fitzy, the other thing we're getting from this angle is how much movement off the forehand from Medjedovic. It is curving in the air. It's not easy to pick up where it's going to be after the bounce.
Alex just walked out in front of us. He wouldn't blow a candle out. Would not blow a candle out right now. And he's been made to move pretty substantially here.
He's there.
He won the point. The crowd goes crazy, but I promise you, Medjedovic has his attention. He seriously has his attention here. This is outstanding stuff from the young Serb as well.
He made just one mistake in an otherwise perfect point that he didn't close the net down. He would have been quick enough to get back for any defensive lob. The crowd get everything all in one go there. They get a hold of serve from Alex. They get the reaction that they want, that they can feed off.
And they're going to get their money's worth here. And we didn't pay for a ticket, you and I, Mark.
No, we did not. Look at that. That is everything. He had a good season last year in the Breakers. Over 60% of them won, which is a terrific number for de Minaur.
Please.
The Australian way back. Picked up just 3 points against this second serve of Medjedovic. Well, you would have said at the start of the match, that is the kind of point that de Minaur wants to play over and over again, right in his wheelhouse. But it is Medjedovic who has impressed. Didn't open up the court. Look at the placement from Medjedovic until he hit that particular shot.
Great return also, bravo.
And that's where also, I know he's missed the backhand, but that is also where the drop shot is so valuable, because Alex had to take a little step forward to cover it. Medjedovic didn't actually need to hit it that hard or that close to line. The drop shot has done the damage.
By heck, he looks dangerous right now, though.
Not too many players go through a breaker against this man, though, without dropping at least 1 point. If he hits another one like that, that's interesting that they both look at him. That is almost, again, predetermined tactic. Get in behind de Minaur. Don't go to the space. He's going to be able to close it down. And we've seen a number of those off that forehand side tonight.
Medjedovic.
Bravo.
Medjedovic.
Where Alex wants to be, but for a lot of neutrals, there's plenty of jeopardy still in this opening set tiebreak. Can the 22-year-old remain flawless?
See, that last pass had a look over the net, didn't it, that ball? Just got two eyeballs above the net, but not the rest of the face.
6-2.
It's been an impressive set.
It's been amazing. I know it's a subdued applause, and understandably so, where we are and who Medjedovic is playing against, but it has been absolutely spectacular. A little stumble at the finishing line.
6-3. Jedinovic.
Couple of quick points. De Minaur tucks those away. Thank you very much.
6-4. Jedinovic. Jedinovic.
Can he quieten the voice in his head and finish the task? You bet he can. Highly impressive opening hour from the 22-year-old. De Minaur trails by a set. And a set that was very interesting in terms of the strategy. The drop shot that didn't work early on paid good dividends at the end. He got the interest on that. And the last forehand also, he was able to hit it into the easier part of the court in a pressure moment, having gone back in behind De Minaur a number of times with his +1 forehand. You've got to say that that is a plan well executed. And the question is whether he can continue to do so, because against someone like Alex, you are always virtually going to have more unforced errors than winners. He's going to make you miss at times, but that is a pretty decent ratio. But it is the impressive numbers behind serve where he has just locked up De Minaur in an area that usually the Australian excels in. There's the back in behind. And there is the drop shot. This is a big moment for De Minaur. He thought maybe he was going to get out of jail.
40-15. I have to say, I always wonder with Zverev. You know, we know that he manages type 1 diabetes. It's incredible, you know, the career he's had considering. I just wonder, you know, whether sometimes when you see him have those little dips, how much that must affect him.
I can't imagine.
Ball, please.
So the next question is, how long can he play like this? At 22 years of age on a big stage, first set he's won off a top 10 player outside of Daniil Medvedev. Can he do this for 3 straight hours?
30.
I get the feeling we've got a good player on our hands here, though, Mark. You'd be silly not to think so. He's so heavy. That ball is, it's like a super ball coming at you.
Important set for Medjedovic to win. Alex has been absolutely perfect here in Australia over the years when he's won the opening set. 15-0 for the Australian. Things turn around obviously dramatically when he drops the opener. Managed to win just 3 times and lose 8 when he's found himself in a similar situation as he does tonight. Back in 2017, he's been coming here a while. He beat Gerald Meltzer from a set down, Lorenzo Massetti in 22, and Francisco Cerundolo in 25 last year from a set down. And he managed to dig out that second set in the breaker. That was very tense moments for de Minaur. Going to be very interesting.
From Mira Andreeva.
Thank you, players are ready.
It's a mirror masterclass. This contest that promised so much flickered and then died. Andreeva had done enough in set 1 to snuff out the belief of Maria Sakkari, who ignited in the second set. But Mira Andreeva just too good, too confident, too clinical.
Yeah, and if you are the 8th seed, this is the perfect match in the second round you want to have. You get tested just a little bit, you work on your mental resilience just a little bit, but you also are clearly the better player. And for a set and a half there, she played a flawless match. Maria Sakkari just found her freedom in her game a little bit too late today, but she will be back, and I can't wait to see her at the top of the game again.
Yeah, that play he will use more and more, I think. And Medjedovic will find a way to deal with it over time, but he has made a mess of a couple, hasn't he, when he's had to move forward out of his comfort zone. This is a softer shot, dropping short. He's taken the speed off that ball, and in he comes. He has to get in there, and it just throws his timing a fraction.
I mean, it's a pretty uncomplicated action that seems to be able to deliver some really good velocity.
Muscle.
Can't be just muscle, though, can it?
Can't be just.
I don't reckon Mike Tyson serves like this guy. Not that I'm going to tell you, but if I see Mike, I'm not telling him that.
Where do you find all these thought processes?
Yeah,
from a strange place.
You only hang out with me once a year. Be grateful.
Medjedovic. 1 game on.
Yeah, once again, close, but no cigar at the moment for de Minaur in terms of carving out some pressure moments. Oh, Medjedovic's serve.
Still thinking of Mike Tyson coming into this commentary box and saying, which one of you said that? I'm throwing you under the bus.
Do you know what? It's a bit like being on safari with me, Fitzy. You just need to be not the slowest in the pack when the lion's coming. I'll be the first out the door. Yeah, that's nice. And it's not the easiest serve for him to hit, obviously. There's a little bit more of a forehand grip, doesn't he, Alex, on his serve, to be able to square up the racket face and get a few extra kphs on the serve.
Both of these guys have incredible defence from a deep, low ball to be able to almost half volley the ball with timing. I mean, a shot like that, that was deep, that ball, and it just presented no trouble at all. On the line.
40 for 10.
Oh my goodness. Well, I was about to praise the backhand half volley there. It was a case in point of what we were just talking about. What a defensive backhand, but it was overshadowed by this miss.
Yeah, and when he wants to generate, we talked a little bit of cooler air tonight. Is he forcing it? Is he having to throw his body a little bit more into it? Head moves. We saw how still Novak's head was the other night when he started off his campaign here in Melbourne. There's the diagonal dagger he was looking for.
New ball space.
de Minaur 2-1 second set, having dropped the opener. As quick as he is, he's had an awful lot of pace coming at him tonight. We've seen it behind the serve, we've talked about that, but also on the forehand. Medjedovic forehand is absolutely monstrous. He's about 10 Ks up, Fitzy, on average for the tournament here at the Australian Open. More pace.
Maybe just the purple patch starting to come to an end for Muller. Zverev has hardly won points in the last few games. Just be joining us this evening.
15.
Alexander Zverev led by a set and 3 love here on Cain Arena. Could not have looked more in control, having been 3-2 down in the first set. He'd won 7 games in a row himself. Since then, it's been all about Alexander Muller.
Normal logic on a tennis court is if you can make the guy play another shot, And keep that in mind all match. He'll make a number of errors because of it. One works there for de Minaur.
15 on.
Gee, that is big. We're sitting at court height, basically.
Do you know what it also was short in the box? I mean, he's got a great bit of pronation at the top there in his motion. I mean, he's as you keep saying, he's strong, so he can drive up with those legs. But he really gets a great bit of pronation at the top and snap down into the court with that racket.
I don't know how much money I would have paid for this serve, but it would have been a lot.
You wouldn't have had to work here with me. So it would have been worth it, every cent.
Bit of cat and mouse from de Minaur. Haven't seen him go for that one down the line. I mean, it's a riskier shot. We all know that. But you're more likely to hit the winner if you're good enough to hit this one down the line. The opposition's leaning across court, waiting for the higher percentage backhand. Might need to start using that a little more.
Interesting phase of the match right now. Ninth ace. And that is above average already for Medjedovic in terms of the aces he usually produces in match. And we haven't even got halfway through the second set.
Well, Alex doesn't give much away in his body language, but there was definitely an annoyed look on his face, particularly after he went down 40-30 there. He missed an opportunity at 15-30. He had his racket on that return, put it in the net, and from then on he had no say in the matter. He's a bit annoyed.
In the second. But intense. Vamos.
Yeah, I think he's annoyed because there's nothing he can do about it, because he knows that Medjedovic is having a good night so far with the aces, and no matter how much you try and put it to one side, no matter how resilient you are, and Alex is one of the most resilient out there on the tour, sometimes it can just sort of bubble over for a second. Certainly did in the last game.
Well, there's no doubt this is becoming slowly possibility that it's a losable option. I mean, this kid is good, and number 6 in the world, Alex de Minaur. He's got a fight on his hands here. He wouldn't want a long 5-setter either, by the way. Not that he's thinking about the detrimental effect after this match that could have, because there's only one thing on his mind now, is to win this one. But he wouldn't have been expecting this level, I don't believe.
Yeah, listen, and he's the higher ranked player. They like to dominate. Well, he's missed it, but that may well be another good down payment on success later. And we saw it on the backhand side. You see Alex's split step there was back. He was worried about the heavy hit that was coming at him.
Let's. First serve.
Keep the change out of that, Mark Pecci.
I mean, when he hits it, it stays hit.
You know the old saying, yes. He's taking it in his stride too, isn't he?
Yeah, there's a little uncertainty for Alex about what to do, and now the fact that Medjedovic is settling in, feeling very comfortable in these surroundings, he's suddenly jumping around, not giving Alex access to the body serve on the second. Yeah, he felt like he had to force it, and he wasn't wrong.
Advantage. Medjedovic.
Well, this is becoming serious right here. He's a bit flat right now, Alex.
I think he's a little unmoored. He's a little unsure how to go about playing the points. Tactics is knowing what to do when there's something to do, but for the most part, Alex's strategy is knowing what to do when there's nothing to do, because he's the one that's moving the chess pieces around. Oh, he had to make up some serious ground.
He actually got there pretty easily, but that was pure speed. I'm backing my claim a bit earlier. He had to move here. He had to make this volley, and that was exhilarating speed. It only takes one break of serve from his point of view to feel like he's maybe right in the mix again. Right now he feels like he's pushing uphill, especially if he'd lost this game. Not over yet.
Wow. What an exhibition of great shot making this is.
Yeah.
Well, he's got the game. That's what we've seen for the first hour and 20 minutes. Does he have the physical capacity and the mental capacity to do this for another hour, 2 hours? Because he's certainly going to get tested in that range.
He's one of the cleanest ball strikers I've seen this Open so far. But no guarantee he won't go off either. So de Minaur needs to play the competitive game.
Legs. Legs.
And when you see a bit of negative body language like that, it inspires you a fraction.
It's a really awkward backhand when you couple it together with the dynamite that's produced off the forehand side, because it comes in low, but you really have an eagerness when he hits a backhand to try and get on the front foot, but it's not really at the height that you can take it on. And Alex isn't a guy with huge RPMs that can get the ball up and down.
Advantage, domino.
This is potentially the best outcome here for the Australian if he scrambles to safety here. Chances for Medjedovic, a long, hard returning game.
Domino.
Let's just bookmark that one. He is fired up, and rightly so. It felt important. Let's just see how priceless it was.
Hola, welcome, marhaba. Hello, tennis lovers. Join Emirates as we welcome the world's best players to centre court and get ready for world-class tennis action.
Men's second round action. Please welcome to Margaret Court Arena from Argentina, Francisco Comasana. And his opponent from the USA, Francis Tiafoe.
With the outcome in that last returning game. Yeah, and he can unravel.
For me, that's a bad sign. Bad sign from a young player. As well as he's played, he's been outstanding so far, but that wasn't a good look.
And all Demonor wants is one look.
Well, that's what he's got to base his whole game plan around right now then. If he knows that this young lad can implode, this is his goal.
Coast to coast. And he's got a PhD in passing shots.
Let's. First serve.
But I find it hard to fathom.
You're from a different generation.
Yeah, up 7-6. On serve in the second. He's playing out of his shoes.
Oh, yeah. He's been winning the shorter version. 15 out of 16 points coming into this game. Well, under 5 shots they've gone to Medjedovic, the points that he had won. And suddenly, Alex had nicked a couple.
This is out of Leighton Hewitt's playbook right here.
That last service game, you just knew something was going to come off the back of it if Demonor could get through it. Can he capitalize on it?
Oh, a bad look.
Sarcastically, thumbs up to the crowd, clapping his racket.
He looks like he's going to implode here. Went for a 2:06 second serve, like in desperation. I didn't need to.
Please.
Crowding it around him now. They know they're going to get a reaction. Oh, this is cinema.
He's on the edge.
Surely not another one. Wow. I mean, it is unreal. He has just taken all of his career prize money and stuck it on red at the casino.
Well, the reason we're reacting like this in the commentary box is that he is on the edge. He's going for stuff that is low percentage here to save himself. Maybe he's good enough to do it. And it seems though there he's got his act back together mentally, because he didn't a couple of minutes ago.
Alex is going to make him work for this. Gone deep. What a move forward to take out the easy return for de Minaur with the serve and volley.
I just get the feeling Alex just had to get that over though, didn't he?
I mean, he was a long way back. The drop volley was on if he just makes it over. But you've got to admire his fortitude to serve and volley.
You do.
He's not out of trouble yet, no.
Juice.
Yeah, the volleys don't have the same fear factor that the forehand has.
Not even close.
And the great heist is on.
Well, one thing's for sure, he hasn't played in front of 15,000 parochial fans like this against him before. And this is a whole new situation for a young player on a learning curve. If he's good enough to deal with this, he's going to be a force. But he's got to keep his head together. And the speed of de Minaur there came to the fore.
Once again, code red situation. He delivers. Well, he earned his luck because it was a fantastic return. He did not middle the next backhand. It slightly crept over, and it came through at an uncomfortable height for Medjedovic, who is back in an uncomfortable situation. A 5th break point in the game. I mean, that is ice cold.
Yeah.
Juice.
Couple of absolutely pulsating games back to back. Alex stand up. He's having a shuffle along that sort of baseline. That time it works nicely, gets the depth on the return, which he struggled to do tonight.
Advantage, de Minaur.
Melbourne roars. And Australia applauds.
By 4-2.
A telling game.
Telling on both sides of the net as well, but more importantly, telling about this man's character. Said it many times about tennis, doesn't always create character, tennis. But I tell you the one thing it does do is reveal it.
Thank you. Ready for play.
He's had a torrid 90 minutes.
There's no doubt about de Minaur's character.
Got to be careful there, Medjedovic, not to use his team as a scratching post for too much longer. Needs to focus. De Minaur, one of the most watertight players in these situations.
Oh.
Well, he's trying to keep it short, and there's a good reason why. Medjedovic, he does not want to extend any of these points in this match. Look at that. Set 2, 23 points won between Norton 4 shots. Just the one when it has gone past that number. That is where de Minaur is excelling. Massive sea change in the match. He is one of the great problem solvers out there on tour, is the Australian. 5-2.
5-2.
Thirteen, 15.
Oh.
Trickiest players out there on the tour, or can his heavy hit continue to maintain some sort of presence in this second set?
Thank you. Players are ready.
I wonder, Fitzy, if there was a little chat here about the physio, because he has made absolutely no effort to run for that ball. Could be wrong, but it was a strange move because he's been trying to get everything. And Divinora has got all the encouragement in the world to keep picking up balls like that.
And think forward. Don't think back. Don't think back. Come on.
Well, those words from the coaching staff, think forward, don't think back, tells you a bit, doesn't it? Says he's got a problem with thinking back.
You won't see a better return than that all tournament.
Well, you can't doubt the character here.
End of range, out of Medjedovic's range, as is the set, probably.
15-14.
Too good.
30-14.
Robbed the ball of the bounce. That was so soft. He dropped the anchor at 3-2 and completely changed the direction of the set, and more than likely the match. Centerpiece. Okay, good news is I don't think we necessarily have the physio coming out here, but he is going to take his leave of the court. There'll be a full clothing change coming up here for Medjedovic, as is allowed under the rules, as we roll through the credits from what was the sequel to the opening set. Wasn't quite as good as the original, but it was arguably better from an Australian perspective.
Yeah.
Numbers on the left got not incinerated, but they certainly came down substantially from the opener, where he barely lost the point against the serve.
Well, it was in the balance. This set came down to mentality.
Yep. Yeah, he was at the 1 yard line to go 2 sets to low up, you felt, at one point.
Yeah. And to me, he contributed to, largely contributed to the downfall. I mean, Alex was brave. He was resilient, and he kept the pressure on and came up ultimately with some great shots. But gee, the attitude disappeared for Medjedovic, and that'd be the biggest worry in his camp. He's good enough when he controls his emotions. But that was a poor example of how to handle a pressure situation from a young player. As good as he'd been up until that moment, he just mentally lost it.
I actually think a lot of the time when somebody does this, you kind of feel as though it's going to maybe just subdue the energy for the opponent, but Alex, I think, is actually going to be quite relieved that he's got this extra 5 minutes here to be able to sit there, soak in the atmosphere, savor the moment, understand what he's just achieved in the last 20 minutes or so, and to come out and press the high intensity button right from the word go. And he's also, of course, by nabbing that set, bought himself a nice bit of extra time on this court. The longer this match goes on, you do feel as though it pulls right into the favour of the Australian. Fitzy, did you play this tournament when it was at Kooyong?
Absolutely.
I mean,
yeah, first half of my career.
Yeah, I mean, when you
leave the court, maybe lose a bit of focus.
Yeah, I mean, that's, as you said, it sometimes can reset when someone leaves the court. A lot of times people leave the court after playing a poor set, after needing a little bit of a break to kind of settle down momentum. Muller kind of did it to himself there.
This has not been a good game.
No.
15-14.
Danger of undoing all his good work, getting back on serve. Not really making Zverev work here. Already had 7 breaks in this match, and we've got another one coming here. Yeah, we certainly do have another break. Got control of his backhand, just unrelenting, applying the pressure.
Serve leads 4 games to 2.
New balls will come into play, and surely now Zverev has this where he wants it.
Well, Zverev after the first set where he got...
Okay, we got another little twist to the tail here. That was a rain dance, Fritzy. We didn't know. We thought it was just bad dancing, but actually it was a rain dance.
What an asset he was, that guy.
All right, the magic roof is in motion as the rain comes down. It is a part of the world where you can get 4 seasons in one day.
Well, the first 4 days we haven't even thought about rain. The weather's been so perfect. This has come from nowhere.
It actually has come from nowhere. I didn't see this on the forecast today. We have got a blisteringly hot Saturday.
Blame the guy dancing in the crowd.
That's what I mean. It was a rain dance. The ocean blue court getting turned into somewhat of a swimming pool for the time being. It will be a brief delay. It's given, I have to say, Medjedovic an extra bit of time here, Fitzy. I'm not entirely sure he was getting back on court in the 5 minutes, but this has been a very timely intervention from above. As he's coming back now. That could have been interesting.
Well, it's going to be, yeah, it is going to be a delay now, though. To dry this. Dimon's actually going off.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is going to be minutes. I don't know how many minutes, but it's definitely going to be minutes in terms of how long we are going to be delayed for. Would have got a time violation then. He was close enough to get a time violation, and that could have continued. Could have been a point penalty. As it is, Alex is going to slide up the LED corridor past the great champions of the past and present, and he'll get an opportunity, which of course they do get in match these days, but perhaps to get slightly more in-depth tactics.
Yes, helpful I think for the young serve here. Just going to help him contain those emotions, see if he can get back on an even keel and start again.
All right, as you can see here with the lights shining off the wet court for the time being, the roof is shut. John Fitzgerald's just kindly offered to go and get me a coffee, so while we wait and John runs down the corridor to go and pick that up for me, we will sit on these pictures. But as soon as... Oh, you haven't gone yet?
Latte or cappuccino?
No. He's still here. Go on, get up the corridor. All right, we're seeing the court being dried. We'll be back with action as soon as the two players are back. Brief delay.
Very good to go.
I'll take Kamasana's motion.
You're just stirring the pot.
I mean, he just hit an ace.
You're just stirring the pot.
I was the youngest. I had to stir the pot.
Me too. One thing I've noticed about Francisco when I've commentated on his matches is he won't back down. It was a 19-minute rain delay thanks to Sharko, who's always helping us with our stats live and in living color. It's 3-2 first set. It's always nice when you have stats at your disposal. And I've got one for us coming out of the break. And it's regarding Tiafoe's serve. The big foe, of course. One of the reasons that Mark Kovacs has been brought in is to have a look at the serve, tinker with it, hopefully make some adjustments to it in order for it to be more effective.
We're waiting with bated breath for this statistic.
Well, I can tell you that in 2025, Tiafoe had the second worst first serve percentage on tour at 56% when we're looking at the top 50 guys.
That could definitely be a reason to bring someone like Mark Kovacs in.
We'll keep an eye on those numbers as this match progresses. Colours on the Lululemon shirt and shorts of Francis Tiafoe, of course, relatively new collaboration with the athletic brand, reminiscent of the flag colours of Sierra Leone. Because that's where his parents escaped to America from.
That was a little bit more fun to watch than what we had gotten earlier, a little extended exchange. Interesting seeing Kamasana go to 4 backhand slices in a row. Hadn't done that at any of the earlier points. Wonder if he got a little feel from, he was looking at the iPad information with his coach during that rain delay.
Of course, these guys execute their ground strokes in a very different manner. Tiafoe, one of the flattest hitters, especially off his backhand side. Yeah, that's vintage Foe right there. Hard, early. Of course, if you want to see a difference in the shapes of their shots, check this out. What's this all about, Brad?
Yeah, as you said, Francis tends to be a little bit more of a flatter hitter. Kind of typical when you see a player from South America, that he would have a little bit higher clearance, higher topspin rate than the other player. That the fact that he clears the net at 153 on the backhand, that's a big difference. And that potentially, if he doesn't get that deep enough, that's something that Francis can maybe attack a little bit.
But it is the players that have got to put the keys in the ignition and make it happen.
De Minaur to serve. Ready? Play.
Very smart come on at the end of that,
15.
Immediately trying to get the crowd revved up.
Pretty good drop shot, by the way.
Even better get. Do think Medjedovic should have been a lot further inside the baseline there. Would have been able to take that on the volley and just knock it over De Minaur's head. Was loitering around the baseline and then ended up having a very tricky shot. This is a promising start.
14.
Very positive game for De Minaur. I mean, Medjedovic played a couple of good points there, didn't win them. The drop shot was pretty darn good. The speed beat him, and that last point might remain in his thought process for a while. He missed the easy one there in the end, and the speed had him off balance a little bit, I think.
You've kind of watched him now, Fitzy, for the last sort of 40 minutes, and you get the sense of why maybe he hasn't quite elevated his ranking to where his tennis would seem he could be, and that's because he's not far off, is he, constantly circling the drain.
Yeah.
Even that last backhand, it was a glance back to the corner.
Yeah. Thinking of the negative things in his mind.
Because his tennis at times is sublime.
That's 12 of the last 14 points. for Alex.
If you're sitting at home, just take a leaf out of de Minaur's book there. He was so humble on the run to the forehand. He put the next one through the middle, and then it was a great backhand back down the line from Bajetovic. He put the next one down the middle.
Yeah, keeping himself in the point.
Alex never commits geometric suicide out here. Yes, he's got the wheels to obviously protect himself after he's hit that shot to recover.
Okay, well, that's a good sign from the youngster.
Alex has definitely spent a little bit more time tonight trying to upset the rhythm of the 22-year-old, making him wait a little bit.
Please.
I mean, we're here to comment. We're commentators. But his behaviour has been a bit like a junior at times. At times. Things are bothering him that would bother you at one of the junior tournaments you play. Like, he's got to be better than this if he's going to play at this level. I mean, his tennis is good enough, surely. And he might be able to get himself together. I mean, like he might, but right now you would doubt that.
Let's for serve.
Oh, he gets away. Well done. Good serve. Alex misses one he shouldn't have.
Juice.
Well, I like the fight here from the youngster.
You know, you can find such easy pace. I'm kind of thinking about when Novak changed his second serve, kind of thought process, went for big second serves, never really missed them, but they were sort of more around the 175,
yeah.
180K. I mean, he has just absolutely gone for top line speed.
That was 210.
At everything. Not another drop shot. Australia exhales.
Point of the night.
De Minaur needs one to win still.
Tennis is for adrenaline junkies, living on the edge all the time. And the fans on the edge of their seat. And then at the end of the rally, they were out of their seat. There were a few left behind their seat.
I think you've got to give them both credit. That was one heck of a point from both players, wasn't it? Tension. But it's the peripheral sort of body language that might be getting the youngster into trouble. So it remains to be seen. Look at that look. That's, yeah, I'm the boss.
15 left.
He's a talent, though. Medvedev, isn't he? More than one way to contain talent, though. You need talent in many facets to play this sport at this level. And I've got to admit, there's a few players around where others say, oh, he's got so much talent. He can do this, he can do it. Yeah, but where did he have talent in resilience? Did he have talent in behavior? Did he have talent in competing? They all go hand in hand. Awesome. The timing is certainly there.
30-15.
Here's a stat for you, Fitzy. It's been an hour and 20 minutes since Medvedev has won a point that's gone past 5 shots.
That's interesting.
And even the short rallies are going de Minaur's way, to the delight of the crowd here. 3-love, third set.
Leads by 3 games to love. Time.
He's looking for solutions. I think right now the main solution would come from within him. You've been talking about that sort of resilience. And we've talked about the talent that Medjedovic has, but consistency is the tax you pay to outlast talent. And Alex has been super consistent tonight.
Well, you know, at the start of this match, in the first set, it appeared to me that he could go long periods without missing balls. You know, I made the comment, I said, no wonder, you know, Novak wanted to practice with him. Great practice. But in the last sort of hour, like you're talking about, he's just missing too early. And maybe he's trying to go for too much to beat the speed of de Minaur, but certainly has lost that consistency factor.
Yeah, cheap. Going for cheap winners against this guy is an expensive illusion. You are not going to come away with the bigger prize. You might win a point or two. No points off for de Minaur. It's making Medjedovic earn every single one.
Oh, my goodness. Well, Alex hit a perfect approach. Nearly. Oh, that was too good.
13.
He's got some skill. Great approach to make him hit a very difficult pass. Too good.
I mean, he had a sniper's chance of making that.
Well, he needs this. It'd be a big game for the youngster to win.
Yep, you're right. He doesn't need to have his tyres deflated anymore.
7 games in a row to de Minaur at this point.
This is Alex's house, and the house always wins. And once you get into that rally, as we've been highlighting tonight, Alex comes away with the prize more often than not. He's absolutely ambushed him.
Advantage, de Minaur.
Medjedovic has crushed some down the tee in this game. It's been his favourite serve. Look at this. Perfect balance. And he turns Medjedovic into a spectator.
As he made contact there, it was when the noise came from him. He knew as he was making contact, he was going to make it.
De Minaur, you are something else. In amongst the screeching of tyres out in the middle of the court there, Medjedovic ripped one, 171 Ks. It still wasn't good enough.
How much rubber is left on those shoes? Oh, that was awesome. My heart rate went up. And I'm just sitting down, Mark. What a speedster, what a speedster. 8 games in a row now. It's one-way traffic at the moment.
And good footwork, more footwork, more. Full, vamos.
You know, there was a moment early in the second set when Alex walked back near us and he looked certainly not lost, but he looked a little bit confused and he was not happy, was he? And he was trying to find a way. We talked about it. He was trying to find a way and wasn't quite sure how to.
There's definitely some people in the crowd that are behind the Frenchman. Big reaction there for that big return.
Combination of the new balls, the roof being closed, but it's looking pretty ominous on serve. Just working his way towards closing this set out. Real purpose in his stride now.
Yeah, this little reset has definitely helped his serve. He's going after it a bit more and hitting his targets.
Alexander Zverev, the third seed, will be feeling an awful lot better about things now. Bit of a blip second set, but after the rain delay and with the roof closed, he's taken the third and leads 2-1.
Good response there coming back from that rain delay.
Yeah, never a great sign when a player's guessing with their footwork that early on, because he was a long way behind his baseline there, but Medjedovic had given him the cross court, the easier of the two shots.
That is top shelf. There's some firepower there.
I mean, it's not easy to punch at that guy's defense from there, and he has. Rocket from Ahmad. The old triple-digit play off the forehand side. Nice to be able to unload and put the acceleration on the ball. That, though, although it did pick up this particular game because it was the final point, feels more of a point-winning strategy than a match-winning strategy. You can't unload on that type of shot consistently and make everyone. The percentages just don't sit with you.
It's probably like driving a car that goes from 0 to 100 in 3.5 seconds. I mean, you very rarely use it, Pets, but gee, it's nice to have it under the bonnet, isn't it?
Wouldn't know if it's...
No, you wouldn't know. Okay.
No.
Well, me either, really.
I can only afford a bicycle.
Just trying to find an analogy.
It's true, though. You're absolutely right. I mean, you know, when you look at the great players, yes, they have something a little bit different that they can produce in one of the biggest moments, but their greatness is in their ability to repeat the same point time and time again. It isn't the fact that they scorch the lines, they burn the back edge, as we've just seen from Medjedovic. It's the fact that they can just wear you down with high, consistent percentage play. And that's what de Minaur's doing at the moment. How does the 22-year-old respond?
Let's proceed. Love.
I tell you, he can look very impressive when that emotion gets out of his system, that negative emotion.
Got to use your legs and sit down. It's one thing to have the racket head speed, which we've clearly seen tonight. Okay, well, he's dialing through a few different decisions here at the moment, coming in behind that serve. Never going to be easy if de Minaur makes that return to have a comfortable first volley. You're always going to be behind the service line. Dialed up some nice serve. That's Jack Reeder, isn't he? He worked with Victor Troitsky, who was obviously coach of Medjedovic, also worked with Alex Togopolov. Thoughts with him, of course, because he's on the front line with Ukraine. As Alex de Minaur steps up to the baseline, trying to restock his lead.
Well, you've got to make a split-second decision if you're running forward like that as to where you're going with that forehand. And by the time you make the decision, you start the swing pattern, sometimes it can be too late to change direction. Medvedev timed his move to his right just perfectly there. And Alex was committed to going across court.
He's made good use of the drop shot just to run a bit of interference in some of these rallies that Alex is producing.
30.
Quickest of the night, 2:05. And when you glue it to the line on top of the fact that you can find that velocity, you're going to get the right outcome. Jannik got Alex to idle the engines for a little bit, but he's rallied nicely in that particular service game and getting ever closer to a 2-1 lead tonight.
Time.
It's been a good fun match to watch for this crowd. There'll be no refunds wanted by any of these spectators the way this evening has gone. Had a brief hiatus from the action when the rain came down, the roof swiftly closing. And the opportunity certainly in this third set closing rapidly. Medvedev serving to stay in it.
Let's go, man.
Done an unreal job on that return. It looked like Keanu Reeves in the Matrix returning that ball. But there's that little chipper you've been talking about.
Yeah, I love that one. That's skillful. It's not used a lot. It seems like it's not taught enough these days. I mean, it's not a stock standard shot, is it? But it's something you might need, as he's needed it tonight. Oh, he got a bit lucky. And Alex went the wrong way.
Yeah.
The combination.
15.
A little bit bricky here. Not an easy shot, though. Didn't soften the hands quite enough, did he? And he got a bit lucky there. But I like the fact that he's mixing it up. And a couple more years of these matches will turn him into an exceptionally good player, you would imagine.
Oh. 15.
Once again, I think he got distracted just because Alex was taking a little bit longer to back into position. He plays pretty quick between points, Medjedovic. You are supposed to technically play at the server's pace.
That unwritten rule though, is probably followed less these days because of the time clock.
He's done a really great job in this third set of imposing his tennis and will on this match. Even in the second set, when he scraped through the fifth game of that second set, it was much more about him reacting to what Medjedovic was doing. This set has had all the hallmarks of what makes de Minaur great. And it's not easy to disentangle yourself from a strategy that you don't feel is necessarily working. There was a master of it, just getting out of his chair in the great top, and there's another one. 2-1, Alex de Minaur. Well, he's got himself tied up in knots about something that he's got to leave the umpire to kind of deal with. If the umpire feels as though Alex is unfairly holding him up, then just got to pull the trigger on it and just give him either a soft warning at the change of ends or go hard early. But Medjedovic is getting distracted with things that are out of his control, and that generally doesn't end well.
Not from his perspective. And by the way, you think Alex didn't hear some of that?
That's a very good point.
And it can stimulate the opposition into even greater heights, really. So, yeah, I mean, he's learning. He's a young kid learning, and he's got a lot, a lot on his plate.
Louise Azamar Engzel, who has had Hamad in her ear throughout the course of the end of that third set. The red lights were on the net. They have been switched off. Everything's back to normal. Even more so for de Minaur. Pulled up alongside the Serb in the second set. He's back in front. He's got a very awkward backhand from half court. He doesn't have the wrist work. He doesn't get up the back of the ball. It's very nice when he's got the full 78 foot of the court to use and flight the ball. But when he's got to get it up and down fast, he's in all sorts of trouble.
And with those strong legs, he's not using them either, is he, on that shot? It doesn't seem. Not getting down to the ball.
I don't mind that play. That's a good play. That's just a little shot across the bows of de Minaur. If he serves it to a certain place too often, that's what's going to happen.
Game. De Minaur.
He's lost the rhythm of winning games. He's still got a few of those isolated shots that he's taking that are coming off, but putting together a run of points that's just making de Minaur feel a little uncomfortable and out of rhythm has gone away for him. And there's the advantage not only of winning the points when you get there, but just tracking down every drop shot. It will deter the opponent from going there too often.
Thank you. Love, 15.
Okay, dangerous time now. Well, it has been for the last set and a half, hasn't it, really? But you keep waiting for him to make a bigger stand as a competitor here, and he's just... Look, he's going against someone who's awfully good too, Mark. Let's not forget that.
15.
Yeah, this is what he needs a game here. It doesn't really matter how he gets it, just needs to get a game on the board and get some traction in this fourth set. That is
30.
one of the few errors I can remember in the last hour from Alex. I kind of feel that Medjedovic should be looking to make a move
30.
on that slice backhand from Alex. As soon as he's seeing the racket coming forward, even just before contact, trying to run around and get his forehand in his play, he's not making any progress when Alex is chipping that ball either deep or short into his backhand side.
$40-30.
It's got to make de Minaur think a little bit more when he's setting up to play that shot. Just like the man that has guided him along the way, Leighton Hewitt, one of the best lobs in the game.
He did. especially off the backhand wing. He knew how to hold the ball while the net player, the net rusher, made his move. He would delay the hit until he moved forward and get him going the wrong way. He was a master at it. I think he knows we're talking about him.
Please, not before the serve. Advantage. Medjedovic.
Not going to lie, there's a hint of desperation about that kind of delivery from Medjedovic.
Let's. For serve.
Smart shot from Alex. Just
Juice.
respected the fact that he was there a little bit late. He's gone cross-court a number of times and not won the point.
Yeah, he didn't have to just judge the width and the length. He had to judge the height he hit that forehand chip with. Bit of a three-dimensional forehand chip.
He's as quick backwards as he is forwards. And he's about to potentially take a huge step forward in his quest to get through to the third round. Oh, that is a great volley.
He stuck it, didn't he?
Juice.
Yeah, I like that from his game.
Advantage. Medjedovic.
It's got boomerang backhand. The Aussie. It always comes back. I mean, he is unloaded on two huge forehands.
Well, part of that is anticipation. Reading where Medjedovic is hitting the ball so he can take half a step already before he makes contact. Something late, and we talked about it earlier, something he was so good at. Yeah, make him play. And a little bit lost knowing how to get past this speed. He is so quick.
Domino.
Talk about living every shot.
Juice.
Well, that's a very difficult ball to hit a good, accurate and effective drop shot from.
Advantage de Menon.
Just not a ball that is conducive to that. It was too low. You have to get it from low to high. It takes more time to do that.
And he's lost the art of surprise as well. Alex has been chiseling away at those drop shots, a bit like his idol Djokovic. He loves to hit the backhand drop shot down the line, but he is under 40% in terms of success rate with that drop shot now.
That forehand's like a bazooka, isn't it?
Oh, the serve was as well. I mean, I'm not quite sure how Alex acrobatically got that back into play. Yeah, he's running out of ideas here, and going back to the same one that keeps giving him the wrong answer is not the smartest of play. But the one thing he has done in these moments, which is remarkable, is that he has made 15 out of 17 first serves on break point down. Had he not done that,
is that right?
The scoreline would have been looking even more lopsided. Well, that is the reward for application for Alex de Minaur. Just making another return, another first serve on a break point by his opponent, but the willingness to fling himself, to do whatever it takes to force his opponent to hit one more shot, and he gets the reward. And that really will be the cliff note for this match.
Thank you.
And Fitz, it's the beauty of 5 sets for the guys. It gives you more opportunity, doesn't it, to neutralize the threat. I mean, at a set to Medjedovic and on the brink of losing his serve in that 5th game of the 2nd set, things would have been a lot more awkward for Alex, because at that point, one drop service game, he could have been done.
Best of 3 sets, totally different. Exponentially harder to beat the best players over 5.
30 love.
You can shock a good player. I mean, I guess there's a lot of guys around that are ranked lowly, and they can beat a top-ranked player if they get the jump on them. And things happen quickly. Over 5 sets. Oh, that's a bad sign too. Didn't run, didn't look for it.
40 love.
Starting to feel like he can't win this.
Yeah, he hasn't really solved any problems in the same manner that de Minaur has. He's kind of just rearranged his problems. You Aussies could never volley.
That's up for other people to say. But yeah, over 5 sets. That's why in tennis, the great players are the ones that win the majors. because over 7 matches, you know, over one match, the best player wins a very high percentage of the time because it's 5 sets, and that's got to happen 7 times in a row.
Yeah, you'd like to see him chase that, if I'm being honest, because Alex had to chase, and he was humble enough to do it, and he's doing it magnificently. 3-love, 4th set. Talk about passion. Hamad could do with a little bit of this, couldn't he? He had a little bit of this infused into his veins. Talk about life and death.
Good on him.
Everyone wants somebody like that in their corner.
Yeah. What a learning curve here.
Time.
Djokovic trailing love 3, 4th set.
15 love.
Sort of gone. He's gone a bit mentally, hasn't he? I mean, I don't take joy in suggesting that, but he's just dropped off, and you can understand, I guess, how hard it is to get the ball past, even with his power, to get the ball past de Minaur. But his body language is different now.
Oh. 15, 13.
How good a player do you think he could be?
Oh, I think he has easily the capabilities to be in the top 20, having watched him play before, but also what we saw for the first 90 minutes. I mean, there's absolutely no doubt. I mean, no doubt in my mind that, you know, from a tennis perspective, over the course of 11 months of a season, he should be able to spike to a degree that puts him in the top 20 often enough. You don't need to have 20 great tournaments. You can get there by having 5 absolute breakout events. But I'm not entirely sure that the best of 5 format, given what we've seen tonight, is going to allow him to have the breakout tournaments in these events once he butts up heads against somebody that is as durable as de Minaur is. He's going to have to kind of cut his way through a draw that potentially opens up.
But he's relatively young still.
Yeah, listen, he's got time on his side. There's no doubt about it.
Quite young, actually, quite young. Yeah.
Well, compared to you, very young.
Well, you don't have to use that comparison, but he, but at 22. Imagine him at 25 years old.
I will say that he's got the hardest of all the skill sets to learn, because mental toughness is learnable. It isn't a gift that you're given. He's been given a gift with how he hits a tennis ball.
There's no doubt that that is the big question mark from tonight's performance.
Go on.
Yes, what a point from de Minaur around the net post pitch. How good was that? He's not the quickest guy in the world on a tennis court. You've told me so. He's not.
I don't know. I tell you what, he's one of the most skillful.
He went around the net post.
He went around it. He waited for it. He knew exactly what he was doing. Agonizingly close.
Still can't blow a candle out. Well, the smile there on the left was acknowledgement for the speed of de Minaur. That's what it was, if I can read anything. Of course you get confused when you can't put the ball away against this speed.
Advantage, de Minaur.
He's there. Oh, he's not there.
Juice.
This is great.
Oh, it is great.
Take your time. They're just about to get a code violation. That's what they're basically saying.
Advantage.
Vanishing like a bottle of wine.
Jumping, jump.
How much do you think de Minaur's enjoying this right now?
I don't think he's. I think he will be enjoying it if he'd have won that point. I'm just looking at him right from our vantage point. If it's he was irritated because Medjedovic had given up on that point.
But it's a chance for him to just show us all this speed and skill, isn't it?
Advantage.
It's like he's not this type of personality, but it's like it's a little power play because you know you've got the other guy shaking his head because he can't get the ball past you, and it's a skill set that you can continue to use.
Your percentage is still 69 on the first. It's good. Come on, man.
So 69% he's saying on the first serve. Awesome.
Well, there's good, and I'll raise your legendary.
Fabulous stuff. We've been entertained here. And so's this 15,000 strong crowd.
There are some things in money that money can't buy for everything else.
You know,
there's Alex de Minaur.
If you'd never been to a live tennis match like this before and you saw this, you wouldn't forget it.
No, you wouldn't. And yes, I just did nick that slogan from the sponsor behind his head. And nothing encapsulated it more than the point where he went round the net.
Please.
How much has it taken out of Alex de Minaur physically? Would be my last question.
I don't think a lot. No, I think the points have been pretty punchy, to be honest. There have been a few real memorable, indelible images from this match that we'll take with us, Fitzy, but no. Life isn't about how you survive the storm, which is what Alex tried to do for the first 90 minutes, but it's about how to dance in the rain, which is what he has done after it came down. 5-love. I'm hoping that somebody in EVS here has that point. I don't know. I'm kind of urging becoming commentators and directors. This is it, Fitzy. Let's have another look at this. Come on, this in all of its glory. Now we know what's coming. I'm almost going to enjoy it more second time around. That shot there from Medjedovic was unbelievable. Then it got entertaining. The last remnants of one of the great points of the Australian Open from 2026. Take a look at the skill set of the Australian. And not only that, how was the court coverage?
Something to see. Just awesome.
Love.
Alex just having a little venture into the net there.
13. Love.
I don't think he would have been making that foray had the scoreline been a little bit closer. But he's done a great job of holding his breaks. He's done an amazing job of not allowing his opponent tonight to balance the books once he had got ahead.
Margaret, please. For 10.
Well, super confident now.
40,
To be able to take that, to run through that. You know, if you prop and get balanced and you hit that, it's one thing, but to run through it, keep the control of the racket face, that's rather impressive.
Interesting to know whether this is a drop-off in enthusiasm or whether this is a physical discomfort for Medjedovic, because long-term, if it's physical, or at least from his perspective, he's going to have to work a little bit harder in the gym or more hours on court. If this is enthusiasm, that's solely his problem. It is a long journey across 15 days, 7 matches, best of 5. And only the best survive.
Game. Medjedovic. De Minaur leads by 5 games to 1. Please.
Third round beckons.
Game, second match, De Minaur.
He'll be working from home again. Medjedovic's business trip is over. Australia through to the third round. That was impressive. It was also a lot of fun.
He's just a super pro. Yeah, entertainment at its best for me. Speed, agility, skill. I get a feeling we're going to see a lot.
He's been serving great ever since we closed the roof, and he's going to need it. Bowler's channeling some energy.
Time.
an evening it's been on John Cain Arena. The match ticks into its 4th hour. Of course, they started significantly longer ago than that. We've had a rain delay, we've had an injury scare, we've had breaks of serve, we've had changes in momentum. Surely now, Alexander Zverev is on his way, serving for it here. It's a great start to the game.
15 love.
No sign of any tension there. Some serious acceleration of the racket head. As if he'd done the hard work. You have to credit Zverev, who, he did put the ball in an awkward position. It looked like an overhead that Müller should be making. Certainly needed to make it.
Let's
Too good. Too big, too strong, too clever.
14 love.
2 match points. Came and went for Zverev in the previous game. But he's got 3 more now, and they're all on his own serve.
Game, set a match, Zverev.
Last year's finalist.
3 sets to 1, 6-3, 4-6, 6-3, 6-4.
Seriously entertaining contest. It had a bit of everything. Momentum swings, a rain delay, an injury scare, but ultimately Zverev finishing it in top form. He's got to be happy with his evening's work, and he takes care of Alexander Müller in 4 sets.
Wow. That was well done.
Advantage Gomesania.
Just a little half volley pickup off the baseline. Nothing but open court there, though. Francis committed fully to hitting that forehand.
Again, Gomesania. 2 games all.
Nicely done. Hasn't gotten to play a whole lot of serve and one tonight, but that one was pretty ideal to close out the game.
He's gone old school with the headband. I like it. I think he wears it well.
Picking up.
I was just reading about Fila the other day. Of course, we all grew up.
Should have come in on the previous shot. The squash forehand, that floated nicely. But you're right, he did. I mean, he jagged that slice down nicely. But once again, you know, Francis probably just used the soft hands there, play the drop half volley. He wins that point 9 times out of 10.
I was just reading that Fila might be done with tennis. In the near future, of course, we all grew up watching Bjorn Borg, so many great players. I think Boris Becker wearing Fila. Iconic tennis wear.
Absolutely. Took him a couple tries, but he got the toss right.
Should that be allowed, Brad?
That's a question, Wally.
I think once it leaves your hand, it should be in play.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind seeing that rule applied.
It's a skill, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You get 2 chances at it anyway.
There it is. Wally asked for it. Francis answered. It's 3-2, third set. It's part of the skill in being a good volley is the movement. I do wonder how much these strength and conditioning trainers actually do lunging exercises, left, right, volley, volley, smash, and not just expect the strength and conditioning they do for the lateral movement on the baseline just to translate well into moving well in and around the net. It's 2 completely different types of movements. One's a lot more lunging, staying really low, reaching forward.
And that might go down as a sprint, but it's a controlled sprint. It's not exhausting. You're in control of the point. You're not expending massive amounts of energy.
Yep.
Guys, I'm not happy with the height of the umpire's chair, the sort of iron foot rest, I guess, that comes down. You can see the umpire's feet resting there. It's about head height for a player. I'm always worried that someone one day is going to scamper forward for a drop shot and collide with that thing.
Oh, wow.
That is a worldie.
Lovely thing.
Because what we do know is the winner of this match will now take on Alex de Minaur. He has vacated Rod Laver Arena as a winner. That would have gone down well with the locals.
That would have felt good. Look, it's interesting. On a hard court, you
15
would say
on.
to a player, wherever you are in the court, whatever your court position is, on a hard court, you're looking to move forward and across to cut off the angles. He certainly moved forward on this one. And what he has done a lot tonight, Comisano, he's actually run backwards. He's chased balls towards the back fence. Now, here's a couple of occasions where he does get on the front foot and shows us that he's quite capable. So it was a very hard tactic to understand in that second set.
It was actually 2 breaks of serve for Tiafoe in that second set.
Francis continuing to apply direct pressure, coming forward, forcing Comisano to come up with something.
Just get the feeling both players have elevated the level of their play in this third set. Better quality points off the point.
Again with the pressure coming forward. You see the numbers there, 20 of 29 when Francis is coming in. That one, he didn't even really open the court. Just hit an aggressive backhand and started coming forward.
Use.
Great serve, great response from the Argentine. Needed that.
I tell you, for somebody at 178, just under 6 foot, he's got some good pop on his serve. It's not the most natural, technical serve, but it's darn effective. The low elbow, as you were talking about, Wally.
Well, his service motion has fooled me because at the start when I was watching, I just thought there was too many moving parts, very low elbow and a real slingshot action. But he's been he did serve a couple of doubles in that first game, but since then it's been powerful and it's been accurate.
Yeah, 13 aces for Comisano, just 6 for Tiafoe.
Again, Comisano. New balls, please.
Tell you what, there's a real pep in his step.
Ball change.
Comisano knows he hasn't got a whole lot of wriggle room to work with. It's almost like it's sharpened his focus. It's a bit more aggressive intent. This will be a good test for Tiafoe to see whether he can keep up this good base level of play and close it out in straights.
Better depth from Comisano in that last exchange and the points in that game. A little bit more serve and one again.
Two hours they've been at it.
Let second serve. Love 15.
It's just enough on it.
Love 30.
I can tell you, those are two of the slowest second serves I can remember from Tiafoe in this match.
Second one slower than the first on the deuce, which was, I think, his slowest second in the match. 136, last one 125. And mentioned before, now at this score, a little bit of scoreboard pressure. Kamasanya digging. Choice for me.
15-30.
And a terrible choice for me.
Yeah, when you're trying to keep the pressure on by making more balls, he's in a defensive position there. Play defense. Go hard and heavy cross. Keep yourself in the point. Tried that time. Still a bit long.
Yeah, but it was the same story. He ran backwards to chase the return. He ran backwards behind the Melbourne sign, and from there, it's just got to be a tough place to win points from.
$40-30.
It's the money serve.
Slider wide again. We saw the graphic earlier. It's been very effective for Francis.
But visually, it must look fantastic when the returner is that far back and you've got all that court to work with.
Use.
I have the impression that the Kamasanya forehand has gotten a little bit heavier here. What a great ball from Francis Tiafoe. Kamasanya actually did a really good job there of spreading the court out. Francis on the move. Impressive with his legs. Needed some strength from out in that position to hit that strong of a ball from there.